Yes, I did. And there were people here and there who lent me a hand along the way. If I'm going to repay them, I can't just sit around on my hands. You need money to repay people. You need money to make money. You can't even get started without money. And even the plan for this island would be proceeding smoothly if only there had been problems with the planning company. I made contact with a government official in the city. I even got the governor's word that this would become the newest travel destination in the Tokyo metropolis. The groundwork I laid was completely perfect. Random chance and bad timing were against me. It was just a bit of bad luck, like a traffic accident. That was no accident. It was fraud. You were tricked. They were never drawing up plans for turning this island into a resort in the first place. That's not true. Hijikata-kun's vision was simply overflowing with foresight. The way his eyes always focused on the whole world and future taught me that things I've always believed to be mere dreams were only the tip of the iceberg of what is possible. Expand your dreams to the whole world, to the future. You heard him say that too, right? Yes, I heard, and I think I remember you telling you what I thought after we returned home. I said that he was suspicious, that he only spoke of dreams and didn't have his feet planted on the ground, and that you must not have any further relations with him. Hijikata-kun is a wonderful, pleasant young man. One could learn a lot from the way he lives. I can respect him despite his youth. I won't have you insulting him. That's what you said about the whole moon tourism thing. You kept saying it was visionary, that looked to the future, that had high aspirations, and what was the end result? Eventually, you yourself admitted that it was utter nonsense, right? I was sure something was wrong ever since that strange man showed up, claiming to be a high-ranking NASA official. That foreigner was nothing more than an international swindler. Both Mr. Sonezaki and I were victims in that case. Right now, his vision isn't mistaken. In the future, there will surely come a time when the richest people in the world develop a liking for space travel, and the very first enterprise in that area will probably be monopolized by a single private company. That viewpoint is not mistaken. There was simply a group of international swindlers who tried to take advantage of that fact and deceive investors across the world. And I'm trying to tell you that the Sonezaki man was one of them too. Just how gullible are you? Why do you always just accept these suspicious offers without any doubts? Take that back. Mr. Sonezaki is a man with a brilliant future ahead of him. There's nothing suspicious about him, because the dreams he speaks of anticipate the future. They sound crazy to people who can't see into the future. A woman like you can't see into the future. Yes, A woman like me can't see into the future, but I can see the present. Right in front of me, I can see a pitiful husband who's been taken in by sly, double-crossing swindlers, and still trust them implicitly, even after he's been tricked. Shut your mouth. You don't understand anything about money, or business, or economics. Don't try to butt in on your husband's job. A wife should be satisfied with doing housework. Keep your mouth shut. Without another word, Nasuhi fell silent, just as Kraus had hoped she would. She was already far beyond anger and sadness, and the emotion that lay on the other side of those was an almost indifferent pity. Kraus, who had been in awe of Kinzo since he was very young, had started to subconsciously admire the way his father lived. Without realizing it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man in his own right if he surpassed his father. However, Kinzo had been a mad genius, the likes of which had never before been seen in the Ushiromiya family's long history. That talent was a gift from heaven, and it definitely wasn't genetic, much less something that could be learned. To give the two of them a chance to talk alone, Nasuhi told the servants not to tell anyone about Kinzo's death, and they left the room for the time being. Then she invited Kraus to her bedroom and made him tell her everything about their current financial situation. These were things that Natsuhi hadn't been told about, under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. Natsuhi had herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that it wasn't a wise place to intrude on such matters. However, this might also have meant that she had abandoned her duty as a wife to protect her family. The depths of this sin had been made quite clear to Natsuhi. Kraus was probably tired of trying to defend himself. Perhaps because he had gotten a headache, he hid his face and sank into silence. Natsuhi noticed that the water in the electric kettle was boiling and stood up to refill her cup with black tea. When she touched the cup of black tea, she noticed for the first time the sound of the cup and saucer clinking together told her that her fingers were shaking. Kraus had built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various projects and to cover the losses when they failed. Of course, he had put the mansion and property up as collateral. However, doing such a thing above board would result in the mortgage being registered. In other words, there would be a record that Kraus had put Kinzo's wealth up as collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's permission. Kinzo, Eva, and the others must not learn of such a thing. Therefore, Kraus had been putting those assets up as collateral without using the worst possible method. I signed over the deeds and power of attorney, and What does that mean? What Kraus was saying probably meant that he had, in essence, signed away the rights to his assets. If these assets had been used as collateral for a loan, then Kraus would still have some leeway under the law. He would have to deal with a bank which would have absolutely no compassion, but they would be able to work something out within the rules set by society. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different story. In other words, even the mansion they were living in, if the person holding the deed were to decide to ignore his agreement with Kraus and sell the mansion to a third party right this moment, they would have no recourse whatsoever. Far from using collateral for a loan, this was basically the same as selling their house to borrow money. In other words, the moneylenders had the power to make or break the Ushiromiya family as they please. If they were to suddenly sell our house on some slight whim, we would have to pack our bags and leave right now, wouldn't we? That is technically true. However, everyone I have had dealings with is very reputable. This isn't consumer financing. It's a transaction based on trust between economically literate men. I trust them, and they, in turn, trust that by lending me money, I will achieve great success in business and give them massive returns on their investment. I signed over the power of attorney as a sign of good faith, and so that they wouldn't have to doubt in the certain success of my business. What happens if I hesitate now? Wouldn't that mean even I have no confidence in my own business? If you were such a successful businessman, we wouldn't be in debt now, would we? Natsuhi only barely stopped herself from saying that. Father is dead. What happens next? Will your dad be exposed to the light of day? And will your siblings hold you responsible? That won't be all. It will probably lead to criminal charges. Criminal charges? Well, why is that? It's better if you don't know. Anyway, this must not be learned of by anyone. Kraus looked at the floor shamefully, shaking his head over and over. If it would come to criminal charges, then he must have broken some laws. He's probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that nothing had mattered to him but survival. Kraus had seriously believed that he would succeed with several businesses and that he would definitely gain huge profits. So He had figured that even if he stepped over a few legal lines, he would be able to pay everything back before too long and pretend that the whole thing had never happened. This may give this may have been the factor that lessened his resistance towards breaking a couple laws. And now Kinzo's death, the worst possible thing, had occurred, and they wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden for long. What will happen to us? There is no need to worry. You may not believe it, but conditions are most certainly on the rise now. The value of the city's real estate I invested in will rise rapidly. Right now, I am working on a project to integrate those and construct a massive business tower. This will be the most reliable of all my investments so far and will prove to be the most successful. However, it will take a little more time for that to bear fruit. It's absolutely certain, but that doesn't mean it will happen now. Will the success of that venture be enough to pay back our debts? Of course it will. I'll be able to wipe out all the debt I've accumulated so far. So have faith in me. I only need a little more time. But Father is already dead. We don't have that kind of time anymore, do we? I know. I know that. That's why I have to obtain money from somewhere and pay off those debts right now. Anyway, I need money. Money. A lot of it. Right now. As Kraus roared and clutched at his head, he writhed about as if in pain. As she watched, several emotions swirled about in Natsuhi's chest. Her emotions conflicted as she felt pity for her husband, while also feeling that he was a fool. And she felt a mixture of resentment and regret towards her own irresponsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. Even if this day hadn't come, it should have been clear that they were in a very critical situation. And yet he had carelessly waited for this moment to come, and was now writhing about. Her husband was so foolish and so pitiful. It would be easy to let herself get fed up with this. However, she was his wife. For a wife, ridiculing her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. If he was a fool, then she would have to support him enough to compensate. However, she didn't have a clue what she should do, since there had been such a massive amount of money within arm's reach. It was only natural that Kraus had tried to dip his hands into it. It would also be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on all of it, but that would also run in conflict with her responsibilities. She was Ushiromiya Nesuhi, the woman who had become Kraus's wife and sworn to support him, the new head of the Ushiromiya family for her whole life. She had to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. She understood it logically, but she couldn't suppress the indescribable dejection that seemed to rise up from the dark depths of her heart. That's right, the father's hidden gold. 10 tons of gold is worth 20 billion yen. If I had that. That's right, if I had that, all our problems would be solved. Natsuhi, that's it. The witch's epitaph. Let's solve that. Let's solve it together. If we can just find the gold, Everything will work itself out. That's right. It must be hidden somewhere on this island. If we had that, if we had that. Though that hurts, dear, but please stop it. Kraus, acting as excited as if he had thought up a perfect, brilliant plan, grasped Natsuhi's upper arms tightly. Natsuhi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She wasn't just taken aback because she had heard him bring up something as fake sounding as the hidden gold. This was Kraus, who usually mocked the story of the hidden gold, saying that it didn't exist and that it was all an illusion his father had created to borrow a lot of money. That was why Natsuhi was doubly taken aback. Yes, let's have Jessica help us too. Maybe some things can only be solved with a child's sensitivity. This is a family crisis. All of us have to stick together. Yes, it's a fanciful riddle that Father created. We should be able to solve it, and there's no reason we wouldn't be able to solve it. It's the only way. Oh, Nasuhi, this is wonderful. We still have an option left, and right here next to us. The gold is on this island. If we had it, every one of our problems would be solved. Natsuhi, call Jessica here right away. Let's overcome this family crisis together. Yes, right now. The gold is on this island. It's right beside us. Unable to withstand the pain in the arm he was twisting in his excitement, Natsuhi knocked Kraus aside. Kraus tripped over the edge of the bed and flopped over onto the floor. But please get a hold of yourself and please calm down. Do you really think that this Ushiromiya family crisis could be solved by something as dreamlike as that? Nanatsuhi, please cool your head and think of a realistic plan to gather money. I'm going to go cool my head as well. Wait, Natsuhi. Maybe he had come to his senses the instant he fell over. Kraus tried to tell Natsuhi to stop, but she just kept walking. After closing the door forcefully, Natsuhi dashed away. Natsuhi ran through the corridor. Even though she didn't want anyone to see her like this, she ran headlong into Kinji. My deepest apologies. Madame, have you been injured? I'm fine. Leave me alone. Certainly. Oh, Genji, how are things going in Father's study? It is just as you left it, although Dr. Nanjo is in the parlor. Is that so? Do you have the key to the study? Yes, right here. Give it to me. Let me have some time alone with Father. If my husband asks where I am, tell him you don't know. Certainly. After grabbing the key to the study that Genji was holding out to her, Natsuhi rushed up the stairs. She then flew into the study, finally let out a wail, and cried. Father, please forgive our foolishness. My husband and I aren't capable of inheriting all that you created. Please, please, forgive us for our foolishness. and our crimes. And if you can forgive us, please guide the way for us fools. Clinging to Kinzo as he slept in the bed, Natsuhi cried even harder. She kept imagining Kinzo sitting up suddenly and patting her head. No, father isn't the type of person to pamper. Most likely, he would yell at me to stop being so noisy. However, neither of these imaginations came true because it was an undeniable fact that Kinzo had entered an eternal sleep. But even so, Natsuhi begged the sleeping Kinzo to forgive and help them. It was still only a few hours after his passing. Perhaps his soul was still here, listening to her. Believing this, Natsuhi begged for Kinzo's forgiveness and help even more earnestly. Too noisy. Haven't I always said that I hold silence as a virtue? That voice made Natsuhi jump up in surprise. When she faced in the direction that the voice had come from, she saw Kinzo sitting at the study desk, folding up his reading glasses. Did you get in a fight with Kraus again? Neglecting his wife like that? That Kraus only inherited my bad traits. The father! What a wretched looking face. Wash it. Aren't you the wife of the successor of the Ushiromiya family? You mustn't let the servants see you wear such a shameful expression. Yes, father. My apologies. Natsuhi understood. This was just an illusion, one that Natsuhi had created out of her desire to speak with a memory of Kinzo as he once was. No, that wasn't it. She believed that just now, for now, Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. She was sure that doubting this would cause it to vanish in an instant. It seems that at the instant the family headship was passed on, the family has reached a crisis. Yes, father, I wasn't able to support my husband. I am truly very sorry. The Ushiromiya family is so very cursed. It was in a terrible state when I succeeded the headship too. That makes your suffering seem almost cute in comparison. Kinzo's succession to the family headship had come suddenly. At the time, he had been nothing more than a single young man from a branch family, far separated from the Ushiromiya main family. The main family might have had honor and tradition, but Kinzo had had nothing to do with that. Then, the principal members of the main family were wiped out in the Great Kanto earthquake, along with their business. On top of that, there had been a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time. And the elders had all tried to impose their will on the others in that sinking ship. Because of this, they weren't even able to elect a leader to revive the Ushiromiya family. They then found a common ground and selected Kinzo, a youth with absolutely no ties to any of the opposing elders, to be the head. So the elders hadn't really entrusted Kinzo with the rebuilding of the Ushiromiya family. Kinzo had been nothing more than their puppet, with his arms and legs pulled in opposite directions. Yes, I know a lot about your days of suffering, Father. And then the war started. At the time, I was already tired of life. I hoped I would die on the battlefield, but I wasn't sent to the front lines. However, the state of the war grew worse with every day, and the time for decisive battle on the Japanese mainland seemed to grow ever closer. As terrible as it may sound, I prayed for that day to come quickly. After listening to the approaching footsteps of that reaper day in and day out, it is said that Kinzo started cutting his ties with this world one by one. And then, on that day when he had severed all his regrets, when he reached a state of enlightenment, it is said that he had a mystical experience. It is said that he met her, the Golden Witch, Beatrice. I made a contract with the witch and was given the power of gold and madness. On that day, the old me died, and a new me, possessing the insane power of the magic, was born. I know. And after the war, you used your ingenious cunning to revive the Ushiromiya family. The now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time had whispered to each other that Kinzo must have bumped his head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. That was how much Kinzo had stood out after the war. Whether the story about Kinzo meeting a witch was true or not, there could be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death, and let him reach a state of enlightenment. If he wanted to describe the mystical experience following all that as a meeting with a witch, that claim certainly shouldn't be dismissed out of hand. That's right. You returned from the war, conquered the witch Beatrice, and became the head of the Ushiromiya family in the truest sense. Correct. Before I met Beatrice, I was nothing more than a puppet, only the head in name. I only became the head after conquering the Golden Witch. Father, will this Golden Witch aid my husband Kraus now that he's the new head? Oh, she will, assuming that he has truly succeeded the headship. Well, what do you mean by truly succeeded? I mean, it depends on whether he bears the responsibility and pride of the Ushiromiya family head in the truest sense. Natsuhi, you should understand this. The headship is not inherited by blood. It is inherited through spirit and conviction. Even though Kraus is my eldest son, he cannot be called the true head if he does not possess these things. And if that spirit were to dwell in a human, even someone other than Kraus. They would make a splendid new head. Beatrice will lend her power to that true head. Isn't that right, Beatrice? When Kinzo called the witch's name, gold butterflies seethed out of every corner of the room. This fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. It was like standing in the midst of a blizzard of golden flower petals being blown about a rose garden of gold. As Natsuhi stared at the scene in shock, the gold butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. Then the witch of the portrait appeared. Indeed, I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, the golden witch Beatrice. I am free to run rampant. I listen to no one's orders. And there's only one person in the world who can control her. Me. That is why I am qualified to be the Ushiromiya family head. So, it's that pride of yours that qualifies you. Pride requires self-confidence and bravery, and it is the embodiment of the insatiable desire to gain power to match those traits. That is why I control you. Watching men who speak of pride turn those desires into reality can be quite pleasant. The quiet man of action is nothing more than an excuse used by the extremely lucky. A true monarch also speaks of what he doesn't have, and he makes that pride a reality without fail. If one is to control me, they must possess such a monarch's pride. Do you understand, Natsuhi? A true monarch fears no hardship. They declare they will overcome anything without fail, even if they haven't yet figured out how. This gives hope to the weak. They gather, revere the monarch, and swear to assist him. This is where power is gained and his word is carried out. Engrave that into your heart. Yes, Father. Natsuhi understood. Through this mystical experience, Kenzo was telling her how to prepare herself to overcome hardship, even after his own death. Feeling a warm sensation rise up in her chest, she let the valuable words Kenzo had given her echo through her mind over and over. A true monarch, in other words, the true head of the Ushiromiya family, must not fear hardship. Such a person must believe they can overcome any hardship. If they can't even believe it about themselves, then they'll have no chance of overcoming their challenges. She suddenly felt very ashamed of the way she had entered this room, sobbing and asking Kenzo what to do. I was foolish. Of course there's no time for crying when an Ushiromiya family crisis is upon us. And now that we have inherited the Ushiromiya family from you, Father, we must protect its honor no matter what. Even though you can't even draw a blueprint on how to repay Krause's debts. Beatrice laughed unpleasantly. No, that wasn't it. She was testing Natsuhi to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsuhi wasn't confused anymore. She answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes. Yes, at this moment, I have not yet discovered the method we should pursue. However, my husband is the new head of the Ushiromiya family, and I am his supporting wife. So, I will proclaim it in my husband's place. Let us hear it. Ushiromiya, Krause, and Natsuhi will definitely overcome these trials and protect the honor of the Ushiromiya family. You have nothing to worry about, Father. Do you know the scope of Krause's debt, as well as the horrible state things are in? Yes, if the worst happens and we are ordered to leave this mansion tomorrow, we won't be able to refuse. During the distribution of the inheritance, the relatives might even file a criminal complaint. However, there is no need to worry. We will repay all of the debts before then and restore our honor. As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude, Natsuhi proclaimed this clearly with Ushiromiya Kinzo and Beatrice as witnesses. For a while, they remained silent, as though weighing Natsuhi's resolve. Then Kinzo chuckled and turned away. How vexing! Why couldn't this person have been my son? The very fact that a woman with such a disposition married your son is another sign of your great luck. Beatrice, this is my final order. Now that you are no longer the head, I am not obligated to obey your orders. In that case, obey the orders of the new Ushiromiya family head. You are no longer the head, and Krause is not yet the head. Whom are you suggesting that I serve? I will leave that to you. It is up to you to decide who is qualified to succeed the Ushiromiya family head, and who is fitting to bear the mark of the one-winged eagle. You will ensure that it is so. I refuse. I won't listen to the orders of a man who isn't the head. No, this is different. This is a will, the last order that the head left behind for you. Then it seems I will have to obey. After all, I can be quite accommodating. Liar. You're only doing this because it caught your interest, aren't you? I can't hide anything from you, can I? Natsuhi? Yes, Father. Go and overcome your hardship. Yes, that might have seemed like a mere response to Natsuhi, but to Kinzo and Beatrice, it seemed to be something of much greater significance. Beatrice nodded deeply, and with a motion as elegant as her dress, she bowed deeply before Natsuhi. The Ushiromiya family outpost, the gold in which Beatrice is present. Shall I give you my aid to assist the Ushiromiya family in overcoming another crisis? Thank you. I will need your power. We will most certainly overcome these trials. I will not hold back on my support for your cause, but there is something I must warn you about beforehand. I understand that your troubles now could be solved if I were to grant you a vast quantity of gold, like I did when I saved Kinzo from his crisis. However, that is something I cannot do. Is that so? Sorry, Natsuhi. Beatrice's gold came from a contract limited to my generation. It was agreed that it could only be passed on to another if that person solved the witch's epitaph. The gold is sealed away by the epitaph. As long as that is not solved, you cannot be given the golden magic. I understand. Then I shall search for another method by which we can save ourselves from this crisis. My husband said that his plan would take time, but he also said that it would surely be sufficient to repay our debts. If we can buy enough time for that to happen, we will be able to overcome this trial. Good, Natsuhi. Continue. But Kinzo is already dead. The doctor and servants are preparing his funeral. You are about to contact the family members. By your own hand, you will bring an end to this ploy for a time. How charming is the guillotine where you lower the blade yourself. Startled, Natsuki looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything there, but even so, Natsuki had found something. So, the magical power has descended. Natsuki, have you made up your mind? What magic of miracles do you desire from me? Once again, all of those who had witnessed Kinzo's corpse were gathered in the study. Kraus was still impatient and clutching at his head. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanjo and Kumasawa wore bewildered expressions on their faces. But in stark contrast to all of them, Natsuhi wore a resolute expression. Dear, let me ask you one more time. Your plan for raising money is absolutely certain. Yes, give it a year. No, just half a year, and it will certainly bear fruit. But it's just impossible to hope for anything right now. Then we will wait. But you said it yourself. Father is already dead. Father has not passed away. He's still there, as healthy as ever. When Natsuki said this, everyone jumped and looked up, because they instantly understood what those words meant. However, Kraus alone didn't get it right away and asked her, What do you mean by that? Father is already, in reality, right there. I will say it again. Father is still in good health. He is busy with his research, so he'll be even less able to leave his study than usual. Because of this, we must handle all external affairs ourselves, so that Father can devote himself to his research without being burdened by meaningless tasks. In short, nothing will change from the way things have been. Do you understand, Genji? Yes, the furniture of the one-winged eagle will continue to serve the master. Kumasawa, and you, Dr. Nanjo, do you understand what I'm saying? Is that truly all right, Natsuhi-san? It may be true that Father passed away today, but if everyone right here, right now, believes, we can revive Father with magic. It's impossible, madame. That's just too much. The time of death will be made clear during the autopsy. We can't stop it from looking suspicious. Father will not pass away, so there will be no reason for there to be an autopsy. Of course, she wasn't planning to make it seem like Kinzo would live forever. The fake life given to Kinzo would only last until Kraus could repay his debts. After that, Kinzo's soul would finally be able to rest in peace. Nanjo repeatedly said that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy, but Natsuhi kept saying that this wouldn't be a problem. Father will not pass away by being reported dead. I see. He'll be reported missing. After clapping his hands together, Kraus stood up, shaking his fists. Yes, once we've managed to pay back the debt and finish our preparations for laying Father to rest, we will then announce that Father has disappeared. Rockenjima's vast, uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage a disappearance. One day, Kinzo would go out to the forest for a walk and never return. They then would search for him without success, and be forced to report his disappearance. If he disappears, we can file a report of his death even without a corpse. In other words, we can hide him long enough to have him declared legally dead. What do you think, Dr. Nanjo? There won't be any problems that way. Yes, that might work. Is this really okay, madame? If we stay silent, then I'm sure we could keep the master's death a secret. However, if we were to slip up even once and let someone find out, Kumasawa, don't be so loud. Father is sleeping right over there, correct? Are you trying to wake him? It isn't a corpse. Kenzo is sleeping. As Nasuhi said that, Kenzo lay quietly on the bed as though there was nothing at all odd about her words. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? What sort of life did you enjoy? Once again, a storm of gold butterflies started to swirl, covering Kenzo's cold body. Then, after the butterflies exploded into fine gold powder and disappeared, just like those fairy tales have been told over and over since long ago, Kenzo slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Father! Nasuhi, let me first make one thing clear. I did not coax you into doing this because of my attachment to life. You liar. Don't tell me you didn't anticipate this at least a little. How does it feel, Kenzo? How is your body? It isn't bad, but it feels somewhat like being in a dream. I feel light. You're a being that wasn't permitted to remain in this world, yet you still remain here. Don't start complaining about a little discomfort now. Is your body truly all right? Is it really okay? Actually, it feels quite pleasant. If this is what the world after death feels like, playing the ghost might not be half bad. How is this, Nasuhi? Kenzo has revived. That means a funeral is unnecessary. Your hardship has been resolved. But Beatrice, as Nasuhi tried to find words of gratitude amidst her confusion, Beatrice waggled her pointer finger and spoke. There is no need for thanks. A ruler is allowed to be proud. I will not pay heed to requests, but I will follow orders. Even so, I'll say it. Thank you. This way, you've bought some time for my husband. We will handle the rest. Be warned, Natsuhi. Kenzo may have revived, but that is not an eternal thing. It will only continue as long as my magic does. Be warned that the magic-resisting toxin might destroy the magic. You must understand the rules of magic correctly and work hard to maintain it. I can show you a miracle, but it is your role to grasp it and hold it. Of course, we definitely won't neglect the miracle you have given us. Very well. Yes, it would appear masters need to be changed out every once in a while, just like floor mats. I like it. I shall serve you, Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice. Call my name whenever you wish. I shall appear and grant you a miracle. Thank you. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I will employ you and protect the honor of the Ushiromiya family. The rose garden was truly splendid this year. The roses were blooming like crazy, as if competing with each other. In that rose garden, Kinzo, Kanon, and Natsuhi could be seen. Once again, the flowers have grown wonderfully this year. It must be the result of your care. Thank you very much. The weather just happened to be good this year. Thanks to your care, the garden is even more beautiful than usual. Good work. Thank you very much. If today weren't so special, we might have been able to admire the roses while enjoying some black tea. Kenzo shrugged. Today was the family conference. When it came to the other siblings' businesses, none of the news had been good. On the contrary, those siblings probably planned to turn the conversation to the topic of Kinzo's remaining life and hold a quiet feud over the inheritance. Those people are quite unpleasant. By the way, what about Kraus? Is that debt repayment plan of his proceeding well? It does seem to be a realistic plan. However, it's a plan on quite a large scale, and it doesn't seem to be bearing fruit quite as well as he expected. If possible, I would have hoped to have that resolved before today's family conference. Yes, my apologies. Are you sure you're okay, Kinzo? Casually walking around in a place like that? How had she gotten up there? Well, it's fairly pointless to wonder about that sort of thing when you're dealing with a witch. Beatrice was casually sitting on the roof of the arbor, almost as though she had been basking in the sun. Those relatives are like a massive lump of the magic-resisting toxin, and they'll be intruding in on us. If you bump into them, your soul will evaporate in an instant. I am already dead. Evaporating would be no detriment. We can't have that happen. Please, for the sake of the Ushiromiya family, lend us your strength just a little longer. Natsuhi, it seems the boat carrying the relatives has left the harbor. Perhaps it's about time to bring an end to this walk of yours. Is that so? Thank you. Please return to the study, Father. My, how tiresome to go back inside when the weather is this perfect. Don't grumble, Kenzo. Right now you're nothing more than a ghost I gave life to. It'll be troublesome for both me and Natsuhi if you're scattered away by the toxin. Just be a good boy, shut yourself away in the study, and wrap a blanket around yourself or something. Merely receiving the chance to enjoy these roses after death makes me an extremely fortunate man. I understand. I shall return to the study, but I would like some black tea. Kanon, tell Genji to bring me some. Perhaps some Marco Polo would do well today. Certainly. Then let us go our separate ways. Natsuhi, you must conduct the family conference splendidly in my absence. Of course, father. He can't say it in front of them, but my husband is already the Ushiromiya family head, and I will do all I can to ensure that I don't embarrass him as his wife. Compared to Kraus, who's had a tummy ache since this morning, you are so very composed, Natsuhi. My son is quite hopeless. My husband is talented in his own way. Supporting him where he's weak is my duty as his wife. Indeed, carry out your task with precision. I will make sure to stay shut away so that I don't get in the way of this farce. Canon, go with father to the study, and then have Genji prepare some black tea. I'm not so senile that I need your help to stand up. Here I go. Refusing Canon's attempt to lend him a hand, Kinzo rose from the flower bed he had been sitting on. The retired head left everything in Natsuhi's hands and returned to the study at a gentle pace. You're looking well. You possess a sense of dignity reminiscent of Kinzo's deceased wife. On the off chance that the magic-resisting toxin does reach father, will the magic dissolve in an instant? Indeed, in the blink of an eye, I can vanish whenever I please, but if someone already dead such as Kinzo loses his form, he'll be instantly tossed away like dust by the winds of the sun. You must take care. Yes, I understand. You may have talent as a witch. The magic-resisting toxin has been building up in your system over the years, and yet you're still able to understand magic. If you and I had met during your youth, you might have become a powerful witch by now.
Said, stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
I am the wife of Ushiromiya Kraus, the family head. I would become even a witch or a demon to protect his honor. I am deeply grateful for the power of your magic. I wouldn't have been able to protect the honor of the Ushiromiya family without you. Let's discuss that at another time. I would like to enjoy it with just the two of us women drinking tea. A friend of mine who went to Sri Lanka sent me some black tea with a wonderful rose fragrance. You mean Dembula? That isn't bad. Then you should also have some pati on the side. You must serve me some as a reward if I manage to trick everyone for this entire family conference. It's a promise. Understood. I promise. Then I'll see you later. Yes, later. The witch made her body crumble into the rustling winds, became gold flower petals, and scattered into thin air. Natsuhi watched her go, then turned on her heels and headed for the mansion. And then there were none left in the rose garden. Okay then, it's break time. Got any complaints so far? None at all. If you have to pee, why not just go and do it? What a rude thing to say. Kinzo is already dead, right? But he's walking around and talking, isn't he? Doesn't that mean this is magic? Of course, I doubt this move would work on you after all this time, Burn. But what about you, Battler? Isn't this weird? Don't you have to accept the existence of the magic that revived Kinzo? If you're trying to imitate Beato, it's pissing me off, so stop it right now. Figured it out? Then come on, how are you gonna answer, Battler? Kinzo was just out for a stroll. Why not act like you always do and start holding your head, crying? This makes no sense. Come on, use that old it's all useless catchphrase and then give me one of your classic nonsensical counter arguments. There's no way a human who's supposed to be dead could be walking around, right? Is this all because of some unknown virus called the Rockenjima syndrome that causes mass delusions? Or do the scales of a mysterious form of butterfly that only lives on Rockenjima happen to be hallucinogenic? Or is it all because a mysterious secret organization called the Mountain Dogs? Oh, they're just going to throw in a Higurashi reference, just random Higurashi reference. Okay. Made an as of yet undiscovered drug called Puru Puru Pico Puyo, which causes mass delusions. Let me hear tons of this wonderful crap. Just shut up. This isn't even a problem. Grandfather is dead at this point in time. There's no way he exists. The only reason he's able to act like he's alive like this is because of Aunt Nasuhi's lie, her attempt to make it through the family conference while hiding grandfather's death. Oh, it's Natsuhi's lie. You can revive the dead by lying. Wouldn't that make it Natsuhi's magic? This world is like a prawn tube before you've looked in it. It's the world of the cat box before you open it. As long as Aunt Nasuhi says she took a walk with grandfather, and as long as no one can confirm that it's a lie, it's possible to display Aunt Nasuhi taking a walk in the rose garden with grandfather as Nasuhi's reality. That means it's possible for grandfather to appear. That extremely unflattering applause was coming from Berncastel. Bravo! You're much calmer without Beato around. Quiet. You shut up, too. Wait a second, Battler. According to your theory, sure, it might really be possible for Kinzo to appear if Nasuhi's the only person there. If Nasuhi claims to have observed Kinzo in a world with no one except Nasuhi in it, then no one can deny it, right? But Kanon was in the same place, and he was also looking at Kinzo, right? How would you explain that? That's no problem at all. Kanon-kun is a servant who works for the Ushiromiya family. Aunt Nasuhi probably ordered him to keep to her story, so that she could hide grandfather's death. Because of that, Kanon can see grandfather even though he shouldn't exist, just like Aunt Nasuhi can. Too bad, Lambda. Battler isn't going to fall for that kind of child's play anymore. Seems so. Well, this is nothing more than an opening before the games really started, like an aperitif before a meal, an appetizer at a bar, green tea at a sushi restaurant. Shut up. So, we aren't going to get anywhere unless I say it again in blue text. Looks like it. Would you mind? The reason grandfather's strolling around like nothing happened, even though he's already dead, is that people who want to make it seem as though he's alive created an illusion of him. People who think the same way can share in that illusion. Then they'll talk as though grandfather actually exists and was with them until a second ago. That's why he's strolling around like it's perfectly natural. Because of this, the illusion of grandfather is unable to appear in front of people who aren't in on this with Aunt Nasuhi. That's why they made up the story of him shutting himself away in his study and refusing to come out. In the games before now, Grandfather has always locked himself up in his study. We never met him directly. However, some people said things that made us think he was locked up in his study in a bad mood, such as claiming to have met him only a short while ago. We blindly accepted their statements and believed that Grandfather was in the study. That's why it was possible for an illusion of Grandfather to exist in the study. That's right. In the games before now, the only people who met Grandfather were Uncle Kraus, Aunt Nasuhi, and the servants, because they all stuck to the same story. An illusion of Grandfather was able to exist on this island, making it seem like he was alive. You even showed us a scene.
Dishonest stream. Said. CHEAP viewers on LMJLHQG.
You even showed us a scene at the beginning of this game where Aunt Nasuhi convinced Dr. Nanjo and the rest to cover up Grandfather's death. I'm not going to fall for a cheap trick like that after all this time. Well, not bad, but I was hoping for the unknown drug, Puru Puru Pico Puyo. There's no way he would say something so ridiculous, right? After all, supposing that such a thing exists would be just as bad as surrendering to the fantasy genre. Whether it's a virus or a drug or an illness, anything that hasn't been discovered yet is in violation of Knox's fourth commandment. What do you mean, fourth commandment? Knox's fourth is forbidden for unknown drugs or difficult to understand scientific devices to be used. The rule states that such things can't be used during a murder. What the hell? Unknown drug X and unknown scientific device X should be the best kinds of weapons to use when fighting against a witch. That's what I'm talking about. All of those violate the rules of a proper mystery. Supposing an unknown virus, an unknown drug, an unknown sickness, or an unknown X was used puts it totally in the fantasy genre. My condolences. If that was your theory, then it's game over for you. Hey, what are you talking about? You think you've been fighting in direct opposition to Beato, but that's not actually true. You haven't been in direct opposition. You've been fighting along with her from a slightly different angle. All this playing detective you've done hasn't been fantasy versus mystery.
Morier. Said. Good afternoon, hope your day is going well.
My day is indeed going well. Thank you for checking. Welcome on in, Mora. I hope you are also having a wonderful existence. It's only been fantasy versus anti-fantasy. I don't have a clue what you're talking about, but there's one thing I do get. It sounds like you're saying there's something wrong with my fighting style. We are fighting to kill the fantasy known as the illusion of the witch. That means interpreting this tale as a proper mystery. In other words, from the very start, we have to ignore any and all elements that violate the taboos of the mystery genre. Ignore, you say. For example, several closed room murders have occurred in the games before now, right? Yes. At every single crime scene, you enthusiastically check with Beato to make sure there are no hidden doors, right? Then that leads to a flashy bunch of red truths weaving together all over the place, almost as though that itself is the battle. I call that a waste of time. After all, it's clearly specified in Knox's third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. In the mystery genre, hidden passages mustn't exist. So, if you want to interpret everything as a proper mystery, entering this whole debate over whether there are hidden doors or not means you've lost from the beginning. See, after all, there aren't any. As soon as you suspect that they might exist, it's already game over for you. In other words, you assume you can't start theory building just because no one's yet proven that hidden doors don't exist at the crime scene. That's why I call you naive and a failure at the mystery genre. You've already lost once you start thinking that. You thought you were waging a fight to interpret everything like a mystery novel, right? Then you've got to follow the conventions of the mystery genre. Well, that's it in a nutshell. Hidden doors must not exist at any of the crime scenes. That means any time spent asking whether they exist or not is wasted. I think I know what you're talking about. I've heard about it somewhere. Is this like the 10 basic rules for mystery novels or something? Yes, that's right. They're the 10 wedges for drilling witches brandished by Knox, the Puritan Archbishop of witch hunting. Those are the true weapons with which to fight and defeat the fantasy known as the illusion of the witch head on. It's just like you, Burn, to bring in such a troublesome weapon. That's the fantasy genre's arch enemy. So, you'll deny the existence of hidden doors right from the start without even investigating the crime scene. That sounds more like fantasy to me. Lambda, who's in charge of the witch's side, is fantasy. I'm the one who's fighting her. Mystery. What are you? You're just barely anti fantasy, doing nothing but dodging over and over, denying fantasy. You're opposed to absolutely everything, but you can't make any counter proposals. You're like a politician from some country. Shut up. I didn't come here to speak gibberish with you, too. Continue the story right now. Be quiet. That sleeping princess behind you looks like she's in pain, doesn't she? When he turned around, he saw Beato's living corpse resting in a chair. However, sweat glistened all over her body, and it felt like she was breathing a little harder than normal. She looked as though she was suffering from a high fever. Beato, what's wrong? Are you okay? What do you mean, is she okay? You sure do say some weird things. Aren't you fighting to kill this girl? We've rewound this fifth game for your benefit, but right now, Byrne has done a good job cornering her opponent and is about to break through the illusion of the witch. Her existence has been almost completely denied. It's only natural that she's suffering. Just now, even you smashed the illusion of the witch by saying there's no way Kinzo exists. Here's the proof that your attack reached Beato. This agony of hers. I tried to at least wipe away the sweat on Beato's forehead with a handkerchief. It's true I promised Beato that I would let her die, but it was supposed to happen peacefully. I wasn't planning to make her suffer first. My goal isn't to make the sleeping Beato suffer like this before killing her. As if they had seen right through to my mixed feelings, the two witches grinned. Dad only overheard because you kept yelling about the inheritance. Right, Aneki? It isn't my fault. It was just an unlucky coincidence, okay? He just happened to be in the corridor and heard. It was an accident, I tell you. An accident. Could you two give it a rest? Just call it our bad luck this time and give it up. If you leave a man alone, his mood will pop right back to normal. Hopefully father's feelings weren't hurt so much that he writes up some strange will. The relatives took a deep breath and fell silent. Hey, you can't jump around either, Maria. What'll you do if Angie Chan falls? Sorry to keep you waiting. The boat is ready. Okay, let's go. Won't get anywhere by complaining now. We eagerly await your return to this island. Natsuhi was sitting on a bench in the rose garden, looking completely worn out. However, when she noticed that Kanon and Kumasawa were coming back, she immediately sat up straight, regaining the dignity of a head's wife. Did the boat leave? Yes, it departed just a minute ago. I see. Good job seeing them off. What is my husband doing? He returned to his room a short while ago. He is resting. Since the previous day, Kraus had been almost overwhelmed by anxiety over the thought that Kinzo's death might be discovered. When the family conference ended, his wariness must have suddenly gotten a hold of him. However, the way he had refused to let even a sliver of his true intentions slip out, and the manner in which he had managed to act as though everything was normal, showed that Krause's nerve was nothing to sneeze at. How was it? Did they seem to notice anything suspicious about father? Not at all. Eva Sama and the rest were having a big ruckus over how the master overheard them talking about the inheritance. Right? Wasn't their panicking just priceless? Yes, they were quite shaken up. But Kumasawa, you really are quite an actress. The way you acted all panicked in the corridor made it seem like father really was there. Kumasawa-san is quite talented at that sort of thing. Come now, I don't deserve such praise. I always have to give Genji strict orders not to easily swallow your stories when you call in sick. Now that's just too harsh, madame. You really did a good job, both of you, as well as Genji and Shannon. You'll get your pay for a month's worth of past vacation time, as well as 5 extra days, just as promised. Consider this as Consider this as a confidential benefit. Talk with Genji when you collect your pay so that the other servants don't find out. Sure, we understand, right? Kumasawa-san, your voice is too loud. Not good, not good. Good point. Let's leave it at that for the time being. We should all return to our regular duties. That's right. I've had Goda prepare some special tea. Tell him to serve it. Natsuhi let them know she wanted to be left alone for a while, so she could drink some black tea in the rose garden. The black tea that had been carried all the way to the bench was the Sri Lankan tea tempura that she had promised Beato, along with some patties. Sitting on either side of the snet, staring at it curiously, the wife of the head and her witch could be seen. So this is Patty's. I just assumed there would be some kind of baked sweet. Apparently Natsuhi, not realizing that it had a curry-like spicy flavor, had started choking after putting it in her mouth. To describe it in Japanese terms, it was like fried dumplings stuffed with mashed curry-flavored potatoes. As a household dish, it would probably be pretty popular with the kids. However, it was something of a shock to Natsuhi, who expected that a treat to go with tea would be sweet. Didn't you know? Tempura always goes with this. Black tea always goes with cookies. Chocolate is good too. We must have sweet bean jelly with Japanese tea, although salted kombu also works. Chinese tea goes with Chinese dumplings, though I like mooncakes too. I'm surprised. You know a lot about various cultures, don't you? Well, I haven't been living 1,000 years for nothing. I've tried refined teas from all over the world. Perhaps you could call it a journey through the world of tea. That does seem like it would be a wonderful way to travel the world. Before today, I never knew that one could enjoy tea like this. I will treasure this experience. I cannot leave Rokkenjima. This is the only way I can travel. What about you? I'm sure you've elegantly traveled the world like any wealthy wife might. Before Jessica was born, my husband took me to many countries. Before marrying, I never once traveled overseas, so each time was a fresh and new experience. Sounds like you were also born into a very rigid family. It was strict, but they gave me a wonderful upbringing. It would be rude to my father and mother to call that rigid. That's a pretty eloquent way to call it rigid. Kraus might have pitied Natsuhi, or he might have wanted to take her away from the rigid Ushiromiya family for a little bit and let her rest. Or he might simply have wanted to take his wife around countries he knew well to show off everything he knew. Unlike father, my husband is fond of Asian nations. Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea, Thailand. I think we also went to Malaysia. That Kraus, was he trying to rebel against Kenzo's Western tastes? But Asia is good too. After all, the Japanese are strongly influenced by the West. When they think of foreign countries, only Western ones come to mind. But you mustn't forget the East. I myself knew a few things about the West, but I knew very little about the East. I seem to recall my husband making fun of me now and then during our travels. Beato subtly peered into Natsuhi's heart as the latter grumbled that the trips had all been very tiring. Are you listening? This is called an areca nut. It's a popular luxury food item around here. It looked like a small, round gourd nut that had been smashed with cucumber wedged in it. At a glance, it looked as though it probably tasted like pickles. I see, so I just bite it here. As she tried to bite the one her husband was holding, he suddenly moved it away. It felt kind of embarrassing, like she was a fish after some bait. Wait up, you have to eat it a certain way. Yes, you are supposed to bite it, chew it, but don't swallow it. Even though you bite and chew it, you can't swallow it. Yes, bite and chew, don't swallow, and don't drink the juice. It'll make your tummy hurt. I don't understand. Why would you eat something like that? Think of it as something like gum. Chew it and enjoy the flavor. And take the scraps you've bitten and the juice and spit it out into a paper cup like this. Dear, the inside of your mouth is bright red. Wipe it off, wipe it off. Even her favorite handkerchief, which she had wiped Krause's mouth with, had bright red marks on it. Something that's poisonous if eaten or drunk, and it makes the inside of your mouth so bright red, and having to spit something out after you put it in your mouth. How indecent. Thinking this, Natsuhi adamantly refused Krause's invitation. No way, no way. I don't need any, I don't need any. This is a cross-cultural experience. What's the point of traveling if we don't do things that can only be done here? Krause kept chewing, ignoring the fact that even his lips were being colored bright red. Father likes these too. He must have ordered them long ago because he used to chew away at them on the mansion's terrace. Although it seems he stopped ever since you arrived. Look here, Father, the person you respect even more than me, enjoyed these all the time. Look, look, don't be shy, take some. No, stop it, dear. During travel, Krause had the innocence of a child. He didn't even conceal his jealousy of the respect Natsuhi normally gave Kinzo. Just being able to see that side of her husband made traveling all the way to another country worthwhile. Krause urged her even harder to bite it, but Natsuhi, undaunted, ran from place to place and finally yelled that he was being too pushy. Krause was miffed the whole bus ride. What a child to let a little thing like this get him down, Natsuhi thought exasperatedly. Then a native tour guide in the bus took out one of these areca nuts and started explaining about it. It had apparently been a beloved luxury item in these parts since ancient times, similar to tobacco. Just like in Natsuhi's case, it was starting to be disliked by young people and was becoming obsolete. Furthermore, it was treated as a good luck charm in this area and was known as a symbol for couples. She looked at her husband's face. He turned away abruptly, but looked like his cheeks had gotten a little red. So, you then leaned on your husband and held his hand, did you? What the heck? You and your husband share a pretty pure love, don't you? Did you get all fired up? You know, like that night. Red-faced and avoiding Beato's eye, naturally he tried to hide her embarrassment by swallowing the patties whole, chewing with her cheeks puffed out like a blowfish. Beato said yes, this is the best snack anyone could have with tea, and nodded several times, a broad smile on her face. However, that's only how it was when we were newlyweds. Right now, I cannot even leave Rockingham. I'm a bird in a cage. Well, it's the same for me. I can keep dying, but I just can't escape Rockingham. I'm also a bird in a cage. I don't know much about you, and I won't pry. However, I do see that you face circumstances not to be taken lightly. I have no desire to act like the chief prisoner here. Let's be friendly as fellow birds in this cage. I've taken a liking to you. Really? Thank you. The instructions and orders you gave the servants for this family conference were superb. You took everything from where Kinzo would be and when, what he did, and what he left behind, and put it all together splendidly without any contradictions. That detailed written plan of yours had the same beauty as a high-level magic circle, to make it look like Kinzo actually existed and was living life his own way. She had written his schedule for the day down to the finest detail and made the servants follow it to the letter. When did he meet whom and where, and what did he leave them? When did he do what and where, and what changed? As a result, even though the relatives never saw Kinzo even once, they hadn't suspected in the slightest that he hadn't been there. Eva and the rest truly believed that Kinzo had just happened to be walking through the hall when he heard them talking about the inheritance, and went into a rage. Everything had gone just as Natsuhi's plan had predicted, down to the finest detail, and the cooperation by the servants had also worked smoothly, down to the finest detail. We had to stop the secret from getting out, no matter the cost. That's why I double-checked the plan thoroughly. Your willpower and attention to detail summoned success with certainty. As a witch, it seems that you're in Lady Lambda Delta's camp. At your current level, as soon as you become self-aware that as magic, you will be worthy of calling yourself a witch apprentice. If you call something like that magic, then that would make Kumasawa the witch of vain illnesses. It's only on busy days that she calls us to say she's taking the day off because of her bad back. Like every year's family conference, for example. Oh no, you've got Kumasawa completely wrong there. She's a witch of a much, much higher level. If you knew what she really was, it would shock you. Watching these two have their pleasant chat was another pair with steam rising from their black tea. However, this second pair was in a world that the first couldn't see, where golden roses bloomed. Ronov was kind enough to make us some of that Dembula tea too. It felt as though Beato muttered something. For the first time, it felt as though something had gotten through to her. Surely she had taken an interest in the black tea and felt like drinking it. Thinking this, Battler took Beato's cup and her hand, making her hold the cup. Beato's eyes trembled sadly, and her fingers shook, almost as though she couldn't even move her fingers as she wanted to, and was mourning the fact that she could no longer enjoy the tea she had once loved by her own power. That's how she looked. So Battler put his hand on Beato's, grabbed hold of the teacup, and lifted it to her lips. Then, though it was only a single mouthful, Beato sipped. The days they had been locked in a killing fest with red swords and blue wedges already seemed like the distant past. Now, not only was Beato unable to do that, it was even difficult for her to make her body do as she pleased. Even just drinking a mouthful of black tea like this was hard. How is it? That rose aroma makes for a great black tea. Do you like it? Of course, Beato didn't respond. What happened to you? Is this another strategy? Are you pretending to be in a slump so you can shock me later? If that's what you're after, the same trick won't work again, so give it a rest. I can't get fired up with you like this. Isn't it about time for you to start laughing loudly, saying, "Caught you, dumbass," or something? Any kind of joke stops being funny if you drag it out too much, especially if it's a rehash. Laugh, just like you're cackling over there as you drink with Aunt Nasuhi. Can't you at least grin? Never again. This child will never laugh again. Those sudden words were exceedingly cruel. How can you say that for sure? Don't you try to take Beato's right to laugh away from her. Oh, should I say it in red then? I shook my head furiously. Then, with an expression that didn't reveal her thoughts in the slightest, Berncastel spoke while looking at Beato's face, and the word she used was completely incomprehensible to me. Congratulations. For what? Beato is like this as a result of your victory. What are you talking about? You said something interesting in a previous game. You said this would be torture, where you both torment each other. That was right. It's torture for Beato as well. And you won that torture game. That's why Beato's soul was killed, why she became a doll-like corpse. Are you saying I did this to Beato? The battle ends when one of you loses the will to try and win. As far as the battle between you and Beato goes, that was already concluded in the previous game. Well, it probably happened without you noticing though. In that case, why hasn't the game ended if I've already won? Why is this game still continuing? The shackle attached to that girl's ankle. That's a rule Lambda made. Even if Beatrice tries to yield or gets discouraged or gives up, she isn't capable of stepping down from the game. That's the rule. Or maybe it's a curse. In the past, I supported you when it looked like you were going to give in, though you probably couldn't perceive it. I assisted you by giving you hints and making things go your way. That's why you're able to be here now. Remember? Remember how I saved you? Berncastel stared at me. It's true I wasn't aware of it, but just maybe I was saved by her. In the same way, Lambda is supporting Beato, and this time, Beato is on the verge of giving in. That's why Lambda's been giving her support this round, to keep her from giving in. That's what the shackle is. By refusing to let her resign, she's rescued Beato within the game. Rescued her from what? Normally, there are only two ways for this game to end. Either one side will accept defeat and resign, or one side will win the game with a checkmate. Beato was about to collide with the first way. That's why Lambda crushed that chance and managed to just barely avoid losing. By the rules of this game, that's an impressive bit of support. So, the only way this game can end now is if I win. At the very least, until I do win, this witch called Lambda Delta can probably try to buy time for Beato to make a comeback. But that'll just prolong Beato's suffering even more. Neither of us want that. Both Beato and I fought with all we had, trying to win. The game repeated several times because we were both giving it everything we could muster. Then, that one time, we confronted each other head on with all of our strength, and Beato acknowledged her loss. She said she wanted me to end this game and entrusted everything to me. So, Berncastell's words are the truth. She said it's my fault Beato's become a living corpse. That's true, but it's something both of us wanted. Our match has already been resolved. Even so, the game won't end. That's why Beato put her trust in me. She told me to win quickly and end this game. Now that the game's been resolved, letting it continue any further means endless torture for Beato. Nothing more than a nightmare. I've got to give her perfect checkmate in this game in the truest sense. And let her rest in peace. For that reason, I'll keep fighting, but by continuing the game, Beato's eternal torture will continue. It felt as though I could only let her sleep peacefully by slowly strangling her to death. I'm starting to feel like truth doesn't matter anymore. As long as Beato's satisfied, who cares what happens in the game? Beato resigned. I'll abandon the truth of the illusion of a witch and return home with my family. Is there anything wrong with that? If only Lambda Delta hadn't placed the curse of that shackle on her, this battle would be over already. That's why I found it detestable. This game, which I can't finish without tormenting Beato more, is detestable. What's this? Beato's starting to look like she's in pain every time you get closer to the truth. So you're suddenly going easy on her. Then go easy on her as much as you can. And why don't you just let Beato win while you're at it? Then your little sister can have a lonely, tragic future forced on her endlessly. That's not how it is. That's right. I have to return for Angie's sake as well. I know this isn't the time to start feeling compassion for Beato. In that case, make sure you kill her. Kill this witch without fail. Even though Beato was right there, Berncastel spoke without holding back. Your goal is to kill this woman. In the last game, you said it at Beato's request. You said, I'll kill you. Yes, that may be true, But that doesn't mean you get to complain about it. Did you know? When you tear one of your fingernails out, it's better to do it in one go. Pulling it out like you do, timidly, twisting and slow, hurts much, much more. What you're doing sounds much more like torture to me. If you have any compassion, kill her all at once. That's how killing works. That's none of your business. I'm the one who gets to decide how to perform her last rites. You and that Lambda Delta witch have nothing to do with this. I'll kill her. I won't let anyone else do it. As long as you don't lose that willpower, I'm betting on you. Okay? Make sure you don't forget. Unless this game is resolved, you will never be released. You won't be allowed to abandon this game either. I get it. I know what Lambda's after. She wants to make you lose your will to fight, just like Beato. To make you a pair of living dolls, to keep this world in perpetual equilibrium. You don't want that, do you? I wouldn't like it either. Why should I give a damn about what you want? Still, I won't throw this game away. I won't abandon my responsibility to fight against Beato. I'm glad our goals are the same. So, you'll be able to kill this child without any hesitation, right? That's right. I have no way of knowing whether those words eased her pain or hurt her, but I can tell by the dull tingling in my chest that I surely believe I've hurt her. I have no way of knowing what the silent Beato feels. If I think I've hurt her, does that mean she's actually been hurt? And if I didn't think I had hurt her, would that mean no one's gotten hurt because of me? So, about that Beato who's drinking tea over there with Nasuhi, you can handle that, right? Yes, no problem. It's the same as it was with Kinzo. Beatrice doesn't exist. This is a fake illusion of a witch that Natsuhi created, since she believed she was borrowing a witch's power when she thought up a brilliant plan to overcome hardship. It only looks like they're drinking together because Lambda Delta, who's the game master and the one telling the story, interpreted it that way. If you could stare at this scene without a fragment of love for Natsuhi, you wouldn't see an illusion like that. That's why with my eyes, all I can see is Natsuhi, all alone, drinking her tea in silence. Without love, it cannot be seen. Because love is lacking, it cannot be seen. You're looking at a daydream Natsuhi's showing us. Beatrice doesn't exist there. Beato mumbled softly. It was a small voice that made it sound like she was in pain. The thorn of Berncastell's truth had stabbed into her chest. Yes, that's probably true. I think your theory's right. But don't say that in front of Beato. It doesn't matter where I say it. This is Beato's world we're in. Also, It's not like I'm protecting Beato, but it's still possible Aunt Nasuhi really is drinking tea with some unknown person X, who calls himself Beatrice. The scene takes place a year before everything. The number of people on the island on this day has never been shown with the red truth. Sure, even Lambda hasn't said anything in red about the number of people on Rokkenjima on this day. In that case, it's possible for Aunt Nasuhi to claim that she really did drink tea with a woman calling herself Beatrice. Just like I can't deny your theory, you can't deny mine. That means you can't say for sure whether the Beato there is an illusion or not. Is this catbox theory that might have worked on Beato, but it won't work on me? Why not? After all, Natsuhi is drinking tea all by herself, right there. There was a violent sound of glass breaking, and the Beato who laughed happily and cracked jokes about Natsuhi's newlywed years was erased. A lonely wind blew, and the one person who remained on the bench drinking tea with a tired expression was Aunt Nasuhi, all by herself. Beato groaned. I could see clearly that she was in anguish. Another illusion of the witch had been smashed, drawing Beato towards death. In short, this is what the battle to let Beato rest in peace is all about. A second ago, Berncastel likened our fight to the torture of tearing fingernails out. If I have to tear them out anyway, then my last bit of compassion towards Beato should be to minimize that pain. In other words, even if I want to minimize her pain, I still have to cause it. I have to accept it, that look of anguish on her face. And at the same time, I realized what a merciless thing the red truth was. Right now, in this rose garden, there's no one except Aunt Nasuhi. In other words, there are no observers except for Aunt Nasuhi. So, if that lone observer were to say that she had had some tea with Beato, no one should be able to refute that. If there's something no one can deny, doesn't that mean it's truth? Aunt Nasuhi is enjoying the roses and drinking tea together with Beato. How could anyone have the right to mercilessly trample that pleasant moment? The red truth is like a blade. In a battle with a witch, it's a blade that sometimes tears your theories apart, but sometimes becomes a weapon you can fight back with. I know. So what? Don't use it without reason. A blade is a tool if you use it when you're supposed to, but it's a weapon if you use it out of malice. True enough, Aunt Nasuhi wasn't really drinking tea with a witch. However, saying that with the red truth probably has nothing to do with our game. Our game is the tale of October 1986. The 2 days of the crime give us more than enough time to injure each other, with our red and blue blades glistening. This isn't about the illusion of the witch. It's about Aunt Nasuhi's privacy. How could anyone have the right to expose that? Do you want to acknowledge that a witch actually existed here and drank tea with Natsuhi? Weren't you trying to deny the existence of witches? That's right. If we're talking about our game, the 2-day period from October 4th to October 5th in 1986. But I have no desire to question whether or not witches exist outside that game board. In the first place, the devil's proof argument makes it impossible to deny the existence of witches. And, according to the rules of this game, saying something like what you did in red is a forbidden move that leads to a stalemate. You can't deny the existence of witches, not even with the red truth. True, I never thought I would hear you talk so glibly about witches existing. Not bad, Lambda. You've done a good job getting Battler stuck between his human culprit theory and the idea that witches existing wouldn't be so bad. She really excels at controlling human hearts. Looks like I'd better start helping you out even more. I really couldn't care less about you two. Disappear. This game is between Beato and me. We're going to keep this game to ourselves. No way. What? After all, I'm enjoying this game too. Berncastel disappeared, leaving only that unpleasant laugh behind. After that, all that remained was Nasuhi sipping tea all alone. Beato, her hand still on the teacup as she stared blankly at the surface of the liquid. And me, Berncastel and Lambda Delta. Virgil Ia called them your friends, but you really should choose your friends more carefully. Or wait, maybe they actually make a good match with an ill-natured person like you. Beato didn't answer. Battler took Beato's hand, made her hold the cup again, and brought it to her lips. Beato made a quiet sound in her throat and drank another gulp. Then Natsuhi's lonely tea time ended. That truth, which was Natsuhi's alone and observed by no one else, had been defiled. In Natsuhi's world, surely, that tea party, which had been peaceful despite her annoyance at Beato for making fun of her too much,
Stream
came to an
Elements
end.
said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
And the two of them parted ways. However, in Natsuhi's exposed truth, she was all alone. Natsuhi tottered away. On the bench, only a single person's cup remained. After dashing to her bedroom, Jessica answered the phone call that had been transferred there. Hello? Sorry to keep you waiting. Battler, what do you think you're doing, not contacting us for 6 years? How's it going? Really? How the hell would I know? Shut up. So that means you'll be coming to this year's family conference, right? I mean, it's been 6 whole years. 5 businessmen in expensive suits were visiting in the parlor, giving Kraus and Natsuhi a progress report on their business. Spread out on the table were the blueprints and designs for a building, as well as documents related to expenditures and the like, so packed that even a teacup would have gotten in the way. Officially, they were here to give Kraus a progress report, but in actuality, Kraus had called them all the way over to Rokujima so that Natsuhi could hear from them directly. This was because Natsuhi needed to hear someone other than her husband explain what condition their business was in. In other words, even though another family conference without Kinzo was approaching, their business had not yet earned them any money. After telling the guests to wait for a short while, Kraus took Natsuhi out into the hall and once again summarized the situation. In short, they say the work is proceeding even better than we imagined. This is where my personal connection to the governor really starts to pay off. By now, it's absolutely impossible for this catch to get away from us. To the contrary, it's grown so big that in one go, we'll be able to regain not just that power of attorney, but everything we've lost up to this point as well. Kraus spoke passionately. This made it seem all the more suspicious to Natsuhi, but this time, at least, she had to admit that everything really did seem to be going well. Certainly, this business Kraus boasted of had expanded in scope over the last year, and was promising an even greater payoff than had been initially accepted initially. Certainly, this business Kraus boasted of had expanded in scope over the last year, and was promising an even greater payoff than had been anticipated initially. Whether it would prove to be a winner or not, investors had gathered around it, and they were rapidly gaining funds. This must be what they mean when they say money summons money. It was probably the greatest success of Krause's life so far. No, it probably would be his greatest success yet. That point was where Natsuhi's misgivings lay. True, it was certain, and as Krause had said, they wouldn't lose this catch now. However, the fish on the line had gotten too big. We'll definitely be able to reel this fish in. There's no need to rush. It's such a success that I wish I could show it to Father, if he were still alive. Yes, I know. However, I believe you made me a promise last year. You said you were sure you could manage something within a year. A pained look rose to Krause's face. They certainly had hooked a fat fish that guaranteed great success. However, it would require an appropriate amount of time to reel it in. Natsuhi pressed Krause, asking if there was any way for them to make money before this year's family conference. But Krause kept saying that he needed just one more year. Krause planned to use this unprecedented success to catapult them into further challenges in the future. Because of this, he didn't want to do anything that would raise suspicions by making it seem like they were rushing to get money. Certainly, fortune tends to turn against people who take it for granted, even in the slightest. Anxious beggars never prosper. On many occasions before now, Krause had gotten cold feet and sold off businesses that would surely have brought in a profit had he just waited, and had, in effect, given away his winning picks. Natsuhi also knew this. She knew that guts were the thing her husband lacked most. That's why she was unable to refuse when Krause said he wanted to prudently wait just one more year. How wonderful that things are going well. It would appear I'll have to sit around here as a ghost for a little longer. You don't look too disappointed. You're fated to be chewed to bits by demons the moment you leave this world. My apologies, Father. For one more year, you might not be granted peace. It is fine. Fear not, Nasuhi. I am no longer the Ushiromiya family head. The ghost of the study should obediently follow the current head's commands. I've taken a look at Krause's charts, and they aren't bad at all. Even from your perspective, Father. They're pretty good, even from my perspective. Everyone is confident in victory, gathering together a significant quantity of magical power. As a result, that victory is growing ever deeper, involving more and more people and magic, beginning to create gold, a perfect embodiment of classic alchemy. If you've earned even the Golden Witch's approval, that is very reassuring. Rejoice, Nasuhi. This business of Krause's will save the Ushiromiya family from its crisis without fail. Thank you very much. And if you would once again, indeed, we'll have to overcome one more family conference, won't we? Yes, I think things went well last year, but I imagine some of the relatives will find it suspicious. I think this year's conference will be a critical time. During last year's family conference, you were correct to predict that the same thing might have to happen again. Even for those who aren't witches, preparing for the worst case scenario is one of the basics for getting on in this world. So, what will you do this year? Just like last year, I will see to it that a high concentration of the servants who know Father's secret are there on the day of the conference. Some of the relatives may already have noticed. That Father isn't around. A careless show might actually put us in more danger of exposure. Indeed, it is said that too much is as bad as too little. Then what will you do? Unlike last year, I think we'll go with a plan that has you staying inside your study until the end. That would be suitable. Barricades are straightforward and simple. A final trump card. No matter how strongly the toxin fills this mansion, as long as the closed room barrier remains around this room, it will be impossible to deny Kenzo's existence. I guarantee that myself. However, when forming a barricade, it is inevitable that you will be surrounded. I know. Even so, I beg that both of you lend us your power just one more time. I cannot disobey the orders of the new head. Furthermore, a ghost cannot disobey the orders of the living. If you tell me not to leave this room, I will obey. Thank you very much. I'm not satisfied. If you want me to lend you my power, I won't listen to a mere request. Yes, you are the family alchemist, so I won't ask you to help. I order you to help. Your magic is the one thing we can rely on. Use that power to create an illusion of Father just one more time. Very well. I hear and obey. I find your confidence quite pleasing. From the shadows of the study, Battler watched the exchange between these three. I see. So we've made it to this year's family conference. Grandfather was in a bad mood, so he shut himself in his study and didn't appear in front of anyone. Natsuhi spoke boldly about how she would somehow overcome this year's crisis and protect the Ushiromiya family's honor until the end, while Kinzo praised her, saying that her plan looked promising. Beato also praised her, saying that Natsuhi's dignified confidence was even more well suited for the headship than Krause's. However, right now, the true number of people in this room was. The moment I thought that. No, just because I thought it, Beato grabbed at her chest and moaned. Don't worry. This is still outside the game board, so I won't deny you or grandfather over there. I put my hand on Beato's as she tried to hold back the pain deep inside her chest. I've already told Berncastel. The 2-day period of the 1986 family conference is all I need to deny the illusion of the witch. In the last game, you said and read that grandfather's dead at the start time for all games. However, you never mentioned whether grandfather was alive or dead before the start time for the games. In short, Even if grandfather exists in this place right now, that doesn't create any contradictions. My hand touching her let off a faint blue light, which seeped into her chest. That light tenderly wrapped itself around the splinters in Beato's chest. And I also can't deny the existence of the Beatrice in this place, the number of people on this island outside the game board. In other words, before October 4th, 1986, has not been proclaimed in red. Therefore, there's nothing strange about Beatrice existing here. Beato's expression softened slightly. My blue light slowly began to melt the red splinters that denied the illusion of the witch. Beato still wore the same sad expression, but she lifted her face and looked me straight in the eye. Though she was silent, her eyes told me that her pain had subsided. The feelings that showed in her eyes were gratitude for taking the pain away, and appreciation, or was it surprise, for leaving even a tiny bit of leeway for witches to exist. Unable to look directly at those pure eyes of hers, I reflexively averted my gaze. Don't get the wrong idea. I don't plan on accepting the existence of witches or surrendering. I just want to let that part slide and fight stoically, so that I can win this game against you. I have no desire to bully you outside the game board as well. Beato hung her head. I was still facing away from her. However, we waited wordlessly for a while, my hand still on hers. By now, no one would believe that this sad-eyed woman was the same person as that prideful Beato. So, I asked once more. Even though I said it aloud, it wasn't a question to her. I was asking myself, just what in the world were you thinking? That's right. Even though this is Lambda's game, I have to find you here. I have to find what you thought and what you were trying to do. Very soon, this game will also reach October 4th, 1986. The fifth game will finally begin, and this time I'll reach the end of that journey. I'm not worried about the surface level stuff, like murders and tricks. What did you, the Golden Witch Beatrice, think, and why did you do what you did? What were you hoping for? That's what I'm going to find out. That's right. I already know how I can reach the end of that journey. It's been made clear to me since the very beginning. This time, I'll spin the chessboard around. I'll read this tale not from my side, but from yours. And this time, I'll understand you. I'll pick my way to your heart. I won't let you feel pain. Don't worry. I won't let those witches use you as a toy anymore. Beato looked up at me again and gave a small nod. That's right. The position of Game Master might have been snatched up by Lambda Delta. However, as long as I continue this contest with the intent of fighting against Beato, our fight will continue no matter who controls the game board. Very soon, the curtain will rise on our game. At this year's family conference, we must conceal the Master's secret once again. Yes, I understand. I'm a little doubtful that the same trick will work twice. Madame shares your concerns. Because of that, it was decided that this year he will not leave the study even once. In other words, we'll make it seem like he's been shut away in his study the whole time. Yes, and the only ones allowed to enter the study are the three of us. The servants permitted to wear the one winged eagle, which means the three of us will have to perpetuate the lie about the master. Correct. The relatives will probably question you about the master's health and mood. Make sure you answer without hesitation and see to it that nothing's seen as suspicious. Yes, I understand. I'm sure you'll screw up right away, Nay-san. Maybe it's better to say you have a cold or something so you can skip that day. Though that's mean. Cannon wasn't just making fun of her. He only wanted to release Shannon from the burden of working on this most serious of days. Genji-sama, is it really necessary for Shannon to be on duty? We can manage things well enough without her. That I cannot do. Madame gave strict orders that the three of us be scheduled to work on that day. Yes, I am prepared to perform my duties successfully. Don't screw up. I won't. Shannon grew sullen and Cannon shrugged. Then Genji told them that they weren't taking this seriously enough. Shannon, Cannon, the master we serve has already passed away. However, until he has truly passed on, we will continue to serve. That study is not empty. The master is still there, hard at work on his usual research. Make sure you take that to heart. Yes, Genji-sama. Father has already passed away. That's insane. Settle down. It's only a possibility. It's well known that Takeda Shinjin said in his will that his death was to be kept secret for 3 years. Know about that? Is that how it went? My Japanese history isn't so great. At the time, Takeda was in the middle of a war with Oda and Tokugawa. If people learned about his death at a time like that, it would probably have had a bad impact on the war. Because of that, he left a will saying that his death should be kept hidden for 3 years. Hideyoshi did the same thing, right? He totally suppressed information about the death of his master, Oda Nobunaga, so that the enemy wouldn't find out. Quickly made peace with Mori and defeated Akechi in the Battle of Yamazaki. On the other hand, Shibata Katsuie failed at this. The enemy, Uesugi, learned of Nobuyuki's death, so Shibata had to deal with an unexpected counterattack and got slowed down. That's why, later on, he suffered a great loss against Hideyoshi in the fight for the succession. Hideyoshi, who had a strong fascination with the commanders of the Sengoku period, would always show off his paws when he got the chance. Wincing slightly even made him get back to his point. So basically, the whole time since last year's family conference, I felt as though something was strange. You mean the time when Rudolph and I were talking about the inheritance and Father overheard us from the hall? That's just it. Natsuhi-san and the servants kept saying Father was here or there, and that he seemed to be in a bad mood. But not a single one of us relatives saw Father, right? If what you're thinking is right, what does that mean? Does it mean Nini-san's trying to keep all the inheritance for himself? Of course, hiding someone's death is a very dangerous thing to do. And all things considered, I'm not sure Kraus-san would be willing to do it just to have the inheritance to himself. But it is possible. Well, it's true that Nii-san has always been greedy. He always used to take things that were meant for all of the siblings, keeping them all for himself. Kraus-san is supposed to be the richest of the siblings. Kraus Sand's scheme and took the inheritance all to himself to the point of accepting the risk of hiding father's death. Sounds a tad unbelievable to me. Even so, last year's family conference was so strange. I can't help but wonder. Eva and the others were painfully aware of how reckless it would be to try and see Kinzo when he was in a bad mood. So, during last year's family conference, once they heard about Kinzo getting into a terrible mood, they never made an attempt to contact him. That was why, to this very day, they hadn't found it suspicious that Kinzo had never appeared. It certainly is worth suspecting, but I wonder if Nissan would really do something as appalling as hiding father's death. For all his pride, that man has a coward side to him. Would he really make such a once-in-a-lifetime bet? Either way, it would probably be a good idea to make sure we get a chance to meet with father during this year's conference. The rumors are really bad. Sounds like Aniki's business is failing even worse than we had imagined. Like he's taken massive losses and is giving it all he's got just to try and cover it up. That'll make it very difficult to borrow money from him. Yes, I could cry. Wouldn't being in financial stress also weaken Kraus Sand's position in certain ways? Weaken his position? Well, investors tend to have a keen eye. If they hear that he's actually low on funds, they won't want to have anything to do with him. I guess trust is the most important part of that business. Kyrie smiled thinly. Rudolph was taken aback by that smile. He had figured that his plan, which involved raising money to get him out of his current mess by borrowing from the affluent Kraus, would all come to nothing now that they knew Kraus himself was in financial trouble. Confidence in Kraus-Sand's abilities might be a requirement for his own businesses in the future, but it isn't necessary for our future. Are you suggesting that I blackmail him? I wouldn't want to if it were me. For one blood sibling to take another one down is no laughing matter. Rudolph felt a shiver go up his spine at Kyrie's cold smile. At times, Kyrie was able to throw away all compassion and think in an extremely ruthless manner. Whenever he saw that, Rudolph knew he would never like to have her as his enemy. I would rather not threaten Oni-san if we had any other way to get money. If there were another way, we wouldn't be worrying. Don't you think it's a bit pathetic to waste time worrying about a problem when you have no other options? Rudolph stopped talking, folded his arms, and lowered his gaze. He still felt some of the terror he had experienced thanks to Kraus's violence when they were young. And now, that same Kraus was the one he needed to threaten. Rudolph would also be fighting against his childhood trauma. So, to give her husband a little push, Kyrie smiled reassuringly, and perhaps coldly. I've never been a fan of doing work based on trust. It takes hard work to build up trust, but only an instant to lose it. There's no less profitable investment. You're right. All the trust in the world isn't worth a good banknote. Even though Kraus-san has been taking on massive losses, he ought to be capable of gathering enough money to buy us some time. Of course, he would probably be forced to cash in all the trust he's built up so far. This is gonna get ugly. We'll have to prepare sufficiently. We haven't been given any time or room for failure. Isn't that right? Among my Kyoto friends, I know a few who are talented at this sort of investigation. I'd rather not be indebted to people like that, but do you want to try meeting them? You can't expect people like that to offer you receipts. I'm sure they'll dig up something that makes them worth the investment. Yes, Maria is doing well too. That's none of your business. Thank you. Well, I'll have to look at my schedule. Rosa was talking to Rudolph over the phone. Rosa rarely received calls from her older siblings, so she braced herself for something serious. Well, truth is, I want to have a little talk about the next family conference without Aniki. Between you, me, and even Nay-san. Sounds like a headache. I can't go into details over the phone, but I think you'll find it's worth listening to. Something good? Of course. Aneki's all for it. Nay-san is. All we want is your approval. We aren't going to ask you for money or anything like that. The most important thing is that the three of us stick together. Got it? Rosa let out a sigh. She did so because, in the past, when Rudolph and Eva got into a fight with Kraus, they always used to talk to her like this right before dragging her into it. First, tell me, I stand to gain something too. Yes, yes, the three of us will each grab 200 million out of this. If all goes well, we might be able to squeeze out more. That should be enough to handle your debt, right? And when can we expect to grab this by? Of course, it'll be within a year. I need it. Aneki needs it. And you need it, Rosa. All three of our problems will be settled. So the chances of success are good enough that Nay Sans agreed to it. Now do you want to hear? I know it's a bit sudden, but let's meet next Sunday, 1900, at that coffee shop you like in Ginza. That's the only time Anake's schedule and mine match. Any problems? If we're talking 200 million, I'll have no choice but to listen. Then let's meet at 7 next Sunday at Leopold's. And Maria-chan, you can bring her too if you want. Don't talk about money in front of that child. She set the receiver down with a clunk, a little violently. Apparently, either Eva or Rudolph had gotten a hold of one of Krause's weak points. They would probably threaten him with that at the next family conference and force him to pay up. Even before hearing the details, she knew full well that it would be nothing good. But even so, this might be her once-in-a-lifetime chance to pay back her large debts. Rosa took a notebook out of her handbag and started to mark the day she would be meeting with Rudolph and Eva. Then she frowned and smacked herself hard in the forehead, because written there was DZL with Maria, something she had planned to do with her daughter. Maria was in her room, playing around excitedly with Sakutaro and the others. That was because she was going to go to that recently built amusement park, Disneyland, the following Sunday. Looking at the clock, Rosa saw that it was just past 9 at night. Maria was breaking the lights out rule. After covering her face and agonizing for a while, Rosa stood up and stalked over to Maria's room. The room would probably be a mess as well. At least tonight, that was convenient. As she stood outside the door to Maria's room, listening to the happy laughter seeping through, Rosa's face twisted in anguish once again, and she looked at the floor. Then, when she raised her head again, her brow was furrowed and her face had become an ugly expression of anger. The weather wasn't that great. According to the weekend forecast, a certain tropical cyclone would likely grow into a large typhoon. If unhappy premonitions tend to be right, this year's family conference will probably take place in absolutely horrible weather. No, I wish a typhoon large enough to stop all boat travel would seal Wakajima away forever. If that happened, I would be able to hide Kizo's death as long as I wanted. If only the typhoon would keep them at bay forever. Natsuhi let out a deep sigh. Just doing that made her headache throb. As the day of the family conference approached, the intensity of her headache just kept on increasing. At that time, the phone rang. Natsui turned the TV off and picked up the receiver. Hello? I apologize for calling during your rest. It is Genji. Is something the matter? There is a phone call for you from the external line. However, they will not state their name. They aren't saying their name. Yes, the person in question said you would know when you spoke with them. What should be done? It might be a prank. What did they sound like? I believe it was a young man. Any idea who it might be? A young man? Natsuhi didn't have a clue who that might be. In the first place, there was no one amongst her acquaintances who would do something as rude as refusing to state their name. And on top of that, a young man. As a wife, she must avoid any contact that might be considered suspicious with anyone other than her husband, much less a young man. As soon as she thought this, the phone call suddenly seemed like something dirty. But despite that, she also wanted to know what they wanted to tell her. Could it be some kind of trouble related to Krause's business? What if there were some particular reason they needed to talk to Krause's wife instead of Krause directly? No matter what it was, it's my duty as a wife to listen and report to Krause. If it's some bizarre threat, I just have to firmly refuse and inform Krause that I received such a phone call. If it's something offensive, I just have to tell Genji to never send me anonymous calls again. As Natsuhi thought this, just as Genji was suggesting that he hang up on the man, as though that's what she would naturally choose, she told him to connect her to this person. She then set the receiver down. After a short while, the phone rang again. Hello? This wasn't the internal line. It was the external phone line which Genji had redirected to her, so it should already have been connected directly with the mysterious man. However, the person on the other end didn't respond. Not liking this at all, Natsuhi spoke one more time, sounding displeased. Hello? Who is this? Tell me your name. She heard something that sounded like a sigh. She gulped reflexively. After remaining silent for a little longer, the man finally answered. It's been a long time. That was the first time the man had spoken. Just how long has it been? How many years? What are you talking about? Who are you? The voice certainly did sound like a young man's, but it's hard to learn much about someone just by their voice over the phone. It sounded like a young man, but it might actually be a middle school age boy, or a man in his prime who still had a youngish voice. No, wait, it might be too soon to be sure this is even a male. However, one thing was certain. Natsuhi could think of no one who would speak to her in an overly familiar manner like this. It would be easy for me to tell you my name, but that would make me very sad. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? If you can't tell me that, I'm not interested. I'm hanging up. What I want is for you to remember. And what is it that you're telling me to remember? I don't know you, so I have nothing to remember. Please do not say that. I am Nani? I am your child, am I not? What did you say? Oh, what are you talking about? Do not say things that will make me so sad. Mother. That unsettling word thrust itself mercilessly into the depths of Natsuki's heart and started churning it about. In her entire life, Natsuki had never been told something so unsettling. In her bewilderment, Natsuki felt her heart beat so loudly that it felt like it would explode. I I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm hanging up. I came back for revenge. Revenge for your crime of 19 years ago. Natsuki's mind went blank, and from beyond the wind howling outside the window, she most certainly heard the roar of the sea from that day. So, you actually do remember, do you not? I told you I don't know what you're talking about. Nana never call here again. I have not forgotten how you treated me 19 years ago. To curse you, I still call you mother despite that. No, because of that, the family conference will be here very soon, right? I am your son, mother. I will come on the day of the conference, after 19 years, so that I can have my revenge on you. Breathing so hard, her shoulders heaved. Natsuki slammed the receiver down and hung up. Then she hit the phone violently, knocking the receiver off, so that no more calls would come through it. I can hear the roar of the sea. That voice I hear from beyond the howling wind is certainly. Even if I cover my ears, even if I cover my ears, the headache won't. Completely pale, Natsuki kept shivering as though cold. Lambda, are you there? Yes, I'm here. I'm anywhere you want me to be, Burn. Then crawl into the cupboard under the kitchen floor, or in a jar of rice bran paste, if you like. You're going to dip me in bean paste and bite into me, but then I would rather you would dip me in honey. In return, I'll cook you in sugar water. At least make a sweet soy sauce with sweet sake. So what's up? You going to make me repeat something? That's right. Is Natsuki's phone conversation here real? Lambda Delta grinned unpleasantly as though sizing Burn Castell up. She was probably trying to tease Burn for making that demand. You refuse to repeat it. Well now, should I refuse or should I respond? As the game master, that's up to me to decide, and I get to make that decision anytime I want. Unless I state it in blue, you aren't obligated to respond. That's it. For now, you're stuck wondering about Natsuki's secret of 19 years ago, okay? Make sure you're sitting on the edge of your seat. Of course, this fishy telephone call happened before October 4th, 1986. This is still before the start time of the game, so there's basically no need to question whether it's true or false. Since you, the game master, went out of your way to show me this, I'll take it as a preparatory move for something else. It might be a trick, but I'll at least keep this move of yours in my memory. So, you'll leave without turning the card over. What? direct attack. After suddenly being conked on the head, Lambda Delta was bewildered. But perhaps this incomprehensible exchange was funny to her, because she quickly went back to giggling. Are you done preparing the game board now? Yes, that's right. Now I'll finally move on to the game. On to October 4th, 1986. I wonder what number October 4th, 1986 this is. The Endless Witch. Beatrice. She truly is a frightening child. Any news from your side yet, Fern? No. If you've refused to repeat what I asked, then I'm done. Turn in. Right. Untap. Upkeep. Draw. Come. October 4th, 1986. So that was what, a Yu-Gi-Oh reference and a Magic the Gathering reference? Because Untap is Magic the Gathering, that's the lands. This rose garden really is a masterpiece. It's gotten even more awesome than it was 6 years ago. You're so lucky to have this as your yard. Are you kidding? For me, it just makes it a longer walk to the harbor, and that's a real pain. That's a pretty luxurious wording. Getting to say hi to the roses every morning must be awesome. You must get late after saying hi to so many roses. Shame about Angie, though. I hear her tummy gets upset easily, right? Apparently, it's probably her intestines that are weak. She's almost always got the runs. You shouldn't say something like that about a lady. Sorry about that. Yes, I forgot. Nothing comes out a girl's butt but marshmallows, right? So Angie got sick, and the marshmallows turned into syrup. Okay, that's really way over the line. George and Jessica slammed a knee and a fist right into either side of Battler's gut. The smack thud was probably the sound made when his knees hit the ground as he fell over. Normally, Battler possessed the good sense you would expect of an 18-year-old man. However, it seemed that this reunion had brought him back to the mental age he had been 6 years ago. And bit by bit, Jessica and George realized they were also returning to the way they had been back then. Natsuhi gazed at this charming chat through an open window in the hall. Madame, Kraus-sama is searching for you. I'll go in just a bit. It isn't even lunchtime yet, and I'm already tired. Just a few moments ago, the sparks had already started flying between them and Eva's group. The others had pounded on Kraus and Natsuhi over and over to get Kenzo out of his study. Apparently, they hadn't been fully tricked at last year's family conference after all. There are no problems with father, right? Correct. Leave it to me. Shannon and Cannon are also fully prepared to handle today's arrangements. Kumasawa is a good liar, so I'm not worried about her, but I am a little concerned about Dr. Nanjo. I get the feeling he's bad at hiding things. Leave that to me. I intend to support Dr. Nanjo from nearby as much as possible. It's so reassuring to have you there. It truly does help a lot. Without your strength, we wouldn't be able to succeed. I am honored by your words. Don't worry, the closed room barrier on the study is perfect. As long as the barrier remains unbroken, no one will be able to expose Kinzo's secret. Yes, I understand. Still, you heard that conversation in the parlor just now, didn't you? Indeed, it seems that some considerable suspicions were aroused last year. The terrible toxin has accumulated, is being spread all around. It seems this year's conference really will be crucial. We might be able to overcome this year somehow, but there is such a thing as pushing our luck. It's probably best to assume that next year won't be manageable. With this much of the magic resistant toxin filling up the place, it will probably be difficult to preserve Lord Goldsmith's magic for yet another family conference. Who are you? Oh, no need to be surprised. This man serves as my head furniture. Greetings, Madame Nasuhi. My name is Renaud. It is a pleasure to meet you. This man's reliable. He's also helping to protect the closed room barrier. Is that so? I am Ushiromiya Nasuhi. I thank you for your cooperation. Of course, Madame. I will be aiding you from the magic world. Please rely on me. In that case, I guess I'll introduce myself next. Hi, Riichi. Long time no see. Gap, I'm glad to see you're here as well. Well, I only came to have some fun. If you need an extra hand, let me know. Nice to meet you, Madame. This is the first time I've said hello, but I'm always right by anyone's side. Gap here is quite the prankster. Remember that headache medicine you dropped on the floor of your room and lost as you were getting dressed? Gap was the one behind that. Whenever you set something small down somewhere but can't find it later, it's always a good idea to suspect that it's one of her pranks. Long ago, she used to tease me all the time. Is that so? In any event, this is the Ushiromiya mansion. As long as you are here, you will obey us. You understand, correct? Of course, we understand. Think of me as a Genji of the magic world and give me orders whenever you wish. And even I know how a guest is supposed to act. I won't let the landlord lose face. You can count on Ronov and Gap. However, the magic world and the human world are two different sides of the same coin. I understand. Of course, I will do all I can in the human world. Let's work together and protect Father's secret. Indeed. This happens every time. Looks like we won't get anywhere until the next day. Well, sure, October 4th is like a prep turn for me. If you don't feel like doing anything, why don't you just sit around until October 5th? Hello there, Scar Rocks. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. I'll call you right after the first 6 die. Of course, that was an incredibly irritating way to put it. The fight won't start until the crime occurs. However, waiting for crimes to start would mean turning a blind eye towards the murders of the first Twilight.
Said, I am now.
That is fantastic. I am glad you're having a fantastic existence. In other words, it would be the same as being content with the fact that 6 people would die. Did you know? They say that in chess, the player who moves first is twice as likely to win. Although that can change as the tactics of the match progress. Don't they say the second player has a much better chance at a draw? Even I know the phrase, the first to strike wins. So, what are you trying to say? This is why you're so incompetent. Seriously, are you listening, Battler? There do exist puzzles that can be solved even on October 4th. Know which one I mean. You don't mean. No, but. Well, watch and see, Battler the incompetent. I have a general idea what these witches are talking about. I've tried solving it several times myself in the past, but I still haven't found anything resembling an answer. On the contrary, I still can't even understand why that puzzle exists. That's right, the reason it exists. Why did Beato prepare a puzzle like this in the first place? We all discussed it together from time to time in past games. However, I've started to avoid thinking about it, under the assumption that there's no point in trying to solve a riddle that can't be solved. This time, I should change my viewpoint. I shouldn't just focus on the surface level stuff, like the truth of the riddle and how to solve it. What's more important is why that riddle was set up in the first place and displayed for us to see. That's what I should be thinking about. And the one proposing that riddle is Beatrice. Even if I can't solve it, I should be able to try and figure out what Beato was thinking when she showed it to us. Okay, this time I'm spinning the chessboard around. The witches keep calling me incompetent. Let them laugh. They aren't my enemies. I'm continuing our match, Beato. Oh, looks like it's finally started raining. Dang, wish the only downpour was the one inside my heart. The
Stream
people,
Elements said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
the people in the parlor noticed the raindrops that were starting to drip down the window. Now we have nowhere to run until the family conference ends. The same thing goes for Nissan. I won't let them escape, you can be sure of that. The cards we're holding aren't bad. Nissan's just bluffing. I'll make certain he surrenders. Well, there's more to a deal than making your opponent lose. You've got to get a pitfall ready, praise them a bit, and convince them to stand on it of their own accord. Hideyoshi-san's right. We pressed them a bit too hard last time, even Nissan. But that was perfectly reasonable, considering it's Nissan we're dealing with. Looks like Rosa's fallen asleep. She was complaining about how early she woke up this morning. Well, guess there's nothing wrong with taking a nap. There's a chance we might be forced to spend all night on this. Getting a nap in now is probably a smart idea. Out of consideration for Rosa, who had fallen asleep on a sofa, the others quietly left the parlor. Unaware of this, Rosa slept. After telling Maria to just stay where she was after that tantrum over not being able to find her rose, Rosa slept, unaware that the rain had started to fall. The rain poured down as though it had been saving up for this moment. Of course, Maria noticed that the rain had started falling and was soaking her to the bone. However, that just made her even more stubborn. Unable to find the poor, slightly unhealthy rose that she herself had marked, she just couldn't stand having that search be interrupted by something like the rain. So the more the rain fell on Maria, the more stubborn she grew as she wandered through the rose beds. And as she did, from behind Maria's back came a patter patter, the sound of approaching footsteps. Then the footsteps landed in a puddle, making a small splashing sound, and Maria finally heard. However, even the slightest distraction of that sound irritated her, and Maria ignored it. Hello. Maria turned around, bewildered. After all, that voice was one she didn't recognize at all. On the sealed off rock in Jima, that voice belonged to no person she knew. Oh, and there's the achievement. You are not alone. Something's different this time. Krausama, Madame, I was looking for you. Something important has come up. Kraus and Natsuhi had been privately discussing what should be done next in a deserted corridor on the third floor. Genji had searched everywhere for them. What is it? What is it? It must be something more urgent than a few sheets getting shoved in the rain. What is it? Has some sort of blunder been made? A short while ago, someone arrived at the mansion claiming to have drifted here after an accident at sea. Kraus and Natsuhi couldn't help but go wide-eyed and stare at each other. This was the first time they had ever heard of someone coming to this island uninvited. Someone drifted here? Is that true? The poor thing. Treat this person politely, like a guest. What are they doing now? Dr. Nanjo is performing an examination. He hasn't finished yet, but from what I could tell by looking, the drifter seemed tired, but uninjured. Thank goodness, Natsuhi and I are having an important conversation right now. When it's over, we will go to check on this person. Please tell this drifter that we want them to feel at home. Certainly. When Genji bowed deeply and started to leave, Natsuhi called him to a stop. Genji stopped walking, and Natsuhi jogged up to him. Genji, is this drifter a man? No, she is a young woman about the same age as my lady. A woman? I see. Very well. Back to your work. The parlor of the mansion was bustling. The adults gathered, worrying about the health of the sudden guest. Well, if she was able to walk all the way to the rose garden by herself, her life probably isn't in danger. It always helps to be prepared. It's probably all thanks to the life jacket. Without that, she might have drowned. What kind of girl was she? Older or younger than George or Jessica? She was younger than Jessica. She wore a life jacket and swimsuit. It looked like she was all tired out. If she washed up somewhere near the harbor, that must have been a rare bit of luck amid disaster. It would have been terrible if she had landed on the opposite side of the island. Still, you have to feel sorry for her. With this weather, the boats won't be coming. I imagine she'll also be stuck on this island all day tomorrow. At that moment, the door clunked open and everyone looked in that direction. Would anyone like some tea? It was Goda and Cannon, with the latter pushing a serving cart laden with a tea set. Goda understood well that doing a little extra at times like this would earn him points. The relatives hungry for information, crowded around Goda. He ordered Cannon to serve the tea and became the sole object of the relatives' attention. Goda-san, how's that kid doing? Does it look like she's okay? Well, I don't know about that. But there is no need to worry. Dr. Najo is giving his full attention to taking care of her, and Kumasawa and Shannon are with him. Please have no fears. Why not relax with some black tea for now? Come, Cannon-san. Quickly, quickly, serve it, serve it. Cannon knew this tea was just Goda's way of earning points, so he lined the cups up with a slightly sullen air. I'll help too. It's okay. You can just wait there, Maria Sama. I want to serve tea too. Didn't you talk with Dr. Nanjo? Did he say anything? Yes, when I met him a short while ago, he said that there weren't any serious external wounds, from what I could tell at a glance. And just as Goda had successfully captured the gazes of all present, and was about to start talking knowledge ably on the subject, Nanjo returned. Of course, Nanjo instantly became the center of attention. Cannon turned his back on Goda, who seemed downhearted. Dr. Nanjo, how is her condition? Does it look like she'll be okay? Not to worry, everyone. She is fine. She had no injuries at all. She seems to be quite worn out, but there shouldn't be anything to worry about tonight, as long as she doesn't develop a fever. That's good to hear. We're lucky enough to have a doctor, but this is no hospital. Everyone was relieved to hear that the girl was in good health. When Nanjo gave more detailed results of his examination, concluding by saying that she was young and should therefore be fine, everyone who no longer fell under this description nodded in assent. Boats really are scary. Fall, fall. Battler was right. Maria-chan, let's not tell Battler-kun about this. Oh, Madame, Kraus-sama. Goda, who had lost his nerve and was handing out cups, called out in an excessively loud voice. Apparently, he was that desperate to get everyone's attention. How is the guest? Yes, sir. Her condition is not serious. I see. That's great. Where is she now? I believe Kumasawa-san and Shannon-san were guiding her to the bath. They said they would get her some clothes after. In that case, they'll probably arrive here soon. Everyone, this may be the day of the family conference, but we have a guest brought here by an unfortunate accident. She wasn't invited, but I want you all to welcome her. Who could disagree with that? I'm all for it. Same here. Didn't Mom always tell us to be nice to girls? Maybe, but you didn't need to make that your life's motto. It's probably best if we call George and the rest over here too. Let's all greet her together. But wouldn't that just make her more uncomfortable? Eva stood up and made a phone call to the guest house. At that moment, they heard the sound of a knock, followed by Genji's voice. It is Genji. The guest has arrived. At those words, everyone fell silent, and the people who had been sitting stood up straight. Genji came in first, opening the door slowly, then moved off to the side, bowing deeply and urging the guest forwards. The guest had Shannon and Kumasawa following by her side, and even after seeing the large number of relatives waiting for her in the parlor, she didn't seem overawed in the slightest. Just this single point showed that this girl possessed a dignity appropriate for a guest invited in by the Ushiromiya family. Furudo-sama, allow me to introduce you. This is the representative of the Ushiromiya family head, Ushiromiya Kraus. Welcome to Rockinjima. Though you arrived due to an accident, you are a guest of the family. We welcome you. Please make yourself at home and relax however you please. Thank you very much. Allow me to introduce myself. I am called Furudo Erika. My deepest apologies for disturbing you members of the Ushiromiya family like this. I'm truly grateful for the warm welcome I've received despite my status as an uninvited guest. This was greeted by an impressed sigh arising equally from all corners of the room. The clothes she had been lent were probably Jessica's formal wear from long ago, but the composure of her introduction didn't shame those clothes in the slightest. The girl's name was Furudo Erika. She looked slightly younger than Battler and Jessica, but her composure and mannerisms were beyond what anyone would have expected from a high schooler, almost as though she was a well-to-do family's daughter. Wait a sec, who the heck is this? With an incompetent like you as the main character piece, the game wouldn't go anywhere. That's why I've placed myself there as a piece. Well, it's just a bit of a bonus. Even in a closed circle, it'll get boring to see the same crew every single time, right? Quit messing around. This piece doesn't exist on Beato's game board. Beato and I won't acknowledge it. This is Beato's game board, right? If Beato refuses, then I'll consider it. What do you say, Beato? Beato was unable to answer. Lambda Delta grinned triumphantly. Wanna try complaining about the rules and stepping down from the game? Isn't that a favorite move of you mystery people? If there's even a tiny element that goes against your expectations, you throw a tantrum and totally stop thinking. Don't worry, I'll make a detective proclamation regarding this piece. A detective proclamation. I proclaim that Furudo Erika is the detective. The detective isn't a culprit. No proof is needed to show this. In short, there's absolutely no need to suspect this girl. Even if she appears as a human piece, from now on, you can build theories the same as you always did. Get it? That's Nox's seventh, right? It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. There was an exception clause in the original, but for this game, the detective isn't a culprit has been proclaimed in red. So you don't need to consider the exception. I hate word games, so I'll say this in red too. Furudo Erika is not the culprit. Repeat it. Furudo Erika had no influence on any of Beato's games before now. Sure, no prob. Furudo Erika had no influence on any of Beato's games before now. She's nothing more than an extra character who appears for the first time this round. She does not exist in the world before this one, nor does she influence them. So, what does that do to the number of people on this island right now? Of course, it's +1 from the previous number. But don't worry, Furudo Erika only increases it by one person. Besides her, the number of people on this island is the same as it was in the previous games. At that time, the sound of people dashing down the corridor could be heard. It was Battler, George, and Jessica who had come from the guest house after being called here by Elo. They immediately spied a guest they didn't recognize, and their eyes went wide. Who are you? A guest. She came by falling. Fall. Genji-san, who is this person? This is a guest, Furudo Erika Sama. Furudo Sama. This is a daughter of the family, Jessica Sama, along with her cousins, George Sama and Battler Sama. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Ushiromiya Jessica. Hello, my name is Furudo Erika. I am very pleased to meet you. Though Battler, George, and Jessica didn't have a clue what was going on and were utterly bewildered, they each introduced themselves. Isn't that convenient? This way the number of people is clearer. The people in the guest house have joined up with the rest, and now all of the pieces except for Kinzo, all of the humans, have gathered in the parlor. Looks like it. In other words, the number of people in this parlor now is equal to the total number of people on this island. There were supposedly 18 people on the island, but since grandfather's actually dead, that became 17. And now one piece of Erncastell's has been added. The number of humans on this island has returned to 18. I glanced around at the humans in the parlor. The guest, Furudo Erika, and behind her, Kumasawa-san and Shannon-chan. Off to the side was Genji-san. Uncle Kraus and Aunt Nasuhi were welcoming the guests. Goda-san immediately started showing off, and Kanekun was being unsociable, wearing his usual blank expression. There was Dad and Kirie-san, Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, Aunt Rosa and Maria, and Dr. Nanjo. Then, on either side of me, were George Aniki, Jessica. This is everyone, the true number of people on the island at the moment. Well, all of us are Ushiромiyas. Please don't feel obligated to call us by our family name. I'm George. And I'm Battler. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much, George-san, Battler-san. I would be pleased if you would call me Erika. Nice to meet you, Erika-san. It was decided that Erika would be welcomed like a guest, and allowed to borrow the bedroom next to the cousin room on the second floor of the guest house. In front of all the relatives, she had seemed dignified and a bit stiff. However, as she talked with George and Jessica, her expression began to soften gradually. And so, the detective, Furudo Erika, was placed on the game board. I'm surprised Jessica's old clothes suit her so well. Kumasawa made the decision on her own to use my lady's old clothes. Please forgive her. The clothes Erica wore were Jessica's old formal attire. Though the guest possessed a dignity that would put most adults to shame, her body was still physically similar to a middle schooler's. Jessica's old clothes fit her perfectly. Not to worry, they match this guest perfectly. If she likes them, we might even let her keep them as a sign of friendship. Certainly. Thank you very much. Have you contacted the police and her family? Yes, they seem to have been quite distressed. By the way, our guest really was involved in an accident, right? She herself said she fell from a boat as it was returning to port. Is there anything to back up that claim? I checked with the Coast Guard. It seems she fell from the rear of a pleasure boat, unnoticed by the others on board. We don't know the location she fell from, but it was probably somewhere near this island. It was foolish to play on a boat with such a bad weather forecast. However, is it really conceivable that she nearly drowned in the nearby waters and drifted to this island? It's not impossible. Tales of drifters washing ashore exist in several of the islands around this area. I believe it likely that an accident occurred. We are in the middle of a typhoon. It would not be possible to land a boat anywhere on this island. Genji had already considered what she now suspected. Natsuhi probably suspected that this mysterious guest, who had arrived during the already high-stress family conference, might be the agent of some conspiracy. So, Genji had already checked to make sure that the accident was real, that Furudo Erika was her real name, and that there was nothing suspicious going on. I understand. My husband has ordered that she be politely entertained. Make sure that there are no blunders. However, you do understand, don't you? Yes, I won't let her anywhere near the family conference. After dinner, I will see that she retires to the guest house. Make sure they don't start trying to force us to let her meet father or anything like that. Of course, I will keep that in mind. Furudo Erika, was it? It's rare for guests to come here to Rockinjima. Doesn't this look like it'll be interesting? She's probably Lady Berncastell's piece. Though she will follow the rules of humans, the player is a witch. We mustn't underestimate her. There is no problem, even if she were Lady Berncastel herself. Since she's a human, she's no match for us. After all, we have Gap with us. Humans certainly cannot win against Gap. Thanks. Still, it's not a good idea to overestimate yourself. The definition of a witch doesn't only imply the ability to use magic. True, a joker in the eye of a typhoon. That is what a witch is. I'm the only one who gets to call herself a witch on this rocking Jima. Only I, the Golden Witch and Endless Witch, Beatrice. Let's see how good Lady Bernkastel's next piece after Angie is. I intend to watch very closely. Erica's seat was the lowest one in rank. In other words, it was at the inferior end of the table. Since Kenzo's seat at the high end of the table was empty, if you spun the whole thing around, it sort of looked like Erica was the host of this dinner. Well then, everyone, I would like to begin tonight's dinner, if I may. After Goda's announcement, dinner began with the applause that had become almost customary. It was finally the beginning of the dinner orchestra conducted by Toshiro Goda. Except for Krause's household, sitting at such a majestic dinner table was no everyday thing for these people by any means. However, they were all used to this event and acted as though it was completely normal. Once again, if anyone was to be surprised, it should have been Erica. And yet, she showed no signs of amazement at this dinner and acted with composure, blending in with everyone else. There wasn't even a sliver of the fear one might expect from someone who had wandered here like a lost puppy. What an odd child! She doesn't seem the least bit flustered by the Ushiromiya family's grandest dinner of the year. Kids these days have nerves of steel. Definitely not something I dislike. As Furudo-san used to meals such as this one, she seems to be quite composed. No kidding, she looks really experienced. Heck, I still get confused about which fork I'm supposed to use next. Was it this one or this one? Without showing any confusion over the line of utensils in front of her, Erica gracefully ate her hors d'oeuvres. Hideyoshi had started joking around with her, gripping a fork in each hand. Of course, the president of a company in the food service industry, like Hideyoshi, obviously knew his table manners. However, thinking that Erica must be nervous over this dinner, he had intentionally spoken with a comic tone of voice. You just have to start on the outside and work your way in. If that's a pain, then just ask for some chopsticks. If you're Japanese, you've got to love chopsticks. Chopsticks are so great. Just one pair of those, and you can deal with any kind of food. As soon as she began talking about chopsticks, her eyes started glittering. The smile she now showed for the first time was far different from the dignity she had displayed before. So more like something you would expect from someone her age. But even you would use a spoon for curry and rice, wouldn't you? Just make it a donburibo. Is there anyone who eats beef balls with a spoon? Of course not. For the Japanese, it's absolutely, positively, totally chopsticks. So, Goda-san, would you mind bringing me some chopsticks? I want to show everyone how a true Japanese person should eat without any shame. By the way, what are we eating next? Unfortunately, that would be soup. As she imitated a shrugging gesture, Erica winked at everyone. Of course, no one was laughing at her. She obviously knew that soup came after hors d'oeuvres and a full course meal. Furthermore, Erica had noticed both that she had been performing too perfectly and creating a sense of tension, and that Hideyoshi had tried to break the ice because he thought she was nervous. That's why she started acting a little childish and light-hearted, acting out the part of a guest enjoying a harmonious dinner. Pretty soon, not only Kyrie, but everyone else caught on. Though she was an uninvited guest, she was apparently worthy of participating in an Ushiromiya family dinner. Smart kid. Did she really just come here by coincidence? Don't tell me you secretly called your illegitimate child to today's family conference, Nisan. It seems she even has the smarts to brighten the mood. And her manners are simply wonderful. It wouldn't be bad at all to have this girl as a daughter. That's pretty cruel. Where does that leave Jessica-chan? That's mean, Rudolph Nisan. What's wrong, Jessica-chan? Headache? I get the feeling my reputation's taking a dive. Well, if you're a daughter of the head family, you had better not let her beat you. Try using those table manners and dignity Aunt Nasuhi's always training you with, and fight back. I wanna see table manners. Hey, jumping around is bad manners. Come on, Jessica-chan, show us how it's done. Sure, of course. Jessica straightened up so much it looked like someone had poked her back with a pole. She had good posture, but somehow lacked elegance. She looked, well, kind of like a triangle ruler. She sat at attention with her gaze fixed straight ahead, trying to bring her food to her mouth despite this, and failed miserably. Dad, who was sitting next to her, suddenly realized that something was up. What's wrong, Jessica Chan? Tummy ache? Jessica turned bright red. Sorry, I can't help myself. We laughed our heads off. Jessica protested, still bright red. Aunt Nasuhi scolded us for being too improper. Well, no matter how much we tried to smooth it over, we are who we are. We couldn't pretend any longer. Still, that laugh really did help us to relax. We were so concerned about the guest getting nervous, we had gotten even more nervous ourselves. Our chatter from the center of this long table spread to both ends, and ultimately the dinner went even more smoothly than usual. With some delicious cheese and coffee, our peaceful meal came to an end. Goda won unanimous acclaim and was praised for his skill by all present. After a short period of harmony following the meal, it was decided that we would return to the guest house. Normally, dinner tended to have a very dark atmosphere about it, and the adults would often keep that mood as they moved straight on to the family conference. However, perhaps because this year's dinner had been oddly peaceful, everyone decided to take a break, the adults included. After eating, taking a bath, and relaxing while watching TV, I wonder if they'll gather again in the mansion with all this rain and resume that high tension family conference of theirs. I would rather not think about it. Apparently, Aunt Eva was getting really worked up, trying to convince the rest to start the family conference right away, but it didn't look like many people agreed with her. They would probably call it quits for the night. Since they had guest house duty, Gonda-san and Kumasawa-san were chosen to guide us to the guest house. It's gotta be tough for Goda-san. Even after making and cleaning up such an extravagant dinner, he also has the late night shift at the guest house. I heard that Kumasawa-san, old as she was, would be going to sleep soon. It seems she was assigned a spare room. Allow me to guide everyone to the guest house. Erika-sama, a room has also been prepared for you. Thank you very much. Why not rest a bit? Are you sure you feel okay? That's right. I had totally forgotten, but you nearly drowned and floated here, didn't you, Erika-chan? You had probably be better off taking it easy and getting to bed early tonight. I'm perfectly fine. On the contrary, I'm so nervous and excited that I doubt I could get any sleep. Then let's play. Let's all play together. Let's play cards. Maria latched onto her, giggling. This lack of restraint peculiar to youth was very much like Maria. However, we really should be concerned for Erica's physical condition now. Maria, why don't you play cards with us? Erica One-chan is tired. I like cards too. Please let me join you after I've had a short break. All right. Who is that? As she passed through the lobby of the entrance hall, Erica stopped walking. When we saw what she was looking at, the rest of us also stopped. That is the Golden Witch Beatrice Sama. The Golden Witch. What are you doing, brats? Go on and head back to the guest house. Dad, Kirie-san, Aunt Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, and Aunt Rosa all came over. The entire guest house party had gathered. However, Erica's gaze was captured by the portrait of the witch, and she simply stared at it for a while. Yes, supposedly, Dad has a stash of hidden gold worth 20 billion yen, and this epitaph shows you where that gold's hidden. Perhaps it was too early for them all to disperse into their individual rooms, because the relatives who had returned to the guest house all gathered on the first floor, continuing their chat. The topic was the witch's epitaph, which Erica had taken an interest in. It really is a fascinating riddle. He stuck it out in a place where anyone could see it, challenging our intelligence. I love that kind of challenge. You seem surprisingly interested, Erica-chan. Do you like solving riddles or something? Don't challenges like this seem interesting? It seems pretty clear that Kinzo wants to use that epitaph to choose his successor. When she said that, the adult stopped moving and slowly turned to face Erica. Why do you think that? Aunt Eva spoke with a coaxing voice, though every now and then there had been whisperings among the relatives that whoever solved the epitaph's riddle might be given the family inheritance. This had been no more than wishful thinking, since such a thing had never been specifically stated. And yet, though she had only read it once, this outsider had already reached that conclusion. How had she come to it? No, that's not the problem. If you solve the epitaph, you can become the next head. She wasn't trying to make it sound like wishful thinking, but an outright fact. So they closed in around Erica, asking why she was so sure. It's fairly common for an extremely rich person to relinquish his or her wealth to the solver of some sort of riddle. Furthermore, Kinzo-san didn't publish this epitaph in a newspaper, but displayed it in his mansion. That means the riddle is directed at the people in this mansion. You're right. Since it's inside the mansion, there's no way for someone who can't enter the mansion to solve it. So, that means grandfather's been challenging the people here. Good. Well thought. Just by the simple fact that the epitaph's inside the mansion, it's possible to figure out that much. At first, this Furudo Erica girl seemed to be the fairly silent type, but that apparently wasn't the case. As she grew excited by a challenge to a game of wits, she became much more talkative than I would imagine. I see. Well, it does make sense that an epitaph inside a mansion would be there so the people in that mansion could read it. But can you really be so sure that the one who solves it will be given the headship too? If the treasure gained by solving the riddle were something small, I wouldn't have even considered it that. That's right, the hidden gold is worth 20 billion. You might consider that gold itself to be the wealth of the Ushiromiya family. Inheriting something like that would be almost the same as inheriting the Ushiromiya family itself. In other words, this riddle of the gold's hiding place, buried within the epitaph, is nothing less than a way of selecting the de facto successor of the Ushiromiya family. The idea that the one who solved the epitaph would be chosen as the successor had been passed around by some of the relatives for a while now. However, since it had never been specifically announced, it was nothing more than an optimistic dream. Thinking this, they decided to abandon all consideration of this point until the details were made clear. Erica had clearly declared that this uncertain point was, in fact, true. If one of the relatives had said it, people would have thought it to be merely an optimistic dream. However, When this was declared by a complete outsider, those words seemed even more credible. Everyone remained silent for a while, slowly considering what those words implied. Simply by the existence of the epithet in that place, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, everyone? So sorry to butt in, but my dad's the successor. Finding the gold would be one thing, but that doesn't mean you get to be the head, right? Jessica thought the treasure hunting part of the epitaph was really fun. However, she couldn't help but let her expression grow bitter once they started talking about undermining her father's position. By using deductive reasoning based upon my theory, it seems likely that Kinzo-san doesn't want the successor, Kraus-san, to inherit that position too smoothly. But why's that? Becoming the head of the Ushiromiya family, with all the vast wealth it entails, would mean gaining a great deal of influence in a political sense. So, under normal circumstances, the succession should be overseen rigorously without letting any element of chance creep into the equation. That's right. It happens a lot in those stories about Sengoku military commanders that my husband loves. When there are multiple candidates for the successor, it usually results in an internal squabble. That's right. That's why it's important to clearly specify a successor so you can avoid any trouble. Sometimes there's even a purge of all the competing successors. The Sengoku commander Hideyoshi admired Toyotomi Hideyoshi, made his son-in-law Hidesugu commit seppuku, but it was rumored that he might have done this to make Hideyori, who was his real son and born after Hidesugu, his true heir. In other words, naming a successor was a way to make it generally known that a single, unique person would be acknowledged by everyone, and a way to remove any chance of another person becoming an opposing candidate. Good, that's right. The only purpose for an epithet like that would be to cast doubt on Kraus-san's position as the successor. In other words, if Kinzo-san wanted Kraus-san to become the head smoothly, he would have no reason to go out of his way and display something so dangerous for all to see. That's right. If you spin the chessboard around, you certainly could say that. It would be odd if he handed over the position of the head normally, but only handed over the 20 billion yen in gold to the person who solves the riddle. Kenzo would pass on the title of family head, but he would only give up the 20 billion yen in gold to the person who solved the epitaph. You really couldn't call this passing on the headship in the truest sense. That's how it is. By this theory, we are able to doubt whether Kinzo-san truly acknowledged Kraus-san as his successor, simply by the existence of the epitaph in that place. This level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, Jessica-san? Well, what the hell? How do you call that reasoning? That's bullshit. It's screwed up. Jessica let her emotions lay bare and glared at Erika. Erika, on the other hand, looked exceedingly calm with an expression that said, well, that's just the truth, right? I see. It looks like table manners aren't the only way this girl is fitting for the Ushiromiya family. It seems she really does match the family, even when it would be better if she didn't. Okay, to take it easy, Jessica and Erica, let's leave it at that for now. Well, we can put all this successor stuff to the side for now. Anyway, there's no doubt that it's father's big question for us. It's 20 billion yen. Maria-chan, what would you use it for if you found it? The Golden Land isn't just gold. It's a sacred place. Uncle Hideyoshi kept trying to force himself to chuckle and improve the mood. Everyone else tried to play along, but Jessica's mood didn't get any better. So, Erica-chan, would you like to have a go at the epitaph's riddle? Yes, my little gray cells are itching to get started. I would like to start solving as soon as possible. George Aniki smoothly turned the conversation around, just like the time she had made everyone laugh in the dining hall. Erica looked about with gleeful eyes and jumped at the chance. I like it. Well, since Erica seems so interested, let's all try and solve it together, just like last year. I'll make some coffee. Raise your hand if you want some. Not for you, Maria. You won't be able to sleep. I want to drink black coffee. Don't they get you excited? Riddles like this. I love them. Erica said that and smiled, though she must have known that she had ticked Jessica off and made the atmosphere sour. She just smiled nonchalantly. See, without even waiting for the crime on October 5th, there's a riddle you can solve. I've tried to solve it many times myself, but Old people sometimes, am I right? Like they want to try to call you on the phone, ask you how to do something, but there's no way you can possibly explain it on the phone, because they just won't get it. They would have to come to you, or you to them. Old people, old people. Okay. But you didn't have a clue, so you gave up and stopped thinking, right? It pissed me off. I don't have a good counter for that. After all, I don't get the epithet at all. I don't even know what the beloved hometown means, much less the parts about the Sweetfish River and the king. Thinking that a few more hints would show up if I waited, I kept on waiting and just stopped thinking. Have you figured out an answer of your own? Because I'm about to solve it. Well, what? This is where Burns solved the riddle of the epitaph. I would expect no less from the Witch of Miracles. If a riddle is solvable, she can solve it without fail, regardless of the difficulty. How many years did it take to solve this one? That's rude. I only fished through a few hundred fragments. You really are terrifying. You aren't going to cheat by suddenly saying the answer in red or something like that, right? Don't worry. Just like you, I follow the rules as a player. Well, shall we begin? It's cramped here. Why don't we talk over the scene? Okay, don't get queasy, Battler. What do you mean, the sea? I thought the whole world had turned pitch black, and the next moment I was struck by a strange floating sensation. This must be what it feels like to suddenly have the floor drop from under you, sending you into a bottomless pit. When I looked, I saw that the two witches and I had been thrown into a pitch black universe. In this space, every direction was covered in an endless darkness, and it felt like a limitless expanse filled with countless glittering objects. Some people might have likened it to the depths of an ocean where innumerable sparkling fragments drifted. Whoa, whoa! Didn't she tell you not to get queasy? If you want the concept of gravity, just create it yourself, okay? Come on, calm down and look at us. Come on, don't we look like we're just fine? Believe that your feet are on the ground and that you're being controlled by gravity. If you do that, you'll find your equilibrium. Yes, the two witches are standing normally, as if their feet were planted on transparent pieces of glass. I'm the only one floating about like someone in a rapidly plummeting elevator. When I saw that they were doing just fine, I started calming down, figuring that there was no need to be scared. Then, just as Lambda Delta said, I gritted my teeth and kept telling myself that there was a place to stand here, and that I had to stay calm. Very good, very good. What's your name? Ushiromiya Battler. Who else do I look like? Okay, you mustn't lose your will, emotions, or form. After all, this is the ocean. If you lose your purpose, you'll fall into the depths of eternity and become a scrap of ocean seaweed. Be careful. I don't get what Lambda Delta's saying, but I should calm down for the time being. It seems that I regain my equilibrium the more I calm down. Gradually, that weird floating feeling, like I was falling forever, began to disappear. It still felt strange, like trying to stand up straight at the bottom of a deep pool, but it was much better than before. Then let's begin. I'll weave together some fragments for solving the riddle of the epitaph. Berncastel opened both of her hands. Then, like a planetarium, all the fragments throughout this empty space began to spin, leaving tails behind them. The expression planetarium might have been surprisingly fitting. Multiple fragments were tied together by gold lines, and what looked like constellations zoomed by us rapidly, one after another. It almost felt as though we were dashing through space at an incredible speed. Then, with tails of light drifting behind them, several brightly glowing fragments swirled around Berncastel. It looked almost like she had created her own solar system with her as the sun. That solar system surrounding Berncastel grew to a radius large enough to swallow us up. And every once in a while, one of those satellite fragments zoomed right past me. When those fragments passed me by, it felt as though some kind of memory welled up inside me. So I sensed it. These fragments are probably like a crystallization of memories. They aren't memories, they're fragments of worlds. Well, I guess they might feel like memories to you.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Then let's begin. Let's start with this fragment. One of the satellites in the solar system was slowly sucked into an inward trajectory with Berncastel at the center. After drawing a spiral and approaching her, it settled down on the palm of Berncastel's outstretched hand. Then it glittered brightly, painting over the world with pure white. The beloved hometown definitely won't betray our expectations. The only past father held here happened during his childhood years. I remember that. This is from the third game, when Aunt Eva was just about to solve the riddle of the epitaph, and was thinking it over with this witch inside her, or whatever. That's right, and from these thoughts, she made her way to the correct answer. In other words, this fragment shows a vital hint for reaching the truth. It means that this theory is not mistaken. So, you're saying we should assume this beloved hometown isn't a metaphor or anything like that, but the place grandfather actually spent his youth? That's right, and at the very least, it isn't Odawara. Odawara is definitely where he was born, but I don't think that's the hometown he loved. I imagine all the siblings have the same place in mind. Right. This probably isn't Odawara. From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth. That's right. Aunt Eva and her siblings said it wasn't Odawara. And not only that, it looks like everyone guessed where grandfather's hometown was. Right. And annoyingly, the actual location isn't spoken of in any of the fragments. Well, duh. If I told you that, there would be too many hints. If it wasn't a hard riddle, there would be no point to it. That's a hint too. Just where is this hometown of grandfathers? We can't even start if we don't know that. You mean you couldn't start, so you stopped thinking. Since it had to be a place where he could have lived, the number of possibilities is limited. Well, this is the toughest part. You were the witch who could certainly solve any riddle that can be solved, weren't you? So you took those limited possibilities, in other words, everywhere on the earth, and considered every single piece of land that grandfather might have lived on. That would work too, but that way no amount of time would be enough. So I needed to take some more hints into consideration to ring out the answer. Didn't you say it yourself? You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down it. If the word sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it? Think of a river. A river. Linking it with a family tree wasn't a bad idea. Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines. A sweetfish river running through the hometown. However, this river isn't truly a river. Eva thought of something else, something that could be linked with a river. Sure, but if it isn't a river, then why the sweetfish? Think, a river that runs through the hometown, but it isn't a river with water running down it. Something that can be likened to a river. Behold the Sweetfish River running through the beloved hometown. Eva knew where the hometown was, so she could forget about the Sweetfish hint. However, since we don't know where it is, this could be a hint for us. I worried too much about the Sweetfish River. The Sweetfish part didn't really matter that much at all, did it? That isn't true. It was an excellent hint, wasn't it? Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be sweetfish. What are these sweetfish? If the river isn't a literal river, then of course, sweetfish probably doesn't mean the kind of fish that swims. Yes, and on top of that, Rosa tossed it aside, saying that sweetfish weren't as significant. On the other hand, Eva said it wasn't important for them to be sweetfish, but that was still an excellent hint. In other words, the sweetfish is a key to make you think of something else. If that something is a different word, but a word that sweetfish makes you think of, then Eva's line about how it probably didn't have to be sweetfish makes sense. From these thoughts, Aunt Eva formed some theory, went to the library, looked through some books, and verified that she was right. In short, Aunt Eva formed some theory about the true nature of the Sweetfish River running through a hometown. Then she opened a certain book to determine whether that theory was correct or not. In other words, this theory was something that could be verified through some kind of book. Also, after she figured out what the Sweetfish River was, she figured out the rest of the riddle very quickly. Good thinking. The epitaph continues on, saying, as you travel down the river, you'll see a village. At that point in time, Eva hadn't solved the 3 lines starting with this one. What is this village? What does it mean? Do you find one if you go down the river? Right before my eyes, the pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all began to snap into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? So, If we figure out what the Sweetfish River running through the hometown is, that leads us directly to understanding as you travel down the river, you'll see a village stuff, and then we get the key to the Golden Land. Correct. And we know that because even Eva didn't know what the village meant until she checked the book. Just what is this book? But this isn't 6 characters at all. I'm absolutely sure this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all. Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters. If you can't think of one, then research it. There has to be an answer. You must not doubt that. Is believing in that too much for you? If only you would just cry yourself to sleep, and then you can just give up and die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a 6 characters. I found it. This is the key to the Golden Land. Then Eva found the key to the Golden Land. Yes, and this key was some kind of word, number, or string of characters, 6 characters long. That's it. If we know the key's true identity has 6 characters, the meaning of the first twilight changes drastically. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. The 6 chosen by the key. 6 characters. In other words, it means to sacrifice the 6 characters chosen by the key on the first twilight. This key indicates a certain group of 6 people. No, we should say it indicates a certain group of 6 things. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices. For example, it could be an anagram. An anagram. Do you mean playing with letters? Yes, Kyrie-san has been thinking that way ever since that moment. On the second twilight, there are those who remain, which means that, at the very least, that something has a limited number of characters. You could read it like it's telling you to continue with the remaining characters after the first 6 characters are removed. In other words, on the first twilight, we take a list of characters that's longer than 6. Kill the 6 that are the key, and then do something with the characters that remain. That's right, but like Kyrie said, what should we kill the characters from? We don't know this longer string of characters that we're supposed to be killing from. On the first twilight, kill the 6 characters that are the key. On the first twilight. In other words, by the time we reach the first twilight, some string of characters already exists. That might be a set of Japanese characters, but knowing grandfather's tastes, could it be something in English? The first twilight has more than 6 characters, even though the Japanese phrase has just 4. Good. That idea of yours isn't bad, Battler-san. We can interpret the 6 sacrifices chosen by the key as a string of 6 characters. I think it's a very clever concept. That way, the key doesn't necessarily have to be key-shaped. I've also considered the possibility that it's an anagram. Come to think of it, you did say something like that before, but in that case, where do we take the 6 characters out from? That's right. Since we're taking 6 characters out, it must be at least 6 characters long. We need to read in some way that gives it more than 6 characters. If we follow Father's sensibilities, I guess it probably is English after all. If it looks like we're getting stuck, why don't we move on to the second twilight and look for hints? Those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. We can probably think of those who remain as the remaining characters after the first 6 have been taken out. In that case, what does it mean by two characters that are close? I see. I get it. So that's what this is about. For example, let's take the following list of 9 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then let's say that the 6 characters offered as sacrifices are 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. In this case, we erase the aforementioned 6 characters from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and get 2, 4, 5. So 2, 4, and 5 are left. So what? Oh, 4 and 5 are close. Yes, I get it. So the two who are close are... Yes, there's a gap between 2 and 4, but 4 and 5 are right next to each other. They're the two who are close. Good. Well done, Battler-san. We can't tell whether tear apart means to crush 4 and 5, or to put a gap between them, but I think that's a good observation. Then what do you think about the third twilight? Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Since there's a good chance that we're playing with letters, this might be the same thing. The characters that remain shall praise my noble name. That's tough. What could it mean? Does anyone know? I think I do. What is it? Tell me. Is this also an anagram? Once again, good. Battler-san, you're a pretty flexible thinker. By anagram, you mean playing with letters, right? That means... In other words, maybe you can make some kind of word by changing the order of the remaining letters. Yes. If so, I might be getting ahead of myself with this theory, but maybe the original list of characters that the first twilight's removed from is 11 characters long. Well done again. I reached the same conclusion. Well, why is that? Why do you think there are 11 characters? We think killing a single sacrifice means crushing a single character. If we interpret the tear apart of the second twilight to mean adding a gap between 2 characters, then there are 11 characters total. If tear apart means to crush those 2 characters, then we can assume that there are 13 characters. After all, from the 4th twilight to the 8th twilight, the word kill appears 5 times. And then, on the 9th twilight, it's written that none will be left alive. If we ignore the part about the witch reviving for now, I figured that after crushing the first 6, separating the characters that are close, and then crushing 5 more of them, there should be no characters left. So that makes 6 plus 5, or 11 characters. If tearing apart the 2 who are close in the second twilight means to kill both of them, that makes 6 plus 2 plus 5, or 13 characters. There's a chance the word symbolizing the first twilight has 11 or 13 characters. Wait, it couldn't be that easy, could it? Wonderfully done. That's the same theory I thought of. It looks like you were gifted with excellent little gray cells, just like me, Battler-san. Quit it. Just doing what comes naturally. What the hell? The piece me's pretty damn smart. there's no room left for me to make theories. Sorry about that. You weren't around at this point, so I just controlled your piece for you. Isn't it nice how smart I made you look? You look smarter than Burns playing you. Why not step down as a player and concentrate on being a piece instead? I joined in on this game partway through, well after the first murders occurred on October 5th. That means the piece called me was controlled by the player Berncastel. So, I guess that means it's possible for Berncastel's reasoning to be announced through my mouth. The game I'm watching now is nothing more than a replay of a part that's already ended. However, that's probably good enough for now. After all, this Berncastel Sam is going out of her way to solve the epitaph for me. I'll watch closely for now, and I'll try to find out what it means. Lambda Delta let it slip herself just a second ago. Well, duh. If I told you that, there would be too many hints. If it wasn't a hard riddle, there would be no point to it. That's a hint, too. This theory about grandfather creating the epitaph in order to choose a successor isn't bad. Erica and Bert Castell's logic is extremely reasonable, but that's only if we assume grandfather was the one to create it. He was probably alive at the time the epitaph was displayed, but of course, grandfather is already dead by 1986. And in the games up until now, Beatrice threatened us repeatedly with letters saying that the only way to survive was to solve the epitaph, and trying to force us to solve the riddle. In other words, it was Beatrice's intention, her hope, that we would try solving the riddle of the epitaph. The epitaph's so confusing that, in most cases, the relatives never seriously tried solving it until the threatening letters started to arrive. That's why Beatrice fired the starting pistol that made us take a go at it. Why is Beatrice carrying out grandfather's will after his death? Like the theory proposed in the first game, is Beatrice really grandfather's confidant who's following his orders even after his death and trying to select the successor with the riddle of the epitaph in grandfather's stead? If she did that, it would mean Beatrice really was Kinzo's trusted underling, the family alchemist she claimed to be in that letter. After grandfather's death, Beatrice managed the 10 tons of gold and took the title of alchemist. She was entrusted with the epitaph's riddle, and without ever embezzling the gold, she waited for a human fitting to be the successor to appear and solve it. And if that human didn't appear within a set time limit, would that be game over? Certainly, Aunt Eva, who solved the riddle in the third game, became the only survivor and, automatically, the final head of the Ushiromiya family, inheriting everything. Up until now, no one has ever survived past October 5th except Aunt Eva, the one who solved the epitaph. That was the only case where Beatrice let anyone survive. Is Beatrice's loyalty to grandfather the thing that drove her? Was she so loyal that she faithfully carried out some terrible order to kill everyone if the epitaph wasn't solved? I must not stop thinking. Don't stop thinking. Don't just think of the riddle itself. Think about why it's significant. Why is Beatrice telling us to solve the epitaph? Why is she making us solve such a confusing epitaph? If Beatrice makes us try and solve this epitaph, we have no real chance of solving, and by some lucky chance a miracle occurs and someone is able to solve it. What significance would that have to her? I don't know what such a miracle would be worth to Beato. Anyway, until we figure out the first twilight, we'll have to give up on the rest. We tried looking at it from several different angles, but in the end, we got stuck there and made no further advances. Maria let out an extra large yawn. This caused several other people to yawn. We had been using our heads so much that everyone had gotten a little sleepy. Jessica, who had been silent and irritated the whole time, quickly stood up. I'm going upstairs with Maria. We'll watch TV or something. Okay, I'll go up too. Why don't we all play cards upstairs? When George proposed this, Maria completely forgot about that big yawn of hers and started jumping around, insisting that she wanted to play cards. According to the clock, it was already 10 at night. It was already about the time you would normally take a bath and get ready for sleep. Even the adults seemed pretty weary from traveling. We decided to continue this later and went our separate ways. Will you play cards with us too? Erica Chan. I appreciate the sentiment. I overstepped my bounds a little, forgetting that I'm a simple guest. I would like to take it easy and rest for the night. I almost forgot I was recently in an accident. Seriously, you're in such high spirits, it's hard to believe you almost drowned. That's youth for you. Still, I enjoyed it. I think we've taken a big step in our reasoning thanks to you. If you find the gold, I'll let you have about 1,000,000 yen worth. Can't you at least offer the poor girl 100 million? No need to bother. I'm only interested in solving the riddle. Well then, if you'll excuse me, good night. Yeah, night. You aren't going upstairs, Battler-kun? I'm getting a bit interested. I'll think things through here just a bit longer. If I can just figure out the list of characters that marks the first twilight, I bet the road before me will open up all at once. Everyone went up to the second floor, one by one. Only Aunt Rosa remained behind, cleaning up the coffee cups everyone had been drinking out of. Kyrie-san and some others had offered to help, but Rosa had refused and was washing them all alone. Since I had just been treated to such delicious coffee, I decided to help too. I wasn't just doing it because I felt obligated. I wanted to keep discussing the epitaph with someone. The first twilight, the first twilight. Aunt Rosa, have you thought of some list of characters or a word? No, I don't have a clue, but instead of the first twilight, it's the 10th twilight that bugs me. The 10th twilight, what about it? Well, at the end here, it says you'll receive the Golden Land's 4 treasures once and for the last time, right? Yes, it does. Why mention that you're reaching the Golden Land just once, and then say it's for the last time? It's almost as though he's repeating the same thing twice. I've just been wondering whether he had some reason for putting it like that. You're right. Like you said, there's got to be a more straightforward way of saying that. That line should have been a key part of the riddle, or you wouldn't expect the writer to waste words needlessly. Could it have been done for some special purpose? Still, you and that Erica Chan girl are incredible. Your minds really are flexible. I'm already an old lady, and my brain just doesn't work that fast. That theory about the 6 chosen by the key signifying 6 characters to be removed, was very impressive. After hearing that, I can't see it as being any other way. But before then, I didn't think it was like that at all. I'm feeling let down by my own dual mind. That's not true. You've got a flexible mind yourself, Aunt Rosa. This last time thing might be really important somewhere down the line. Not at all. My mind's very stiff. Up until now, I've always thought that this first twilight was nothing more than a place 1/10 of the way on a road to the Golden Land. What's that? Sounds interesting. Mind telling me about it? After all, in the line before the first twilight, it says, "You must travel to the Golden Land," right? The next part describes a journey that lasts 10 days, so I thought the first twilight would be part of the way through that journey. A journey. I see. Then the journey begins, and when you set up camp at the first twilight, you offer the 6 as sacrifices. So, where would that place be? How many kilometers from the starting point? Please don't tell anyone about your aunt's silly ideas, okay? When I first saw that part about attaining to the treasures of the Golden Land, I just assumed it was more of the same. Typically, attaining treasures would mean obtaining them, but I thought it meant reaching or arriving at some place 10 days away from Father's hometown where all these treasures might be found. Are you kidding? That's a brilliant idea. And the first twilight is the first stop on that 10-day journey. The name of that place might be the key to moving forward. For my 10-day theory to work, we would have to know both the start point and the end point. I know the start point. I know the hometown Father loved. The place Father spent his time when he was a boy really is far away. But the problem is the goal, the Golden Land. What does that really mean? If we don't know that, my theory gets us nowhere. I've been stuck at the spot for a long time. But after listening to your reasoning today, I've realized what embarrassing mistake I've been making. No, I think that's still an interesting idea. A start and a goal, a 10-day journey, and the place reached at the very first twilight. Believe it or not, I think you might solve this one easily, Battler-kun. If you do solve it with your aunt's hint, share some with me. Even 5% would be great. It's a promise. Despite being my aunt, she gave me a smile and a wink which would have made a man's heart jump. As I helped her wash the coffee cups, I kept pondering the epitaph's riddle in silence. After I finished helping Aunt Rosa, I passed through the corridor on my way to the bathroom and saw Erica unlocking the door to a room on my path. I thought your room was on the second floor. Figured you had gone upstairs and had fallen asleep by now. I was just searching for something. I thought it might be here. Searching for something. Erica unlocked the door and opened it. A dusty smell drifted out. It was the library. For a library, the gaps between bookshelves were extremely small. This was obviously built for storing books, not reading them. So it's a book you're searching for, not necessarily a book. but materials, I guess you could say. There's something I've just got to look up. You're looking for something to do with the Epitaph riddle. Pretty impressive that you haven't given up yet. Is it 20 billion yen enticing? I hadn't given up either. Apparently, being stubborn is something we both share. Of course not. I'm only interested in solving puzzles. I searched for the gold only to prove my reasoning correct. Even if I found it, I wouldn't pocket it for myself, so have no fears on that score. She immediately cast my comment aside, saying that she just liked solving riddles and had no interest at all in the gold. I thought she was pretty weird from the start, and it looks like that impression was spot on. Erica slowly circled the bookshelves, searching for the book she was after. I'm also trying to solve the epitaph quickly, right now. Just a second ago, I heard something interesting from Aunt Rosa, which might give us a hint about the first twilight. Let me hear it. Erica asked this without stopping her search, or even turning to face me. In the line before the first twilight, it says that one who obtains the key must do so and so. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. You've already got it memorized. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. And what about that? Yes, you've got to travel to the Golden Land, right? Apparently, this made Aunt Rosa think about the 10th twilight. In other words, going on a 10-day journey from the beloved homeland to the Golden Land. Actually, I had already noticed that myself. You start from the place reached on the first day of the 10-day journey. That's where you take the sacrifices from. Yeah, that's what Aunt Rosa thought of too. I think the theory is pretty intriguing. We're looking for the place you would reach on the first day of a 10-day journey. That bit of land, or else the name of that region, might be a key. I also guess that the place's name might be a key. That's why I'm looking for materials. I want to turn my guess into certainty. Just what are you looking for? Then Erica's hand suddenly stopped, and she slowly pulled it out. As she dusted it off, she finally looked at me and spoke. It's an atlas. It seems we've managed to make it through the first day. Natsuhi could be seen in the study. When she muttered as though to herself, gold butterflies appeared and formed the shape of a person. We mustn't let our guards down. I can't imagine we'll last through tomorrow if we simply sit around here. So, as I suspected, simply saying father's in a bad mood and refuses to come out won't be enough to deceive them completely. Indeed, it seems last year left them quite suspicious. Because of that, the toxin has expanded and is coiling itself around the study, growing ever tighter. I imagine it goes beyond mere suspicions raised last year. That's right. The toxin has grown too thick to be explained away by that alone. Someone must have suspected Kinzo Sama's death since last year, and is strongly intent on exposing that secret at this year's family conference. Does that mean we didn't have them fully deceived even a full year ago? Unfortunately, it's probably best to assume that, given our current situation, the typhoon will remain here tomorrow, and the boat will not come for them until the day after. In short, we must endure for another 36 hours at the very least. It may not be visible to your eyes, Natsuhi, but the closed room barrier sealing this room was once very firm. Tonight, however, it has been worn down almost to the point of crumbling, like dry leaves awaiting a windstorm. No, the storm is already here. Natsuhi-sama, I propose that we switch from the closed room barrier to something else. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we change our plan? That is correct. Virgil Iya-sama and I will reconstruct a barrier similar to last year's. In other words, we'll take Kenzo out of the study and have him tightrope walk from shadow to shadow where the toxin can't reach. Just like last year. It may be dangerous, but I would like to second her proposal. Is this a joke? Do you truly intend to change the plan this far in? When one realizes they cannot withstand a siege, they must consider the option of abandoning the castle. Right now, this room is like a castle surrounded by enemy troops, with its walls about to crumble. If staying put means certain death, then you also have the option of riding out for one last stand and an honorable defeat. After all, surrender doesn't seem to be an option in this fight. I'll protect Father's secret until the very end. If it's discovered, we'll have no chance to talk our way out of it. My husband's embezzlement will be exposed to the light of day, and the Ushiromiya family's honor will be destroyed. We must remain firm and prevent that, no matter what may happen. Calm down. I understand you. Krause's alchemy will soon yield great results. If we can just make it through this year, we'll manage. So don't get flustered. But we used the strategy precisely because we wouldn't be able to pull off the same trick as last year, right? Isn't it the height of stupidity to return to a plan you previously abandoned because it was impossible? Just what sort of plan could we hope to make at this point? Ronov and I will prepare one. Leave it to us, for creating illusions is what witches do. All you have to do is give us your permission, Natsuhi-sama. Teacher and Ronov are quite reliable at times such as these, and the servants of the one-winged eagle are top-notch furniture. Once Teacher and Ronov rebuild the magic we need, I imagine the servants will work hard to protect it. It still isn't too late. Let's take Kinzo out of the study and make that illusion walk around. Did you forget we chose our current strategy because we considered plans like that and couldn't find anything that would work? It would be the height of foolishness to get flustered in an emergency and carelessly throw away our primary plan. But Natsuhi-sama, as you stand there amidst the toxin, you must realize better than anyone else that we will no longer be able to outlast the siege. I propose that we try and think of another plan without changing our objective of holding the fort. In any event, as long as we can keep this room sealed, no one will be able to deny Father's existence. After all, no one cannot determine the contents of a cat box that no number of people could ever hope to open. Well, that may be true, but humans are capable of defying reason. It's possible for them to eat into an airtight cat box and go inside, like black ants closing in on a box of cake. Lady Berncastell's piece also worries me. It was fortunate that Erica-sama stole the show at tonight's dinner. By doing that, she created an atmosphere in which it was possible to close down the family conference for the night. If you all had returned directly to the family conference as usual, the barrier might have broken tonight. However, it also made the toxin grow even thicker. After it thickens all night, it might manage to penetrate the closed room barrier with ease. Whether we continue to hold down the fort or not, we will not make it through tomorrow unless we prepare a new strategy and a new barrier. Lady Berncastel may have some plan for breaking the closed room barrier. We can't take that piece called Erica lightly. Come to think of it, that man who mentioned taking revenge for the events of 19 years ago might also be a piece of Lady Berncastel's. This board achieved equilibrium with 18 pieces, but now it has two undesired pieces added to it. There are too many irregularities this year. Lady Berncastel is a fan of Eastern things. In shogi, or Japanese chess, aren't you allowed to drop pieces in during a game? Yes, that is possible. Even the act of dropping a queen from a captured pile right in front of the enemy king is an allowable trump card in shogi. I wonder what that man who claimed to have a connection from 19 years ago is doing now. Is he already hiding somewhere on this island? That girl called Erica was able to appear by claiming to have drifted here. That man might also have landed somewhere on this island despite the typhoon, and he may be hiding somewhere now. And it's going to be hard to fully deceive the relatives any longer. Why? Why have so many irregular things happened at the same time? How can you explain this nightmare's miracle of coincidence? Natsuhi slammed the desk hard, held her head, and cringed at the pain from her overwhelming headache. Lady Berncastel controls miracles. There's no point being surprised at irregularities or miracles when she's around. While shogi is a game in which an enemy piece might suddenly appear in front of a king, for that very reason, you build up a perfect formation that won't allow for such a weakness, artistically constructing a castle around your king. In that case, isn't holding the fort what we should be doing now? Perhaps, if we had a fort we could hold, but we cannot hope for such a thing now. It's difficult to corner a king with no wall to his back, and even more difficult to corner one with open spaces in all directions. Think of a mouse. You can catch a mouse that's shut in a cage. However, catching a mouse in a field is like trying to catch a cloud. Natsuhi-sama, please allow us to consider this option. Kenzo-sama will leave his study and wander around the mansion on a whim, avoiding the gazes of the relatives. We will think of a natural seeming plan for this by morning. Don't you see the danger? If we're willing to consider such a dangerous option, wouldn't it be better to continue acting as though father's in his room in a bad mood? Tomorrow, the relatives will crowd around the study once again. They'll be right on the other side of that single door. When that happens, just how long do you intend to make it seem like they're having a yelling match with Kinzo-sama? It's impossible, and we must find some way to postpone that impossibility for 36 hours. If you tell me to do it, I will. I am Ushiromiya Nasuhi, the wife of the Ushiromiya family head. If you tell me to do that, I will act out a shouting match with father for as many days as it takes. Even Natsuhi realized that she could never manage it, but she no longer saw any chance of victory from a plan that involved an illusion of Kinzo walking around. Banking on the desk several times, with tears of rage streaming down her face. Natsuhi alternated between groaning from her headache and placing the blame on one thing or another. It made one feel that there must be some curse that made anyone who sat in that chair act that way. This is like a game of mating shogi, where you are on the defensive. In mating shogi, the opponent has no king, and you have no way of winning other than avoiding a checkmate for a predetermined number of moves. And to think that I must escape for a whole day and a half's worth of moves. It's just too many. Don't stop thinking. Don't give up. I'll listen to your complaints, so don't have a fit. Your unshaking will to overcome this trial will bring you success with certainty. That's the power of the Witch of Certainty for you. You must not lose that magic power. Believe that you'll overcome this no matter what. I'm sure you'll think of a brilliant plan. Therefore, you mustn't give up and you mustn't stop thinking. You're right. I understand. Only I can overcome this hardship. That is correct. Didn't Kinzo entrust you with the job of overcoming these challenges? Kinzo acknowledged that you were worthy of that responsibility. Father, Father, Teacher and Ronov will think of a move. Of course, I will think as well. However, even that we cannot do without permission from our master, from you. So at the very least, don't abandon your will to fight. Don't give up. I understand. I understand. But I'm already all tired out, and I can't stand this headache. Why is it that I'm crying here, all alone in this frigid study? Why? Why isn't my husband here for me now? Back when dinner ended, Kraus claimed to be busy and went to bed early. Of course, he had done this to get enough rest to ready himself for the long day ahead. But to Natsuhi right now, it felt as though he had just gone straight to sleep and pushed the entire burden on her. However, complaining about such a thing would mean her failure as a wife. Isn't it a good wife's duty to work hard and put family first, even when her husband is resting? Filled with regret even at her anger towards her husband, unable to determine at whom she should be angry, Natsuhi continued to sob. If only Kinzo could just speak to her kindly at times like this. Beato searched for him, but Kinzo had been nowhere to be seen in the study for some time now. Perhaps Natsuhi had noticed this as well. Though she bragged that fighting alone and supporting from behind was the responsibility of a good wife. Without anyone to tell her that this really was necessary, she was now so frail that she couldn't even stop her own tears. Just as Beato was trying to think of words to console Nasuhi, Virgil Ia tapped her lightly on the shoulder. Sometimes, when words of consolation don't come from the mouth of the right person, they can do more harm than good. So, Virgil Ia silently told Beato that remaining silent was the best course of action for now. Hi, sorry to interrupt. I know I'm an outsider, but I wonder if you would let me speak. Gap, please restrain yourself for the time being. No, in this room, there's no distinction between outsiders, guests, and the rest of us. You may speak. Thank you. Ronov said it himself a while ago. This is mating shogi with you on the defensive. How do you lose in mating shogi? It's when your king is checkmated, right? That goes without saying. And the opponent has no king. Therefore, all Natsuhi can do is have her king run away constantly. I see. So you're thinking of that move. Has that time already come? What do you mean? Do you mean there's some sort of move remaining to us? It's what you proposed in the very beginning about how to hide Goldsmith's death. I'm trying to say the time's come for us to use that. You mean having him go missing? You mean to make that move right now during the family conference? That's too dangerous. Once they had successfully resolved all their problems, they would have to lay Kinzo to rest. And the best way to do that was to make him disappear. One day, Kinzo would go out into the forest and never return. They wouldn't be able to find him no matter how much they searched, so he would be declared missing. You said it yourself a second ago, Iichi. You can't catch a mouse that's escaped into a field, and you can't catch a goldsmith who's disappeared into the forest. You plan for us to talk our way out of this like that. To use such a move now, when the suspicion against us is greatest, would be no better than committing suicide. Oh, they will probably suspect it. Such a move would most certainly lead to mistrust. However, even if they were to set foot in this study, they would find nothing to aid them. It would never again be possible for them to keep Kinzo-sama pinned down, and no matter how much they suspected his death, they would be unable to prove it. Forget about a mere 36 hours. You would be able to protect Kinzo's secret forever that way, right? Of course, we'll also have to bear an appropriate risk. If you make that move, you may be able to overcome this particular challenge, but we cannot even guess at how much prestige you might lose for it. Even so, it's a move that will most certainly overcome our current challenge. Of course, you'll then have to face an even greater suspicion, but you won't die. Yes, that may be true, but during the Great Kanto earthquake, the Ushiromiya family should have died. However, the mad genius goldsmith revived it so splendidly. That's now something you desire to protect. So this time it is up to you and your husband, the new head and his wife, to do the same. Is that how you intend to stir her up? I'm not stirring her up. I'm just asking if she's prepared to be the wife of the head. Are you prepared to protect the Ushiromiya family, even if you end up getting dragged through the dirt to do it? I am prepared. Then now is the time. If you can survive by being dragged through the dirt, then crawl with all your might. You'll inch your way through this world of suffering, and eventually you'll restore that glory. I, Gap, the 33rd in rank, promise you this. Gap. The fact that I came to play at a time like this must be a sign from the gods of happenstance. I'll keep this promise, Ushiromiya Nasuhi. I require nothing in return. Riichi, one who serves you, has already paid me plenty in advance. Gab may have seemed irresponsible, but she actually possessed a strong sense of duty. She was the kind of person who just couldn't leave someone in trouble alone. Payment in advance. When did I do that? I have no memory of such a thing. I just mean those magical items you couldn't remember where you put. I made off with quite a few of them. What? So, that was your doing after all? Give 'em back. Give back my illusionary silver crystal and moonstick. I still haven't played around by sticking them together yet. That's the sort of magic and strategy you can't expect from me. I can hide Goldsmith away in a world where no one will be able to find him. Let me know the instant you need that magic. Until then, feel free to think of another, safer plan. True, true. Having alternatives is beneficial for your peace of mind, and without that, you'll never think up a brilliant plan. Natsuhi-sama, we have quite some time remaining us tonight. Let's leave Gap's strategy as a final trump card and pull out a plan of our own for now. Please give us permission, and please give us the trust, magical power, and absolute conviction we'll need to succeed without fail. If you have faith, I will make your dreams come true. If you succumb to doubt, then I will make those nightmares come true. You must build your own future. Kinzo would disappear, and right in the middle of this family conference. Such a move would truly be a last resort. Burying this final trump card in her heart, Natsuhi decided that she would look around for a different plan until the last second. After all, this long, long night has only just begun. Bernkastel and her piece had just as long to prepare as Natsuhi did. Gouge the foot and kill, and that completes it. I see, so that really was what gouge meant. Once again, my reasoning was correct.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
The feel of it this time was clearly different from the previous times, as though some sort of device had activated. However, as far as a quick glance could tell, there was no dramatic change, such as an entrance or some sort of opening. Apparently, they would need to do just a little more before they could find it. You're incredible. If we really do find the gold, we'll have to split it together. Enjoying the intellectual stimulation is enough for me. The only thing I like is solving riddles. The only reward I need is proof that I was right. She shrugged it off, implying that just seeing the gold would be enough. Then she crouched down, peering fixedly at the lock mechanism. It's definitely no mistake to say this girl really loves solving riddles. For her, treasure hunting is all about the delicious process of exposing secrets, so she has no interest whatsoever in getting the treasure for herself and becoming a billionaire. I see. Pretty cocky of you, setting up a device like this. The mistake you all made was letting me in on this island in the first place. Simply by the existence of the epithet in that place, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo, Erica. What do you think, everyone? As she said this to the now exposed contraption, she grinned. Her smile was triumphant, but it was more fully characterized by the small bit of unpleasant disdain contained within. After solving the riddle, she was probably reveling in the pleasure of having won against the one who had proposed it, and she enjoyed her ability to scoff at this person now. If we find the gold now, the successor won't be Kraus-san, but you. Well, I wonder. Isn't Krausan kind of arrogant? You might even call him a braggart. It'll be pretty amusing to see him lose both the gold and his position as a successor to his nephew in the course of a single night, won't it? Erica was still crouched down as she spoke, her back to Battler as she toyed around with the device. Jessica San was her name, right? The girl who talked back to me. Yes, she really was acting big about her father being the successor. When she wakes up tomorrow and learns that you've inherited all the gold, and that her father's no longer the successor, I wonder what kind of expression she'll have on her face. I've got no intention of keeping that 20 billion to myself. Well, if I get even 10%, that would be as much as I could handle. We can split the rest fairly amongst the family. I'm even less interested in being the successor. I would be glad to let Uncle Kraus deal with that. Will you really be able to settle things that easily in the end? Well, rather than trying to make guesses about that, I imagine it'll be more fun to guess at the expression Jessica San wears tomorrow, and what kind of sad excuses she'll try to make. You really do have a nasty personality. Oh, couldn't you reason that out from the time you learned that I liked solving riddles? I'm an intellectual rapist who enjoys exposing things people try to hide. Get it? The same thing goes for solving the epitaph's riddle. I'll bet you wanted to expose the gold grandfather worked so hard to hide. Yes, that was my goal at first, but it changed part way through. Part way through. Changed to what? I mean Jessica Fan. She butted in on my reasoning, contaminating that pure and noble time. Ever since then, I've been trying to solve the epitaph so I could teach that Jessica a lesson. Are you serious? I'll make all opponents surrender, no matter who they are. That is my sole pleasure. Do you still need me to reason it out for you? Ushiromiya Jessica irritated me. That's why I wanted to put her in her place and decided to solve the epitaph. That's what led to the emotions I hold now. Can you reason out what those emotions are? This time, I turned my back on her in earnest. Did I get a bit too excited by this riddle-solving game, letting her drive me on and do something terrible? That's right. It should have been possible to reason this out. If the riddle is solved, the relatives will probably freak out about who the successor should be. Dad and some others will probably push for me, the discoverer, to be the successor, and some relatives not thrilled with that prospect will probably oppose them. Despite how adamantly Erica affirmed it, it isn't written anywhere that the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph becomes the successor. Because of this, it'll lead to a fight between those who acknowledge that theory and those who don't. If I reason out what'll happen next, as Erica did, it'll probably lead to a messy fight between Uncle Kraus and the rest of the relatives. Now that I've solved the riddle, will Jessica admire me or curse me? I don't want to think about that now. Erica was still mumbling. Apparently, she had already started trying to reason it out. As I began to feel very bad, I vaguely gazed out into the black night. At that time, I looked at a dim outdoor light and saw the silhouette of a person in front of it. I thought I must be seeing things. After all, it was unthinkable that someone could have been standing there this whole time, pounded upon by the rain without even an umbrella. However, the silhouette didn't move an inch, and no, it couldn't be. It was looking at me, and it was grandfather. At that moment, I understood. Grandfather's probably been watching us solve the riddle this whole time, and he watched as we spectacularly solved the whole thing. Without a doubt, there was a faint smile on Grandfather's face. Grandfather, who had never worn anything except moody and frightening expressions, looked me in the eye and smiled at me for the first time, almost as though he was saying, "How impudent," or else, "I never thought it would be you." However, this is still the result that Grandfather's epitaph chose, so I'm sure he accepted that result. In the end, he grinned one more time. Of course, he didn't use words. His smile seemed to be wordlessly saying, "Well done." I didn't know how I should respond. I couldn't do anything but stand there in shock, ignoring Erica as she crouched down, mumbling with her back towards me. Then, Grandfather stretched a hand out from the folds of his cloak and pointed at something. When I looked in that direction, there was. The thing he was pointing at was probably the signpost to the Golden Land. Go. I'm sure Grandfather said that one word. I nodded to show that I understood. After watching that, Grandfather nodded back, satisfied. Then, with a spin of his cloak, he disappeared, seeming to melt into the darkness. The expression on his face at the end was a smile that was, for the first time, truly satisfied. Are you listening, Battler Sam? Did you hear my reasoning? I found it. That's the signpost to the Golden Land. It's facing a different direction than it used to. I see. So it means go that way. You've got some pretty good powers of observation. Grandfather told me about it. Kenzo-san, where is he? I'm going. Let's have a look at what you're showing us. Just what is this Golden Land? We started to walk. The entrance to the Golden Land was right in. So, my epitaph has finally been solved, and it was Battler who did it. Wonderful. Couldn't be better. When I think about it, I was also ahead that no one saw coming. How amusing that the one to succeed me is just as surprising. I have no more regrets in life. Beatrice, I am coming to join you, along with a present, the miracle chosen by my epitaph. Battler, of all people, that Battler. At the very, very end of my life, I have seen a true miracle. Beatrice, I've won this bet. Except for its non-corrosive properties, there's no practical way to turn gold into money. I imagine it would take a lot of work to exchange all of this for cash. At the end of a crude underground tunnel in a VIP room so beautiful it seemed improper was a pile of gold so large that there could be no doubting its 20 billion yen worth. Erica was calm, but Battler couldn't suppress his excitement. As for which of the two was the correct reaction to show after seeing a mountain of gold, only those who saw the scene with their own eyes could say for sure. In this day and age, it's said that an average salaryman earns about 200 million in wages over his life, and this is 20 billion worth of gold. With even 1/100th of this gold mountain, a single human could live their entire life without working. What is labor? Isn't it the very point of a human's life, since a person who doesn't work cannot eat? If so, then 200 million yen is enough to make a single person's life complete. And this is 20 billion yen. This would account for the labors of 100 humans. No, a single human life 100 times over. Of course, if you still wanted to work, you could. Any money you gained as a result could be used to play with. After all, you would already have enough money to live for your entire life. No, for eternity. No, wait, I mustn't keep it all to myself. I can split it up among 100 people. If I could create a world where a full 100 humans wouldn't have to work for their whole lives, just what kind of world would that be? Yeah, there's no doubt at all. This is the Golden Land. There you go. Bern Battler magnificently discovered the gold. Congrats. I had her hide the more central parts of it, but what's wrong with being just a little me, right? Sure, do that as much as you like. I'm not interested in the micro details about what kind of riddle it was or what kind of answer it had. The important thing is that as a result, 10 tons of gold were discovered. The gold was discovered in the third game as well by Aunt Eva. Aunt Rosa also witnessed it. However, the two of them hadn't spoken of the gold's discovery to anyone. In other words, there was a chance that the gold's discovery was a catbox truth kept between the two of them. More specifically, it was possible the gold didn't exist and was just an illusion. However, I have finally found it. The catbox has been opened. It would be a waste of time to do that repeated game, so I'll give you a little bonus. This mountain of gold is real. All of the ingots piled up here are real pure gold. There are absolutely no tricks such as replicas or fakes. Okay, got it. I'll accept that this gold exists. However, there are still some things I can't accept. Of course, you met with him, didn't you? With Kenzo. Even though Kenzo's supposedly an illusion, you met with him just a second ago, right? I guess that really was magic, wasn't it? Ridiculous. I didn't exchange any words with Grandfather. I only felt as though Grandfather and I had exchanged words. Give it a rest. The same move won't work again. In that case, your blue truth If you please. I was probably in an excited state after solving the epitaph's riddle. Then I mistook something for grandfather. For example, maybe there was some kind of sheet or cover that had gotten caught in a dark grove of trees, which looked like grandfather wearing a pitch black cloak. As a result, I mistakenly thought that I had some sort of conversation with grandfather. Blue truth. Valid. Well, I did say the same thing in blue. So, did it work? Where's your counter with the red truth? I have none. At least not now, okay? The me who had let out a strange yell in front of the gold mountain was finally starting to regain his cool. Now that we've found it, there's no covering it up. I vaguely considered keeping this discovery a secret. However, Erica wanted to prove that her own reasoning was correct by announcing this to everyone. She really is an intellectual rapist, just as she says. The puzzle solving game is what's important to her. She doesn't intend to take any responsibility for what happens after the riddle is solved. A riddle is sort of like a lock. Locks exist to be locked, and they're only significant when they are locked. Therefore, it ought to be essential to have some goal in mind when exposing such a thing. However, to this girl, the act of exposing is itself her final goal, and she has no intention of taking responsibility for anything that happens later. Maybe the true storm to hit Rokkenjima isn't the typhoon, but her. She won't keep this discovery secret. She'll definitely announce it so she can brag about her success. Then she'll call a real storm down upon this island. I won't be able to keep this covered up. In that case, there's nothing to do but announce this fact fairly to all. I can't imagine what'll happen after that. As she grinned, Erica muttered to herself. She must have been anticipating the uproar that the relatives were soon bring about. To her, merely imagining that was far sweeter than 20 billion yen in gold. Simply by the existence of the epitaph in that place, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erica. What do you think, everyone? The sudden sound of someone banging fiercely on the door brought Nasuhi to her senses. She had probably nodded off in the study while planning how they would overcome the next day. But what could it be at a time like this? More importantly, the knock itself was strange. If someone wanted to contact her, they could have just used the internal phone line. She had told them that she would be here. Realizing that something strange was going on, Natsuhi shook her head one more time, completely throwing off her drowsiness. Father, father, it's Eva. I have an urgent, vital matter to discuss with you. It was Eva's voice. What is this? I thought I told them to lock the doors and windows of the mansion tightly after everyone left for the guest house. So why is Eva here? Natsuhi ran up to the door, responded with a small knock, and spoke through the door in a quiet voice. What is it? You're too noisy. Natsuhi-ne-san. Why are you in Father's study at this hour? I told you to be quiet. Have you forgotten that the head values peace and silence more than anything else? Now's not the time to be saying that. Stop harping on that and open up quickly. Bring Father out. The head just went to sleep. I don't know what business you have, but I will deal with it tomorrow. I don't have any business with you. Just open up right now. Sometimes, multiple schemes and assumptions can fall apart due to the most direct, simple, and emotional of strategies. This is bad. If I open the door, Eva will probably throw herself forwards and rush into the study. Now I can't even open this door. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It's okay. Both of the keys to the study are here. No one can open this door. Natsuhi inched away from the door and grabbed the receiver. Hello, it's Natsuhi. It's me. Things are bad. I want you to come down to the parlor quickly. It was from Kraus. His tone was strained. What in the world happened? It would seem that Battler Kun and his guest called Erica solved the witch's epitaph and found the gold. Is that true? Rudolph and the rest have forced their way in. They're saying Battler Kun will show everyone the way to the hidden gold. Right now, Eva-san is just outside the study door, yelling at me to open it. But if I do that now, she might push her way inside. I understand. I will go there too. Don't worry about Eva. Just stay there and don't do anything. I'll give you a signal once I've gotten Eva away from the door, so leave as soon as you hear that. Ready? Right after that, Kraus came up the staircase, accompanied by Genji. A heated debate started between him and Eva. Open up. No, calm down. In the middle of that, there was a small knock as a signal. Kraus had cleverly pushed Eva away from the door and distracted her. During that gap, Natsuhi slipped out of the study and quickly shut the door. Eva noticed this, and her face twisted in disappointment, but the heavy sound of the auto lock had already rung out, and the door had been sealed. The gold of the epitaph has been found. It's only natural that we should inform Father about this. Or else what? Is there some reason you can't tell Father about this? Father gave strict orders that he not be awakened, no matter what, after he went to bed. Following those orders is the duty of the head's representative. Isn't that right, Genji-san? Yes. The master's sleep must not be disturbed, no matter what happens. Even a rule like that depends on time and circumstances, doesn't it? I mean, the epitaph was solved. Father has a right to know straight away. Of course, the two of us will report on everything to the head tomorrow. That's our duty as the head representatives. I don't care about that. Come on, just open this door. Let me see Father. Father, can you hear me? It's Eva. Please open up. Let go of me. That hurts. We're telling you to listen to us. Don't knock on the door so loudly. Let go of me. Kraus-sama, Eva-sama, the master is sleeping. Please refrain from disturbing him any further. When Genji spoke firmly, the two finally ceased their scuffle. It seemed that Genji, the one who had spoken for Kinzo, since they were very young, still possessed an air of dignity strong enough to handle both Klaus and Eva. Eva put her argument aside for the time being. She could hold off worrying about that until after she saw the gold with her own eyes. After all, not even Eva had seen it for herself yet. Natsuhi and the others had managed to somehow deal with the momentary crisis. However, the move of the demons that would sneer upon their efforts had already begun. Battler solved the riddle of the epitaph, you say? Yes, though he had a lot of help from that Erica girl, Battler was the one who reached the answer. Erica has proclaimed that she will abandon her rights to the Golden Land. Therefore, the one who reached the Golden Land is Battler. Fate can be truly amusing. To think that Battler Sama would make it there. What will you do, Beato? You promised to stop the ceremony if anyone solved the epitaph's riddle. Yes, that was the deal. That was the deal, indeed. Apparently, Battler Sama does not intend to become the master of the Golden Land. It now seems that no one will become our master. That is also fate. It has been several decades since we first manifested in the human world through our bond with Lord Goldsmith. The time since then has been so very fun. Come on, Leah, you sound like an old lady. So, what are we going to do? If we go by Ricci and Goldsmith's rules, now that Battler solved the epitaph and decided not to become our master, we've been relieved from duty, right? That's true. I have no regrets at all. I've been prepared to be kicked down into Cocytus all this time. Wait, we can't let that happen. You might not have any regrets, but I will keep on serving Natsuhi. It would be quite irresponsible to let ourselves be relieved from duty just because Battler solved the epitaph. Witches are forbidden from breaking contracts, but they also must not fail to show gratitude. True, we should serve her until the family conference ends. In that case, you won't be relieved from duty for a while either, Lord Goldsmith. Perhaps you should wait until you've overcome this family conference safely and say goodbye to Natsuhi-sama at the very least, and if possible, reward her for all her efforts. Indeed, she has done well supporting my foolish son. You're a fallen angel with one of its wings plucked off, aren't you? Just leave the other wing as a parting gift and go. Indeed, perhaps that would be fitting. Natsuhi may be worthy of bearing my wing. However, we are approaching the critical moment. Your reward is waiting for you. Try to make it through this test unscathed, Natsuhi. The mountain of gold left everyone speechless. Regardless of how strongly they had believed in its existence, no one could look at this much real gold and not be shocked. To think a place like this existed, I can't believe it. That dad. Everyone was stunned by the gold. The first one to break the silence and jump around in ecstasy was Hideyoshi. Letting out an excited laugh, he clung to the wall of gold. Then he felt the cold, hard touch of it all over his cheek. This is incredible, It's the real thing. That damn dad of ours, sticking this much gold in such a ridiculous place. Now that we have this much, we no longer have anything to fear. With this, we could overcome any kind of trial. Rosa, Nay-san, Nay-san, we'll be able to find happiness with this, right? Eva and Rosa moved towards each other at the same time and hugged as they broke down crying. Ecstasy and shock, wonder and sighs. After stepping forward in front of the pile of gold that had caused these mixed emotions, Erica spoke as though she were an announcer in some show. If this world is funny, then this gold is the embodiment of happiness. Congratulations, everyone. I pray that this discovery makes all of your lives richer. I take my hat off to you. To think you would solve the epitaph within a single day of coming to this island. If you couldn't solve it in a single day, then you wouldn't be able to solve it no matter how many days you had. After all, it doesn't take more than an instant for your little gray cells to give you a flash of intuition. Also, I wouldn't have been able to solve this riddle myself. I ask that you praise Battler Sand's achievement as well, everyone. I abandon any rights to this discovery. I'm already satisfied to have my reasoning proven correct. So, I would like to give Battler Sand full credit. I may be here, but please continue your discussion as though I wasn't. Battler Sand called all the adults here, making sure that none of the cousins would notice. That can only mean one thing. He must have wanted to begin the true family conference with all of you. Erica, quit deciding things on your own. My apologies. In that case, I'll step down as the facilitator of these proceedings. So, who will take my place? Shrugging, Erica looked around at everyone. After a short period of silence, Eva made the first move. None of us have forgotten the deal we made earlier today, right? Yes. Divide it between the four of us with 2.5 for each. And then the successor gets another 10. Well, wait a second. Who decided that the one who discovers the gold becomes the successor? Hold up. You won't be able to get away with that, Nasuhi-san. We've all been arguing based on that premise this whole time, haven't we? You really think you can pretend that never happened now? That's right. Weren't you the one worrying about how, if none of the servants solved the riddle, they might consider themselves the successor? But nowhere is it explicitly written that that's the truth, right? You bastard! We were all aware of it, weren't we? That's right, Aniki. Are you going to change your position this late in the game? Though it was never stipulated, I believe it was common knowledge between us. I don't see how you can suggest we ignore it completely. You can't just interpret the head's epitaph however you like. Where is it written that the one who finds the gold becomes the successor? The epitaph was decided upon by the head. You have no right to decide these things for yourselves. Calm down, Natsuhi. How could I calm down? Yes, I do find it quite impressive that Battler couldn't solve the epitaph. I certainly believe he should be rewarded for it. However, it's clearly a stretch to suggest that he deserved half of everything, and you won't get away with the argument that the discoverer becomes the successor. That's low, Natsuhine-san. This is completely different from what you were saying earlier today. I agree, though it was never stipulated, the fact that whoever solved the epitaph becomes the successor has always been the greatest unwritten rule we've had. It's not fair if you start complaining about that at the last second, right? Yeah, it isn't fair. Anyway, this gold is Father's. We can't decide how it will be split up without Father's permission. No way. That's low, Natsuhi-san. We were talking about this on and on earlier, right? Are you saying that whole conversation today was a bunch of bull? It just ain't right. Why don't we just vote on it? Battler-kun, the one who found the gold, is the successor. My husband and I have no objections. What about you, Rudolph and Kirie-san? Rosa? No objections here. Nice going, Battler. I have no objections either. Battler-kun is the true successor, chosen by the epitaph. If you aren't satisfied, then why don't we ask Father directly? That's right. Like you just said, Natsuhine-san, Father is the one who wrote the riddle of the epitaph, and he's also the proper owner of this gold. In that case, shouldn't we talk to Father about this directly? How should Battler Kun, the person who discovered the gold, be treated? I believe Father is the only one capable of making such a decision. But didn't I tell you to calm down? Rosa and Kirie-san are right. Let's ask Father. Your turn is already over, Ni-san. Natsuhine-san. Yeah, bring Father out to us. We won't get anywhere with just you two. Let's begin the real family conference. Does this look like something you can put off just because he's tired? If we take this thing lightly, we'll have a massive problem on our hands. Hey, are you listening? We won't get anywhere with just you. Bring Father out right now. Our family conference is always like this. How the hell would I know? They're probably always like this on the inside. Looks like they won't be able to get this figured out right now without Kinzo-san. To think he's being called out to settle his children's fight, even though it's been announced that he has only a short while to live. I wonder how he feels right about now. Imagining that, no, reasoning that out will be a treat. The parents ignored Battler and Erica and kept yelling at each other, on and on. Even though Battler had more or less imagined that this sort of thing happened behind the scenes, this was the first time he had seen it. He had suspected it 6 years ago, and he had been able to get a pretty good idea of what this was like by the darkening expressions on his parents' faces when this time of year drew near. However, this argument his relatives were having before his very eyes was much more ugly than he had imagined. That's why he was very glad that he had called the adults out here without letting the cousins catch wind of anything. Perhaps because everyone was tired out from this seemingly endless argument, they took a short break. It was decided that this family conference inside the Golden Land should be moved over to the mansion. This place may have been gorgeous, like a VIP room, but there was no heating and it was a little cold. It wasn't well suited for a long conversation. They thought of the possibility that someone might snatch the gold away while their backs were turned. But of course, no one could manage much with just human hands and a small amount of time when it's 10 tons of gold they're dealing with. In fact, it might be said that having this mountain of gold in the background was actually robbing them of the ability to make sound decisions. So they agreed to return to the mansion, in part so that they could regain their composure and continue the conference more cold bloodedly. Then, if you would excuse me for the night, I imagine I would just get in the way if I remained any longer. Sure, sorry. Did we bother you too much? Let us show our gratitude again tomorrow. Sorry for letting you see such an embarrassing side of us. You said that you refused, but allow us to prepare a fitting portion out of gratitude for you as one of the first to discover the gold. Right, me, Yes, we know what you're capable of. I think you can grasp our current circumstances. 20 billion yen in gold isn't something they wanted out in the open. They didn't want an outsider like Erica telling people about it. Of course, Erica had already reasoned out that much. She wore an unpleasant smile on her face, as though she understood all too well. You don't need to worry about me. Of course, I have no desire to tell anyone else about this, and if I did, no one would believe me without proof. I got to see something interesting tonight. It was quite a spectacle, so I'm more than satisfied. I see. I guess it's not every day you see 10 tons of gold. Seeing the gold was the spectacle? Of course not. Judging by Erica's dark nature, it's obvious what she's so happy about. I thought about telling her to just go away, but even I wanted to get out of this place. I tried to head back to the guest house along with Erica. However, Kirie-san grabbed my shoulder. You, you can't go, Battler-kun. Please come with us. Yes, yes, you're now a real successor. You've got to have an audience with father and have him acknowledge you right away. That's something only the family head may decide. Don't make things up on your own. Battler, I realize it'll be a pain, but stick around with us for a bit longer. Don't say anything. Just stay quiet and keep your head down. Got it? Just do whatever you want. It would have been easy to say that I had no interest in being the successor, but I was sure that would only add more oil to the fire. Even if I hadn't been ordered to keep quiet, staying shut up like a clam was clearly a good idea. In that case, would it really be so bad if they just let me go back to the guest house? Dad put his arm firmly around my shoulder, and I told him it was uncomfortable and to let go. However, he didn't pay attention to a word I said. I've solved the epitaph, just like you wanted. When you were the game master, we would always get those letters. Try and solve the epitaph. If you don't, I'll kill you all. Why did she want to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph? By solving it, we found a mountain of gold. Yippee for us. And what about Beato? Does she gain anything by having us find the gold? Or does she lose something? As far as chessboard thinking tells us, people don't ever make moves that cause them to lose something. That means you must have something to gain by having us solve the epitaph. No, this child has nothing to gain from having someone solve the epitaph. Are you sure that's okay? Using red like that without her permission. This child most likely wishes for it. Virgil Ea, who had suddenly appeared there, quickly gave an answer to my question with the red truth. In the past, I sometimes guessed that Beato tried to make us solve the epitaph because she wanted to make us find the gold's hiding place for her so she could snatch it away. Is that wrong too? Yes. In the first place, the gold of the Golden Land belongs to this child. She had absolutely no need to make someone find it for her or to snatch it away herself. Of course, Beato is Beatrice the Golden. Isn't she the master of the Golden Land and the Ushiromiya family alchemist? That totally makes sense. However, that makes me even more confused. Even if someone exposed the answer to the epitaph's riddle, Beato has nothing to gain. No, to the contrary, her own gold might be stolen away. In that case, I'm understanding this less and less. I understand the epitaph murders. It might be revenge against the Ushiromiya family, or else a ceremony to revive her powers as a witch. After all, she's probably doing it because of some reason or goal of her own. But what's the point of her telling us to solve the epitaph? Whether we solve it or not, she has nothing to gain at all. In other words, the whole issue of whether the epitaph is solved or not is immaterial in Beato's eyes. You're right. Whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, this child stands nothing to gain at all. It doesn't matter whether it's solved or not. In other words, could we say that the epitaph's riddle itself is immaterial to Beato? You're right. The epitaph's riddle doesn't have a meaning for this child. So even if you take it to an extreme and call the epitaph's riddle immaterial, it may not be possible to argue against your claim. Beato, why are you making us solve the epitaph's riddle? If we liken the witch you are to a pair of scales, the epitaph murders lie on one plate, and the riddle of the epitaph lies on the other plate. After all, she's saying she'll stop the epitaph murders if the epitaph is solved. In other words, the epitaph murders and the epitaph's riddle are worth the same to Beato, like two sides on a balanced scale. That means both the epitaph's riddle and massacring all the relatives are equally significant from Beato's point of view. But Virgil Ea responded with the red truth. Regardless of whether the epitaph is solved or not, Beato has nothing to gain. If she has nothing to gain, then this epitaph's riddle is meaningless and immaterial to Beato. In that case, how much are the epitaph murders, which lie on the other side of the scales and are equal to the epitaph's riddle in value, worth to her? Think. Don't stop thinking. The epitaph murders and solving the riddle of the epitaph have equal worth. As long as the epitaph murders are which are Beato's goal each time, have the single way that they can be stopped, a way that she decided on herself. Both are worth the same thing to her. X equals Y, and whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, Beato has nothing to gain. Y equals 0. So, in this case, what is X? Wait a sec. That means the epitaph murders are also meaningless and immaterial. Every time she performs these bizarre serial murders, she's willing to spend an incredible amount of effort to politely send advance notice, and then kill us one by one in accordance with the epitaph, never getting exposed. So all that is meaningless to her. I spun the chessboard around and searched through Beato's moves over and over. This is always the first place I stumble. The significance of the epitaph murders. Why did she have to commit serial murders in a way that reproduced the witch's epitaph? She wanted to kill the whole Uchiromiya family for revenge. It would be much simpler, safer, and more reliable if she just put poison into their dinner, or else went around killing people one by one in the middle of the night while they were sleeping. However, on the first evening, Beato sent us a letter that sounded like advance notice, and then carried out a three-part serial murder with large gaps in between. The six people of the first twilight, the two people of the second twilight, and the five people of the fourth and later twilights. We aren't fools. Once the first murders occur, we barricade ourselves in somewhere to stave off any further murders. Furthermore, we quickly suspect a culprit among us and start analyzing each other's alibis. As the victims increase, the number of suspects decreases automatically, and Beato's chances of success in the serial murder drop closer and closer to zero. All the epitaph murders are like she's strangling her own neck, making it harder to succeed in the serial murder she's attempting. All for a useless embellishment, all just for show. She's raising the difficulty of completing her own objective. That does follow. She really is a strange child. Did you know? In mystery novels, they call things like these epitaph murders plotline murders. I think you can split the possible motives for plotline murders like this into three groups. And what are those? Well, first off, maybe following the epitaph gives rise to misconceptions about evidence and alibis, which might benefit the culprit. Pretending to be dead and mixing yourself in with the victims would fit this pattern, as with committing murders that don't actually follow the epitaph, giving yourself an alibi by getting people to incorrectly guess the order of events. I see. So perhaps she only made it look as though she was killing them in a ceremonial fashion, following the epitaph, and when she was actually guiding their thinking in a manner that benefited her. I do find that intriguing. However, in our games, the dead are truly down for the count, thanks to the red. While she might have confused people in the world of the game board, she can't confuse us up here like that. In other words, the most obvious possible goal for her isn't the real one. In that case, what are the other two possible reasons for carrying out plotline murders? Another one is coincidence. A crime just happens to resemble the epitaph, without anyone in particular trying to make it do so, and the witnesses mistakenly think it's a plotline murder. Humans try to find cause and effect in everything they see. If we think we know what something is, then that's how it looks to us. I see. That's intriguing too. But would that really work? In this child's games, advance notice of the crime is always given before the murders of the first twilight. Also, I believe you've repeatedly found letters and circumstantial evidence that clearly show that the culprit is carrying out epitaph murders. Yeah, that's right. It isn't coincidence. From the very beginning, Beato's been advancing with the goal of making this look like a series of epitaph murders. We weren't mistaken about that. These are clear plotline murders. So, this motive, or lack of motive, doesn't work either. In that case, there's only one motive left, right? The last one is because they want to show someone something. More specifically, fear. By following the epitaph, she gives the others clear notice in advance that the murders will continue. The survivors are in constant fear of the murders, which they're certain will continue. In other words,
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
this child performed these epitaph murders to make someone feel the fear of death. Or at least, that would explain things pretty well. The grotesque mutilation of corpses and the dark decorations were all a show to terrify us. To terrify whom? Well, like I said, us. After hearing that one line Virgilia spoke so casually, my thoughts clouded over once again. Is it really sufficient to use the vague word us? There are many humans in the Ushiromiya family. There's the head and the one who holds the rank of his successor, grandfather and Uncle Kraus. There's the relatives who have some pull in the business world. On the other side, you have the young cousins who usually visit at most once a year, and the unfortunate servants who just happen to be on duty that day. Even if the culprit hates all of us, there should be clear differences in how much they hate some of us compared to others. So, it should be possible to pick out people among us that the culprit especially wanted to terrorize or have revenge against. If we liken this to a kid eating dessert, isn't the strawberry on top of a shortcake the part you should eat last? No one tells you that you shouldn't eat it first, but our mentality encourages us to save it for later. In that case, the culprit would want to leave the person they hated most until the end. Yeah, like that line by my favorite character in this novel I like. Something about how the worst way to kill someone is to murder those close to them first, making them as miserable as possible, and only kill the person then. Oh my, that must have been quite a terrifying novel. How frightening. In that case, you could argue that the people who stay alive until the end are the ones Beato hates the most. However, every single time the order of people get killed changes around completely. If we try counting up the people who live until the last twilight every single time, even though they do die in the end, I'm the only one. Let me first speak with the red. Battler Kun isn't the culprit. Battler Kun didn't kill anyone. This can be said of all games. Then that just makes it even more likely that it's me. It means the sole reason she had for bringing about the Epitaph murders was to show them to me. Every time Beato brags that she'll choose whom to kill next with a roulette. However, I'm the only one she never kills. Though she does kill me in the end, she leaves me be until the very last moment. In all these supposedly random games, there's only this one unchanging constant. She wants revenge against me. So is she performing the Epitaph murders to make me feel fear? That's wrong. Her goal is not to make someone experience fear, and it isn't to have revenge on someone either. In that case, the Epitaph murders really don't mean anything to her. The Epitaph's riddle is meaningless, and the corresponding Epitaph murders are also meaningless. X equals Y equals 0. But even so, she's clearly trying to show these meaningless things to me. What does she want from me that would be worth the same to her? Hmm. As something meaningless. I don't get it. The more I think about it, the less I understand what she's thinking. Beatrice, the fickle witch who committed a meaningless, worthless string of serial murders. Even the epitaph's riddle, which that witch used as a trigger that could suspend the serial murders, is meaningless, immaterial. And yet, she's thrusting this meaningless, immaterial thing in front of my face. What is it that you want from me? Or else, what is it that you're giving me? My idea that Beato has clearly been taking revenge on me has already been denied by Virgil Ea's red truth, both X and Y. Both the epitaph murders and the epitaph riddle hold no meaning for Beatrice. X equals Y equals 0. However, since she's thrusting those things in front of me, they must have some meaning. She showed us the scales representing, if you don't solve the epitaph, I'll carry out the epitaph murders. Okay guys, at this point I think we should take a shot every time we say the word epitaph. I'm just saying. In other words, neither the epitaph murders nor the epitaph riddle have any significance by themselves. However, it becomes meaningful when she puts both halves on the scales and puts them on display before us. No, before me. In other words, it should be like this. X equals 0, Y equals 0, X plus Y is greater than 0. A scale with meaningless, weightless things on both sides. However, it has weight itself and gives the rest meaning. It's almost like playing, like kids playing rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors is an extremely familiar method of randomly determining a winner and loser. You sometimes wager some sort of reward on the outcome, but kids often do rock, paper, scissors just to play, without betting anything in particular. Unless you bet something, you have nothing to gain or lose except happiness and frustration. In other words, the two sides of the scale, both winning and losing, are immaterial. However, the very act of seeing which way it will tip is the reason kids play rock, paper, scissors. After all, the kids are enjoying the communication that surrounds the game, and they aren't purely interested in the value of winning or losing. They aren't overly concerned about who wins and who loses. That would mean it doesn't matter to Beato whether the epitaph murders succeed or not. It almost feels like she's just enjoying the process. In the past, I cursed her, deciding that she was a heartless witch who kept murdering people for no reason. But right now, I can't imagine that's true. Thank you. In that case, I'll give you one more line of red. Beato never committed murder for the sake of pleasure. She didn't do it for pleasure, and she didn't do it to make anyone feel fear. Since she has nothing to gain, she doesn't care whether the epitaph murders succeed or fail. It's almost like a random game kids would play. That's not right. It does have meaning. It has meaning for her. And what is this meaning? I don't get it. Even though both sides of the scale are immaterial, the scale itself has some weight to it in her eyes. Of course, it isn't meaningless. Some meaning definitely exists. In the previous game, she urged me to remember my sin of 6 years ago. Am I supposed to believe that was meaningless too? No, that definitely isn't the case. I clearly remember the serious gaze Beato had back then. Unfortunately, I didn't have a clue what she meant. When she saw that, she was horribly dejected. That's right. At that time, I'm sure she even went so far as to say that the crime wouldn't have occurred if I hadn't come. It does have meaning. It means something to her, and is connected to something she wants from me. I laughed softly and poked Beato lightly on the head, then patted her head. Next time you want to send a love letter, I suggest you just write, I love you. If you make it too roundabout and confusing, no one's going to be able to figure it out. I still don't have a clue what she's thinking. Even so, I won't stop thinking. I've only just started spinning the chessboard around. I definitely won't give up on this journey in search of your thoughts. Battler did nothing but gaze blankly out the window. The fighting between the relatives went on without end. At first, the relatives had crowded around the study. However, no matter how much they knocked, the master of the study did not answer even once. Eva and several others said they should open the door with the second key, the one Genji held. However, in a flash of brilliance, Natsuhi had said that Kinzo had been in a particularly bad mood and had taken back the key he had previously given Genji. Which meant that he now had both keys himself. She claimed that this was the reason they couldn't open the door. After she promised to let them meet Kinzo tomorrow morning, no matter what, they finally returned to the dining hall. But of course, the argument continued on even there. Eva's group needed a lot of cash very soon, and they were trying to threaten Kraus somehow and make him pay up. Apparently, Battler solving the epitaph threatened Kraus's position as the successor, which gave the others a powerful tailwind. On the other side, Kraus and Natsuhi based their argument on the claim that had never been specified that ownership of the gold would be handed over to the person who solved the epitaph. It hadn't been hidden gold, but simply Kinzo's stockpile, and it was still Kinzo's property, which meant it would naturally be distributed after Kinzo's death with the rest of the inheritance. Once they made that claim, Eva's group once again started demanding to be allowed to see Kinzo. It had probably been obvious to them from the beginning. This sibling fight could only be settled by Kinzo. This was obviously a confrontation between Eva's group, which wanted cash fast, and Kraus, who was hiding his lack of funds, but still didn't need money right away. As he listened vaguely to this exchange, Battler marveled at how, despite their usual affluent airs, they were surprisingly deep in debt. Didn't you say the same thing a short while ago? Enough. Let's take a break. We're all repeating the same things over and over again. According to the clock, it was almost 2400. It certainly was a perfect time for a break. The atmosphere relaxed just a bit. I agree. It'll be good for both sides to take a breather. Why don't we start keeping a record when we start up again? I'm tired of fighting over what was or wasn't said. Seriously, we really can't do without a record of proceedings. Not when Nissan can so easily deny something he said before the words stopped reverberating off the walls. A mere written record would be a pain and would be an easy target for forgery. Good point. Aniki, wanna fire this up? A tape set, is it? I see. This way we can keep a record without bothering to write it down, and forgery will be impossible. It's fair for both sides. Make sure you don't mess anything up. Those are Father's precious music tapes. The dignified tape set had a sense of weight to it that matched this majestic dining hall perfectly. On pleasant Sunday mornings, it would sometimes be used to play famous tapes or records. However, right now, it was the most neutral and impartial conference record keeper around. Rudolph randomly fished around the cassette rack, searching for a blank tape, and every time he found some tape with sophisticated music on it, he would complain about how pompous it was. "Pardon me, you called? We're taking a break. Sorry, but could you make us something to drink? And maybe some biscuits would be nice too." "Certainly, I will see to it right away. Also, sorry, but do you have any cold medicine? I've been feeling a bit feverish." "Then don't overstrain yourself. Get some sleep. If you really feel like it, why not get some sleep, Rosa? Of course, I wouldn't step out of such an important conference because of a simple cold." "Really? Allow me to take a rest as well. Natsuhi, why don't we take a short rest too?" "Yes, dear." Sensing that he meant to have a strategy meeting, Natsuhi stood up. Even if that hadn't been the case, she was so desperate to get out of the room, even for a moment, that she would have taken any excuse. Kraus and Natsuhi left the dining hall, and the tension in the room truly relaxed. "You've been doing great, Battler-kun. I imagine you feel just horrible. Think of this as part of growing up and just accepting it. Just how long am I going to have to sit around here doing nothing? Who knows? After all, you're like our own portable shrine. Sleepy? About as much as in your average school class. I'm pretty sure Father isn't going to show up tonight anyway. When Kraus, Nissan, and the rest come back, I'll propose that we might as well let you go. I'll be counting on you." A light knock and the faint sound of china clinking together could be heard. "Excuse us, we brought tea." Shannon and Cannon had come by with a serving cart. The pleasant smell of black tea had the effect of relieving a bit of the tension. "Did you hear?" "Hear about what?" "We haven't heard anything." "Stop it, Rudolph. There's no reason to tell them. We are furniture, so we have no interest in matters concerning the family conference." "I see. That's a wise answer. You have the midnight shift. That must be rough." "That is our job. We would be happy to receive your orders." "Makes sense to me. At least that would be better than sitting around awake doing nothing. When I was still down in the bottom rungs, I once worked as a warehouse keeper. Even if you're just staying awake, it's still pretty tough. Right after the war, you had robbers all over the place. Plus, you couldn't rely on the police back then, so it was a pretty dangerous time." Hideyoshi was particularly proud of how he would started with nothing and built up assets by illegally diverting goods from the American army. Once the subject came up, Hideyoshi tended to get pretty talkative. The relatives who knew this were greatly relieved to see that a perfect sacrifice had come up. If you got found out, you were in it for big time. Those Americandy people are scary. Their strength's in another league because of all that beef they eat. If you get caught, it would end up with them shooting you or death by hanging. Get it? Death by hanging. Oh yeah, and then I figured it out. It's all about the meat. Japanese people gotta eat more meat. And that's when I got the revelation. I needed to start up a business to win over people's tummies. I see. That must have been quite a difficult task. Stop it, dear. No matter how much you tell people born after the war, they'll never understand how we suffered back then. Looks like my bad habits jumped out again. Sorry, sorry. You two should have some tea as well. Every now and then, I think it might be helpful for you to use your own tongues to learn more about the tea you're always brewing. No, we'll be fine. There's no need to be concerned for our sakes. Hang out with us for a bit. Being surrounded by adults makes me feel like I'm going to suffocate. Hear that? That's an order from Battler Sama, the successor. Sit over there and have some tea with us. Then you can talk about recent events, your hobbies, TV shows you're watching, and whatever it is that's popular with the kids these days. There's a lot we could learn. Th- That's a brilliant idea. Come on, you two sit down too. And why don't you become sacrifices for us now that we crave something to talk about? That's right. I thought it would be nice to talk to some young kids, but that'll be pretty hard when I'm too old even to go to a cabaret club. How long are you planning on standing there? Rudolph told you to sit. Sit down. I give you permission as well. After getting Eva's permission, Shannon and Cannon looked at each other and finally obeyed, nervously. For a while, the two were pounded by questions and became the relatives' playthings. Then, a reserved knocking sound could be heard. All of the servants tended to knock in a similar manner, so no one found it strange. However, Shannon and Cannon turned around with surprised looks on their faces. The servants here today included the two of them, Genji, Kumasawa, and Goda. Goda had the midnight shift at the guest house. Kumasawa had gone to bed in a spare room in the guest house. The two of them were right here, so Genji was the only person left. But they knew very well that Genji wouldn't knock like that. Who is it? It's not locked. Just come on in. Rudolph didn't recognize the knock either. When he asked, "Who is it?" it became apparent that no one knew whose knock it was. After that, the same knock knock repeated just once more. Could it be that someone had their hands full and was asking that the door be opened for them? As a slightly odd feeling began to encompass the room, the sound of the large clock in the hall could be heard. It was a sign that October 4th had ended and October 5th had begun. Let's step back in time a bit. At this time, Kraus and Natsuhi were a ways off, in a deserted corridor on the second floor. So, we no longer have any other options. Yes, the same move probably won't last us all day tomorrow. If we hesitate any longer, there's a chance Eva-san and the others will call the police, claiming that we have father locked up somewhere. This is as far as we can go. Battler finding the gold was completely unexpected. If that hadn't happened, I would I had thought of a plan which might have managed to get us through this somehow. This always happens when I bet on something. Something unexpected always happens, and something that should have been an absolute certainty goes wrong. Let's arrange for Father's room to be empty starting tomorrow morning. Let's plan it out with Kenji and have him say he saw Father heading out into the forest early in the morning. I doubt Eva and the others will simply accept such a disappearance. I'm fully aware of that. However, we have no other options. If we do such a thing, Eva and the others will doubtless make a fuss that our actions were suspicious. They aren't worried about appearances as long as they can squeeze out some money out of us. It might end up in some odd magazine and cause serious damage to the confidence placed in me. Damage is something we can live with, right? If by any chance Father's secret is discovered, we'll face a lot worse than mere damage. There's nothing wrong with persisting until the last possible second. Tomorrow, if we're able to make it through safely, we won't have to lose anything. There's no need to get impatient and use that trump card. You want to wait until after they start clamoring about how we brought Father up and then say he's gone missing. That way would invite much more suspicion. Let's just put Father to rest now. To go any further, would be impossible. Calm yourself. Being exposed to Eva and the others' venom too much has made you lose your composure. That's all. Only two keys exist that can let anyone into that study, and you have both of them right here. That means no one can go inside. That door is of a very special make. No matter what kind of tools they bring out of the storage room, it won't even budge. It isn't a physical problem like that. Please don't be hasty and calm down. In any event, you can pretend to have gotten a fever and stay in bed. In the meantime, I will overcome all of this for you. I can't leave everything to you. I'll fight until the end, too. When Natsuhi could no longer hold back the tears brought on by her fierce emotions, Kraus held her gently. Just how long had it been since the last time she had felt the warmth of her husband's compassion? Your headache must be awful, yes? It's always that way when you wrinkle your forehead like that. Dear, she had come to think that her husband could never guess the way she felt. But at times like this, let's wait for the very last moment before using our disappearance trump card. It's like a last resort treasured sword. It's best when it remains in its sheath. The most important thing is that you're ready to pull it out at any time, right? I understand that. Would you let me handle that trump card? Of course, at the final moment, I will take all of the responsibility. I won't get you and Jessica involved. What do you mean by that? When the Ushiromiya family is destroyed, it is enough that I am alone and crushed in the rubble. When the typhoon passes, let's make sure we're ready to file for divorce. I will sign the papers and let you hold on to them. I've secretly left some of my assets in your name. If you add on some compensation money, that should be enough for you and Jessica to live on without any hindrances. No, Ushiromiya Nasuhi is the name that should be engraved on my tombstone. Please let me be with you until the last moment. Even if it turns out that you're the last head of the Ushiromiya family, please let Nasuhi be the name of the wife of the final head, your wife. Krause's existence was founded solely upon the trust and power of his assets as a financial fixer. If either of those weakened, nothing would remain. If they used the trump card of Kinzo's disappearance, they would lose one of these two essential supports. It was like offering your right arm in exchange for your neck being cut. It was probably better than losing your head, but you might still die from the blood loss. And even on the off chance that you did survive, you would have to bury a heavy wound that wouldn't heal for the rest of your life. Kraus was prepared even for death. Understanding this, Natsuhi buried her face in Kraus's chest and cried. My apologies for interrupting. The sudden appearance of Genji's voice made Natsuhi jump back and hurriedly wipe the tears from her eyes. Kraus stood in front of Natsuhi, shielding her. Genji-san, please don't sneak up on us. Do you have some business? Yes. My apologies, but I have something to report to Madame. To me, dear. I don't mind. Kraus left Natsuhi's side, went to a window a short ways off, and gazed at the windy and rainy rose garden. Natsuhi went with Genji to a place a short distance away. What is it? Well, the truth is, another phone call has come for you, Madame. At that moment, a sudden, eerie sound surprised her. It was the large clock in the hall announcing 2400. You don't mean that man again? Yes. What is to be done? Did he say what business he had with me? I can give you no answer on that matter. He kept insisting that he wanted to speak to you directly. Again, a phone call from the man who claimed to be taking revenge for something that happened 19 years ago. 19 years ago. That was just 1 year before Jessica and Battler were born. In Natsuhi's eyes, the gap between 19 years ago and 18 years ago was immense. For a long time, she had been unable to fulfill her role of creating a successor for the Ushiromiya family and had been treated very coldly. But then she finally gave birth to Jessica and became able to call herself the Ushiromiya successor's wife with her head held high. So in her eyes, Ushiromiya Natsuhi began 18 years ago. That's why everything before that, including the events of 19 years ago, contained nothing but hateful memories. And something from the last year of that hateful period is whispering vengeful words from the other end of the phone. I can still hear the roar of the sea. What is to be done? Transfer it to my room. Don't let my husband know. As you wish. From the very beginning, Genji had guessed that she wouldn't want Kraus hearing about this phone call. That's why he had told Natsuhi covertly. Natsuhi ordered that he transfer the call, told Kraus that she would turn in for the night, and left at a quick pace. She returned to her room and locked the door. There was nothing peculiar about that. In the Ushiromiya family, hallways are like public roads. There's no special meaning in locking the door when you enter your own room. This is what she told herself. Then, as though it had been waiting for her, the telephone rang. Genji had probably transferred the call. She took a deep breath, readied herself, and picked up the receiver. Hello. Again, it started with silence. She realized that the person at the other end was trying to irritate her and make her feel uncomfortable, and she got angry. Why are you silent? I'm hanging up. Do not hang up, mother. I want to hear your voice a little longer. Again, that unpleasant voice. Are you trying to mock me? Tell me what you want. I want to play with you, Mother. But what? What are you talking about? I have no desire to play with you. You are tired from the family conference, right? Is that chronic headache of yours getting to be a pain? But that's none of your business. Just the fact that he knew her headache was troubling her made a shiver run up her spine. You get headaches because your head is all stiff. If you go straight to bed like that, you cannot expect to have good dreams. Haven't I told you that's none of your business? I'm hanging up. Natsuhi forcefully yelled that she was hanging up, but in actuality she couldn't. After all, being at the receiving end of a phone call was much better than the alternative. If she hung up violently, this person might then call someone else. Let us play a game to help you relax. I will not take up much of your time. I have no intention of playing with you. Your name is Nasuhi, Mother. It has the kanji for season in it. Pretty nice name. However, just because your name is Nasuhi, that does not necessarily mean you like summer. Which season do you really like, Mother? You think I'll tell you? If you do not, I will hang up. Is that all right? It was clearly a threat. It meant that if she forced him to hang up the phone, anything might happen. Humiliated that she was forced to give in to a threat made by a man whose name she didn't even know, she gave him the answer he wanted. It's autumn. Why? But because it's an easy season to pass the time in. There's no other reason in particular. Are you satisfied now? Yes, I am satisfied. So it looks like your favorite season really is the same as mine. I like autumn too. Liar, you just made that up. Surely this man would have done the same thing, no matter which season I said I liked. What is he after? What's so fun about making me uncomfortable like this? It is not nice to call someone a liar. I am not making it up. I already knew you liked autumn, Mother. There's even proof. Proof? Yes. Is there a clock in your room, Mother? A clock? Yes, there is. But what's your point? In Nasui's room, there's a beautiful antique clock with an intricate design. Kraus had bought it for her as a birthday present long ago. It's 007 right now. I'm tired, so please get this farce over with quickly. Try lifting the clock up. Well, why? You really do not know when to shut up. Stop
Stream
resisting.
Elements said, stay moist my friends, hydrate.
Every single time I say something. Just shut up and do what I say. The tone of the man's voice suddenly went low, turning into a threat. It made his displeasure clear. At first, this man seemed to have a calm way of speaking, but on the inside, that wasn't the case at all. If she enraged this man even a little more, he would surely show his true nature right away. Are you really that eager to make me hang up? Things are best when I talk on the phone with you. I could tell your husband and daughter about what happened 19 years ago any time I want to. I don't know what you're talking about, but please don't get my husband and daughter involved. I'm listening to everything you say. Then just do what you are told. Once again the man threatened her in a low voice, as though warning her not to interrupt again. My head was filled with the pain from my headache, the sound of my beating heart, and the roar of the sea. I can't disobey him any more. As the man had ordered, I lifted up the antique clock. There lay what appeared to be a single playing card. Is it the warranty for the clock? Thinking this, she took it and turned it over. Are you wide awake now? Why? Why is this here? Well, it would please me if your headache's gone down a bit. Tell me that you're happy, Mother. How did you? Why? How? I want to hear you say you're happy, murderer. How dare you act like a normal, neat freak mother? You make me want to vomit. Do you want that to land on your husband and daughter as well? You don't, right? You want me to keep quiet, don't you? Okay, I'll keep quiet. Come on, aren't you happy? Aren't you? I'm happy. I'm happy. So please, stop. Don't bring my husband and daughter into this. What is it you want? Money? How much? I do not want money. My wounds cannot be healed with any amount of money. But there is a medicine. That is right. It is like a kind of ointment, thick, syrupy, and dribbling. And that is my hatred, my resentment towards you. Slathering myself with that is the only way to hold back the pain. Natsuki had never had anything so hateful said to her in her entire life, so she suspected many times that she must be having some sort of bad dream. However, this definitely wasn't a dream. You couldn't possibly be on this island right now, are you? I am. Did I not promise you? I said I would be at the family conference. That's impossible. There's no way you could have come during this typhoon. That would be no problem if I came before the typhoon reached here. And I am pretty sure this guest called Erica, or whatever, arrived even during the typhoon. Her blood froze. Urudo Erica had supposedly been brought here by coincidence. If he knew that name, he would have to be very close by. Well, where are you? I will not appear in front of anyone until you introduce me. Do not worry. Yes, it is useless to try and search for me. Your mansion is huge, and you have no shortage of phones I could be calling from. Besides, I am sure you do not want to meet me, right? Or else do you want to expose me and introduce me to everyone? Introduce me to Jessica too. Tell her I am her older brother by 1 year. So stop it. Stay away from Jessica. I guess I have scared you a bit too much. That is all from me for tonight. But do not forget, you cannot disobey me. Understood, Mother? Yes, I'm going to hang up for the night, but I have an order that must be followed until tomorrow morning. What is it? You may no longer leave that room tonight, and you may not make a phone call to anywhere. If a phone call comes for you, you are not allowed to take it. You will turn the lights off right now, get in bed, and sleep. Then you will wake up at your ordinary time. It sure is nice to live a healthy life. I really am such a good son, working so hard for the sake of my mother's body. I'll go to sleep right now. I won't leave my room, and I won't pick up the phone. So don't involve my husband or daughter. As long as you follow my orders, I will keep your secret, Mother. Do not disobey me. I am already very close to you. I can easily tell whether you have turned the lights off or whether you are on the phone. If I wished to, I could even kiss your sleeping face. I'll keep it. I'll keep my promise. So stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. As she screamed, Natsuhi took the card she had found under the clock and crushed it up into a little ball. It had a pattern on it like a tarot card, and also the kanji for autumn. Let's step back in time once again. Right now is the moment that large clock in the hall announced 2400. Wondering who the person who knocked twice was, the relatives in the dining hall stared at the door. Rudolph told them to come in, but there was no answer until the end of that long tone marking the arrival of 2400, which had come from the large clock in the hall shortly after the knock. They were unable to move in the slightest. Maybe their hands are full and they can't open it. Maybe, but it's a bit creepy that they won't say their name. Should I open it? Do so. Cannon nodded back, then slowly opened the door. What's that? It's one of Father's envelopes, right behind the open door on the floor of the hallway. Lay the envelope. There's no one in the hallway. Perhaps they placed this here and left. The adults flew out into the corridor as well, but they could find no trace of anyone who might have knocked on the door. Just about an hour ago, Shannon and Cannon had come in to serve tea. At that time, everyone had seen that nothing lay in that spot. Someone came, knocked, left an envelope with the mark of the one-winged eagle on it, and left. Could it have been the master? It's not unthinkable. Father's pretty much the only person in this mansion who would refuse to answer when asked who he was. That's not possible. If that were the case, why wouldn't Father come in here openly? That's right. Father would probably just barge in here without knocking. The doors and windows of this mansion are locked now, right? In that case, the only people who could have conceivably left the letter there are Kraus-san, Natsuhi-san, and Kenji-san. By this point, the mansion had been completely locked up. Therefore, the cousins in the guest house, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa, and Erika, could not have come here. Furthermore, since Natsuhi and Genji were the only three who weren't in this room. One of those three had to have been the one who sent that letter down in the hall corridor, so it was very likely that Kraus and the others had placed the letter there to make it seem like a message from Kenzo. I see. It'll have something written on it that's supposedly in Father's name, saying that he won't accept Battler as a successor, or something of the sort. Ridiculous. I can't believe you would try to pull such a childish trick, Nee-san. Well, it's not like I give a damn about being the successor. Give it up. That's just your fate. Anyway, why don't we read what's inside? Rudolph set the letter on the dining hall table and let everyone see the front and back to show that there were no tricks or hidden mechanisms, almost like a magician does before performing his act. Can we be sure this envelope is one of Father's? Yeah, no doubt about it. Father liked to use this kind of envelope for handwritten letters. What do you think, Shannon Chan? Yes, to my eyes as well. It looks like the type of envelope that the master uses. That doesn't mean Father was the one who wrote it. It would be pitifully easy for Nisan to snatch one of these from a drawer in Father's study. Even Kraus-sama would not be able to enter the study easily. It might be hard for him to steal an envelope. Let's try opening it. We can worry about all that later. Feels like there's something in it. I wonder what. Rudolph opened the envelope a bit roughly. Then a folded letter and a glittering object fell out. It was a ring. Wait a second. Isn't that ring? Eva noticed it immediately and grabbed at it. This is Father's ring, isn't it? It's the head's ring. Oh, what in the... Seriously? Are you sure it's Father's? Could it be a replica? No, this is the real thing. I've always dreamed about wearing this ring on my finger someday. Even though Father wore this on his finger, I know more about it than anyone else. This is Father's ring, no doubt about it. Why is it here? Does that mean it really was Father who wrote this letter? The sender isn't Father. It's much more interesting than that. Then, who is the letter from? The Ushiromia family alchemist. It's from the Golden Witch, Beatrice-sama. Rudolph showed everyone the part of the letter where that was written. It really did say that. It's from Beatrice. What's it say? I'll read it. Congratulations. I acknowledge that Battler-sama spectacularly solved the epitaph's riddle and reached the Golden Land. All the gold belongs to Battler-sama. Furthermore, Battler-sama is the new head of the Ushiromia family. As proof, I send the head's ring, which Kinzo-sama left in my charge. Battler-sama, I beg that you take the ring, become the new master of the gold, and guide the Ushiromia family. I sincerely pray that you flourish as the new head. What the hell? I see. Dad just won't come out of his study, so Beatrice, the witch of the forest, has acknowledged Battler directly. Battler-kun, you take that ring. This is a special ring to be worn by the family head. I don't know who this Beatrice is, but she's watched the whole thing and sent you this ring after acknowledging you as the true successor. Is that okay? It's such an important ring. Yes, it's fine. You should wear it proudly on your finger. Got it? Even if Aniki and Nasuhi Mason tell you to take it off, you had better not do it. All the relatives, with creepy smiles on their faces, urged Battler to put the ring on his finger. It looked like things would get pretty nasty if he refused, so Battler reluctantly decided to put it on the middle finger of his left hand. The ring was heavy and stiff. At that moment, Kraus returned. Genji came back as well, shortly behind him. My apologies. It seems my wife is not at her best, so she's gone to bed early. Did something happen? You all seem incredibly flustered. Battler Sama, isn't that? Immediately, Genji keenly spotted that which Battler had just put on his finger. Your eyesight's pretty good, Genji-san. Looks like you know whose ring this is. What? What are you talking about? Judging by Krause's dubious expression, it seemed unlikely that he was the one who placed the letter there. Furthermore, that expression quickly changed into one of shock. That's right, it's the Ushiromiya family head's ring. The family conference took up this new topic, and the storm came once again. The rain was still pouring down as hard as ever. This weather was supposed to continue all day tomorrow as well, which made me feel a bit depressed. Oh, wait, given the time I should say today, not tomorrow, but that doesn't really matter now. I'm sleepy. With half-asleep eyes, I opened my umbrella. The large drops of rain pounded mercilessly against it. Technically, the end of the family conference had been declared at 1, but external scuffles kept continuing. Slugs. I'm really jealous of Aunt Rosa, who managed to slip out of there at that time. She cleverly got away by saying that she would check on Maria, who might have been staying up too late. Dad caught me, ruining my chance to escape, and they made me stick around until now. 3. So what have they decided on after all this time? Nothing at all. They just kept on arguing about who said what, like elementary school kids. I'm sure they're tired too. That's probably why they keep dragging on with the same pointless questions. I no longer felt any shock or anger towards them. I guess drowsiness is the best painkiller. I left them behind and finally returned to the guest house. When I got back to the guest house, the first floor lounge was lit. I could even hear people chatting inside. Apparently, some people were still awake even this late. Despite the late hour, Goda-san and Dr. Nanjo were still up and chatting. Plates and cups were lined up on the counter, and it looked almost like a bar with Goda-san as the bartender. When they noticed how I had returned, they seemed to finally realize how late it was. When Goda-san made to top off Dr. Nanjo's glass, the latter declined with an exaggerated gesture. That's enough. That's enough. It's already too late to be up. Look how late it's gotten. You were such a good person to chat with. I hardly noticed. If so, it's all thanks to your liquor. You'll have to do this again sometime. Yes, gladly. Battler Sama, welcome back. Is the discussion with Kraus Sama and the others still continuing? From the way things were going, it looks like they might plod on until dawn. None of my business. I spoke carelessly with a big yawn. They have quite a lot of stamina. I'm surprised. So you're here too. With one thing and another, they ended up having a small night party here, and they let me join in. Don't worry, I haven't said a word about that. Erica could be seen on the sofa. She had taken her shoes off and was lounging around as though she owned the place. Erica Sama is very knowledgeable on a variety of subjects. I enjoyed listening to her immensely. Your knowledge truly is extensive, very impressive for one so young. You're very welcome. I, Furudo Erica, know quite a bit about trifles such as this. Erica grabbed the corners of her skirt and posed. This was somewhat less than graceful, considering that she was lounging on the sofa with her feet up. Where's Aunt Rosa? She returned at 1, but she went straight upstairs to sleep. That's probably true. After taking part in that conference for so long, I feel like flopping down in bed right away myself. I've had it. I'm tired enough that I might flop over right here. Well then, let's call it a night. Don't you have to get up early tomorrow morning to make breakfast? Go to San. Preparations for breakfast have already been made. I would be most pleased if you look forward to it. In Go-to-San's eyes, the family conference is an open stage on which to display his culinary skills. Maybe this invigorates him so much that he doesn't even get sleepy. Erica stood up, laughing at how youthful Goda was. This became a sign that it was time to disperse. I will clean up here. Please go and sleep, everyone. Leaving the cleanup to go to San, I went to the bathroom and then climbed the stairs to the second floor. Good night, everyone. These old bones have stayed up a little too late. Good night, Dr. Nanjo. Good night, Battler San. Yes, good night. Then, in the second floor hallway, we split up. Dr. Nanjo went to his own room. Erica went to her room. And I returned to the cousin room. I couldn't hear any sounds of playing coming from our room. Could they have fallen asleep already? No surprise at this time of night. If they were still playing, they would have been staying up way too late. When I opened the door quietly, as expected, the room was already pitch black except for a small nightlight. Everyone was already sleeping in their beds. I'm sure they all had a great time and played a ton. Then they probably talked about youthful things and enjoyed staying up late. If only I hadn't found the gold, I could have enjoyed my time with them. I'm already tired, so tired, forgetting even to change my clothes or brush my teeth. I crawled into bed and immediately began to descend into the marshes of sleep. Today's been so insane. I wonder if that old bastard is still in that family conference now. How does he not get tired? Come to think of it, what was it that old bastard said when we parted company? Tomorrow there's something important I want to talk about as a family. It's about you. I'm sure it's more stuff about being the successor. I don't even want to hear about it. If I tell you this, I'll probably be killed. I'll kill you whenever you want, you old bastard. And then, what was it he said next? It's about your birth. My birth. Probably just something about the noble Ushiromiya lineage. Not interested. Just let me sleep. The sound of crashing waves, the sound of the tide surging, the noise of the sea breeze. Whenever my headache torments me, these are the sounds that fill my head. Unable to bear a successor, I was in a very difficult position with regards to the Ushiromiya family. Whenever I heard of a drug or incense that could make you achieve pregnancy, I tried it, but nothing had any effect until I was blessed with Jessica 18 years ago. I was ashamed to even call myself a wife. Children are created by the efforts of two people and the whims of heaven. It's not fair to place all the blame on yourself. I still don't know what caused my inability to become pregnant. I even went to see noted physicians. I underwent humiliating examinations, but I was always just told that they didn't understand the reason. Even though quite some time had passed since your marriage, you couldn't bear a child. I see. It's only natural that Eva, who secretly aspired to become the successor, would start getting ideas. Eva tried to convince father that I was a failure as the successor's wife. It was a time when Kinzo was also very disappointed by my husband's repeated business failures. On the other hand, Eva's husband Hideyoshi's business was growing well, completely the opposite of my husband's. He was the only person who could bring father good news. So perhaps father couldn't be blamed if he decided to lend an ear to Eva's words, or even accept them completely. It was all my fault because I couldn't bear a child. You are sinless. Aren't babies of this country carried here by storks? If anyone is to be judged, blame the stork. Thank you. However, even though he was still in good health then, the head was already well past his prime, and it's not hard to imagine that he wanted to see his grandchildren's faces as soon as possible. Who cares? If he wanted a grandchild, he could have just done what he wanted with that appalling amount of money he had. This is Kenzo, the man who always bragged about how money could create anything. If he wanted a grandchild, why couldn't he just manage something with that money he was so proud of? Yes, that's right. The head gave up on me when I couldn't bear a child, and did just that. The head gave too many charities, thinking it the duty of anyone in possession of so much money. One among these, an orphanage known as Fukuin House, had been given especially large donations, possibly because he had old ties with that place. The Fukuin House. The Fukuin House. That's 11 letters. Furniture came from that place quite often to provide on-the-job training and preparation for life as a working adult. The head employed Fukuin House children with exceptional grades as servants. All of the servants in the mansion with "on" in their names, such as Shannon, Cannon, Lunan, Manon, and Leon, came from there. There were quite a lot of them, weren't there? There were quite a lot of them, weren't there? Though most quit after just a few years. That's probably because a few years of wages from working here would earn them more than enough to live on their own. Experience as a servant Experience as a servant for the Ushiromiya family would be a wonderful thing to add to their resume. I'm sure it was the head's ambition that they would gain this for themselves and then spread their wings in society. I see. So, an adopted child. The father. What did you just say? Accept this baby as my grandchild. There, 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 there. Apparently, the baby that Kumasawa was trying to soothe didn't like the study air at all. It kept on crying, upset. My apologies, father. What is it you just accept this baby as my grandchild and raise it to be the one who succeeds Kraus? In other words, you want me to raise this baby as me and my husband's own child. That's right. It's clear now that you cannot bear children. There must be some sort of deficit in your body. There, there, there. As though she couldn't hear our discussion in the slightest, Kumasawa kept on trying to cuddle the baby. This made it cry even louder. What nonsense! If all responsibility of giving birth to children rested with the women, there would be no need for men in this world. I've never forgotten the bitter pain I felt that day. It's not as though I didn't want a child. However, no matter how much I prayed, I couldn't get pregnant. Thinking that something to do with my body might be the cause, I went to see several famous doctors. But even so, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't become pregnant. And in the end, this was the result. I see. The baby had been picked up by the Fukuen house just recently. Of course, you couldn't help but feel compassion for this child, who was so young and who had already lost his parents' affection. However, that brought me nothing but pain and sadness. It would have been another story if I hadn't suffered to bear this child, but why should I be forced to hold this baby, who not only shared none of my blood, but who's not related to my husband in the slightest either? I don't hate father. If anything, I hated my own body. I detested it. I truly detested my own body for being unable to bear a child. So I prayed. I prayed to both angels and demons, and my wishes were granted by both. For what did you pray to angels? I prayed for a miracle in my body. If there was something wrong with my body, I could accept that. In that case, I wanted to overcome that defect and somehow be granted the miracle of being given my husband's child. That wish was granted. The next year, you gave birth to Jessica. And for what did you pray to demons? I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it. I hated my body. So, I hated this baby because it made my failure so apparent. What did you wish for? For the first time, I prayed and made wishes to demons. I wished that this baby would just disappear. Of course, that wish was also granted by demons. On that day, I left the baby with an older servant and went to think about the future in the rose garden. No, that's a lie. I didn't want to think about anything. The baby's cries were annoying, so I ordered the servant to take the baby to a place where I couldn't hear. By a place where I couldn't hear, I meant somewhere far away. Yes, I wished for it. I wished for the servant to take the baby far away and never return. I see. So a passing demon heard your wish, Nasuhi-sama. And then, what happened next? After that, there was a bizarre accident that could only have been granted me by a demon. The woodland path from the rose garden to the harbor is probably well suited for a comfortable walk. It must surely feel good to occasionally leave the path and walk through a grove of trees depending on your mood. However, wouldn't that path be fairly hard to travel on when taking a walk with a baby in your arms? There was a cliff on the other side. It was about 10 meters tall, I think. It was rocky below. There was also a fence there. Does it seem at all likely that the servant went to the trouble of walking there holding a baby, and then leaned against the fence? The only conceivable explanation is that she was lured there by the beckoning of a demon. She was lured there, wasn't she? By a demon who heard your wish. And then the servant and the baby, they died. They fell from the cliff down to the rocks below. No, they died because I wished it. That means this is. It isn't your fault. There's no need to think about it any further. But it happened because I wished it. No, that's wrong. Even if you wish for something, whether it comes true or not is decided by the whims of gods, demons, and witches. You are sinless. Humans are sinless. You can even say that I killed them. No, I did kill them. I saw your mourning and felt pity, so I lured the servant with the baby to the cliff and guided them down it. Wasn't it just an unfortunate accident? If you can't accept it as an accident, blame it on us. That's why demons exist. That's right. We're here for your sake. It's not like you killed them. We killed them. So you are sinless. So please, don't blame yourself, Nasuhi. Is that true? Am I truly sinless? Yes, you are. Young one who claims revenge for the events of 19 years ago. If you're going to curse someone, curse me. However, witches have a patent on curses. Let me take on this fight we're trying to pick with Nasuhi. I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. If anyone picks a fight with the master I serve, I will fight in my master's stead. Revenge for 19 years ago, you say? I'll show you that such is hardly a blink of an eye for a witch who's lived 1,000 years. So, you hate Nasuhi for wishing for death 19 years ago. Let me make you remember just who it was that lured you off that cliff. As the middle-aged female servant cuddled the sobbing baby, she walked on a small path through the trees. Natsuhi had told her that the baby was too loud, so she had tried to get as far from the rose garden as she could. She was completely unaware as to why she had gone out of her way to head in this direction. However, the sobbing baby suddenly stopped crying. Something was reflected in its eyes, but the servant couldn't tell what. However, thinking that the baby had stopped because it had taken an interest in something, she headed in the direction of the baby's gaze. The baby had seen a cloud of gold butterflies disappearing off into the trees, and on the other side of the trees, the servant could see a woman who, she didn't recognize this person, but didn't look like anyone who was supposed to be here. The baby stopped crying and stared in that direction. Then the servant's legs started to automatically carry her that way. Come this way, woman, bringing that cursed baby with you. The woman couldn't disobey. She was completely overwhelmed by Beato's gold glowing eyes. She walked lightly as though through a dream world. At some point, the scenery surrounding her had changed. But she did not notice. She could not notice. Though this should have been Rockinjima, at some point it had become the garden of a mansion she had never seen before. It was a garden she had never set eyes on, even grander than the great rose garden of the Ushinomiya family, a garden of gold roses. There stood an arbor, and a woman wearing an elegant dress beckoning to her. There was a man who looked like a butler, and the tea he poured with a beautiful gesture had a very nice and enticing smell. It was as though they were telling her to join their tea party. She couldn't disobey. She had no choice to go to the master of this golden rose garden and give this child as an offering. Forgive me, woman, curse your bad luck for being entranced by a witch, and surrounded by these gold roses, which you would never be able to enjoy in this world. Sleep. Gap. Yes, understood. When Gap snapped her fingers, a pitch black hole opened at the woman's feet, and she was swallowed up along with the baby. The scene of the moment that followed must have burned itself into the eyes of the woman and the baby. The two floated in the air and looked down at the gold rose garden spread out below them. Below their feet was not the earth, but a golden rose garden that stretched as far as the eye could see, without any gaps. If one could have the scene imprinted in their minds as their last memory, that would be such a merciful way to die. Then the woman and the baby were swallowed up by the golden sea. The thunk was remarkably plain and remarkably quiet for a sound that stole away 2 lives. However, it made for a perfectly suitable show at a tea party of witches. With the woman and the baby at the center, the rose garden was slowly swallowed up by darkness. The sound of the wind grew stronger bit by bit. Is that TV static? What is that noise? It was the roar of the sea. The two who had fallen into the thicket of golden roses from that great height and died were gradually wrapped up in the roar of the sea, wrapped up in the scenery of the beach below the cliff. I guarantee it, you are completely sinless. I'll accept this revenge from 19 years ago. When I spied the two of them on the rocks below, I went pale. Then I dashed back to the mansion, and there was a huge uproar. They took them to a hospital in a boat as soon as possible, but from that height, it was a miracle that they had even avoided an instant death. Both the servant and the baby died in less than 3 days. From the time father had entrusted me with the baby, I had killed it. My husband had been on a business trip. Rosa-san, who had still lived on the island at the time, had been traveling with her friends. Father and I were the only ones on Rockinjima, and before anyone except father and I really knew anything, a baby had appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared again. That's right, it was a dream. A nightmare. I was sure that father would blame me. However, he seemed somehow strange. I saw this coming. I knew this would happen. How long will you struggle? How long will it be before you're mine? I have no interest in an empty cage. Throw it away. When father learned of the accidental death, he kept on laughing and laughing as though there could be no greater pleasure. Enough that just listening to it gave me a creepy feeling. Perhaps something had come loose in his mind. From that day on, father shut himself up inside the world of the occult even more than he ever had before. When my husband came back, he was surprised to see that father was even more bizarre than he had been before. However, he had already accepted that this would happen sooner or later. Of course, my husband had heard about the baby. However, he told me that was surely just some whim of father's and to forget it. So I forgot it. It was an unfortunate accident. No, there wasn't an accident at all. I forgot everything, even that the baby had existed in the first place. After all, it was a twisted nightmare that lasted not even 3 days. That's right, it was all a nightmare. I don't want to remember the cliff, the broken fence, the roar of the sea, and the cry of the baby. So, this baby is a baby from 19 years ago? Of course not. I killed that baby. It no longer exists in this world. However, there is no red truth in the human world. Nothing can be trusted there. That's right. Beato definitely killed that baby. However, you might find out that it's alive in the world of humans. Whether it's really alive or not, right? Do you mean to say that it actually survived after falling to the rocks from that height? I don't know, but calm down. No matter how much this person hates you, it was an accident, and that's the truth. If he does hate you, his hatred is completely unjustified. But, but, even if I didn't lay a finger on him, inside my heart calm down. No matter who the man from 19 years ago hates or what he yells at you, There's no way the scene he's after actually occurred. So calm down. Why don't I welcome the man from 19 years ago as my guest? Just when the riddle was solved and I thought my job was finished, I've got to entertain this final guest of mine. This begins to grow more interesting. Not only are you protecting Lord Goldsmith's secret, but you also have a 19th guest, as well as a man from 19 years ago. True, since we claim that Kinzo is alive, Erica is the 19th person. And besides that 19th person, we also have a man from 19 years ago. How, how interesting. I'm getting all fired up. We have no lack of
Mystery
opponents.
said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
And I was just lamenting the fact that I had but one guest at my tea party. Come, you fools. Furudo Erica is Lady Berncastell's piece. In that case, whose piece is the man from 19 years ago? The voice faintly seeping from the other end of the line was Natsuhi's. I understand. I'll go to sleep right now. I won't leave my room, and I won't pick up the phone. So, don't involve my husband and daughter. Even this begging scream, which would shake the heart of any listener, could be listened to with a cold ruthlessness through the end of the receiver. As long as you follow my orders, I will keep your secret. Mother, do not disobey me. I am already very close by to you. I can easily tell whether you have turned your lights off or whether you are on the phone. If I wished to, I could even kiss your sleeping face. I'll keep it. I'll keep my promise. So stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. The receiver was slammed down. He knew very well that the way you hang up a phone can leave a nasty aftertaste for the other side. Okay, good night, Mother. And there you have it. Now Natsuhi won't come out of her room tonight. That's pretty handy. You can change your voice. Anyone can change their voice. A sweet voice when coaxing Papa, a sick-sounding voice when taking the day off school, an apologetic voice when turning down a friend that you actually hate. If you want, I can do any kind of voice at all. Got it? You should stop being a witch and become a voice actress. So, are all the pieces set up on both sides now? Furudo Erica, what a wonderful piece. She's a much more suitable piece for you than Angie was, Byrne. Your praise honors me, Lady Lambda Delta. The pleasure is mine. She really is wonderful, truly cute. I would like to make her surrender to the illusion of the witch and see her face twist in humiliation. Hear that? Don't embarrass me, okay? Prove yourself to be a much more useful piece than Angie was. Yes, leave it to me, Lady Berncastel, my master. I'm nothing like that gloomy, dull-witted, totally uncute piece. She's right. That Angie didn't do anything useful except get turned into meat chunks to egg Battler on. I have absolutely no interest in family love or sibling love. The game we want to see is more gruesome and sticky. A grotesque, pop, and cute murder case. If Natsuki is the king, then I wonder if that makes Beato the queen. The pack of witches and furniture guarding Natsuki is less like a set of chess pieces and more like bowling pins, right? Natsuki and Beato, Kenzo and illusions of worthless furniture. Entertain us a bit, will ya? Especially you, Beato. We are already bored of you. This Legend of the Witch Murders game of yours is over already. Your time is over and done with. This game board already belongs to Bern and me. It'll suit you to be reduced to one of our pieces and toyed with for all eternity. Both Natsuhi and Beato are like the guts of a filthy truth wrapped up in a bit of thin skin. Tearing that to bits and dragging the insides out is one of one of our few pleasures. Yes, you can have tons of fun with it. Are you watching, Beatrice? Look at how much fun can be had playing with your game board. Let me show you. This fifth game's really gonna be fun. It's a bit sad if we're the only ones having a pleasant chat. Why don't you let Beato talk too? Hear that? I'll give you special permission to talk. What do you hope to gain from this latest game? She said nothing. That's right, that's right. You're the loser who surrendered to Battler. Leave it to me, okay? I'll put the witch side on top right away, but that means I'll have to sacrifice your piece. The epitaph has been easily solved before the first twilight, and Beatrice, the keeper of the gold, has lost face. Isn't it great that you remain as a piece, as part of Nasuhi's illusion? Well, we're treating you as a pin now, instead of a piece, okay? The Golden Witch Beatrice is out of the picture now. You and your furniture have only a minuscule role in my game, a loser's role. Resign yourself to getting blasted away and becoming Burns and my toy. If you don't like that, why not just tell us to stop? If you do, we'll stop. She's saying she doesn't mind. You're totally a pin. There's no need for a golden witch anymore. All that's needed is a sacrificial doll so the two witches can enjoy some time playing. Die, die, disappear. Confess to your filthy past and your crimes. Speak out your sob story of regret and repentance as you throw yourself off a cliff and die. The Golden Witch will never again have her turn. Beato. This will probably turn out to be a nasty game. On the surface, it looks similar to our usual tales. However, there's no respect given to the true main character of this story. This tale was supposed to be one that the Golden Witch Beatrice invited Ushiromiya Battler to see. However, the host has been lost, and there are no longer any guests. The one who did the inviting and the one who was invited are no longer around in this horrible tale. Welcome to the fifth game, End of the Golden Witch. Welcome to the banquet without the guest of honor, hijacked by the evil witches. Ready, Battler? The second day is finally about to start. Just like Beato, I hate slow story progression. Just do what you want. No matter how much you mess things up, I'll definitely reach the truth of this game. It has to be that way. You've got to fight for your little sister's sake as well. Don't worry, Lady Lambda Delta is a far more terrifying opponent than that fool Beatrice. But I'll be giving you plenty of support, so there won't be any problems. Together with me, why don't you finally expose the illusion of the witch this time? I don't give a damn about you. I won't acknowledge anything that didn't exist in Beato's games, so I don't need you. Is now really the time to act tough? Let's both give it our all, okay? Together, let's tear this illusion of the witch apart. Erica offered me her hand to shake. Instead of just passively ignoring this, I gave her a proactive and clear answer by knocking her hand aside. Looks like he hates shaking hands, just like Angie. Don't worry, I'm a far more useful piece than Angie. I'm nothing at all like a shredded meat that couldn't do anything but restore your fighting spirit. Isn't it great that you've been blessed with such a helpful looking ally? In the past, it was Virgil, Ia, and Ronove. Then Angie came as well, and now you have Bern and Erica. There are so many pieces supporting you. So how does it feel knowing that you still can't catch on to the truth despite that? How does it feel? It doesn't matter. This battle is between me and Beato. Everyone else besides us doesn't matter. Is that true? Are you finally standing on your own? You've always had someone helping you, someone sympathetic to you, so I wonder just how far you'll get on your own. Entertain me. I'll grab it and take it back. This is our game. You two aren't wanted here. Yes, that's true. This is your game, so try taking it back. Let's see how far someone like you, who couldn't even win Beato's games when she went easy on you all over the place, can get in Lanta's completely ruthless game without any help. Well then, wake up, Ushiromiya Battler. Welcome to the morning of October 5th. Was it someone's alarm clock? An electronic tone repeatedly rang out through the room. Battler, who had gone to bed late and not managed to get enough sleep, covered his head in his blanket and waited for someone to turn off the alarm. But no matter how much time passed, the electronic tone didn't stop. I see. The point of an alarm clock isn't just to be loud enough to wake you, but to be annoying enough to keep you from wanting to fall back asleep. The alarm's going off. Make it stop, please. Why do waking up voices always get this annoyed? Well, it does make sense. After all, people are still sleepy and in a bad mood. However, there was absolutely no sign that my annoyed voice had caused anyone to turn over in their sleep or crawl out of bed to stop the alarm. Letting out a deep sigh, I stumbled to my feet. With the shutters down on the windows, there was almost no light getting in, and the room was as dim as it had been earlier. Though, even without the shutters, there's no way this dull weather would let in enough sun to make this a pleasant morning. The cousins were still wrapped up in their beds, sound asleep, and taking no notice whatsoever of that beeping. Normally, once any one person gets up, the others tend to automatically follow. Annoyed that this law of serial summer camp awakenings that I had made up had been broken, I searched for the source of the sound. I could hear it coming from a wristwatch set on a table. Judging by the style of the watch, it was probably George Oniki's. Anyway, when I randomly pushed a small button on the side of it, the sound stopped. Apparently, it had been set for 7 in the morning. Is it already 7? Sorry, but I really don't feel like I slept at all. Playing cards were left on the table as though they had stopped mid-game. The game had probably been sevens. I've got this piercing headache. What the hell happened last night? That mountain of gold and the subsequent argument between the relatives all feel like a bad dream. So stupid. Breakfast normally came at 8. Now wasn't a bad time to start getting up and getting dressed. Even those adults probably won't argue in front of the cousins. In that case, I'll stay with my cousins all day long. I'm sure they'll be able to separate me from all this annoying talk about the gold and being the successor and all. In fact, I should have done this from the beginning. I felt disgusting having slept with my clothes on last night, which caused me to get all sweaty. I guess I'll take a shower. I'm sure the others want to as well. At this age, it's embarrassing to wake them by shaking their shoulders. If I turn the TV on, everyone will probably wake up. Well, let's at least turn the lights on for now. In this dim light, with the quiet sound of the never-ending wind and rain, it really doesn't feel like morning has come yet. I flicked the light switch, and then that dimly lit morning ended. George! George! This is just too horrible. How could anyone get away with something like this? As they clung to Aniki's corpse, which would never wake up again, Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi cried. That's enough. Do you think George-kun would like the two of you to see him this way? Of course not. Aneke, I know how you feel, but let's have a Dr. Nanjo handle this. You don't understand. George was killed. George. George. Dr. Nanjo's right. We mustn't keep staring at George in such a state. For this is for George's sake. We have to restrain ourselves for now. When Aunt Eva tried even harder to cling to that corpse, Dad and Uncle Hideyoshi dragged her away and had a heated debate with her beside the wall. No, no, George! Dr. Nanjo, Help him. If he's lost too much blood, do a blood transfusion. George and I are the same blood type. I beg you, Dr. Nanjo. Eva said, "It pains me to say this, but your blood can't do George-kun any good now." Dr. Nanjo shook his head slightly, then nodded across to where I stood, giving me a signal. I softly pulled the blanket up, covering George Oniki's corpse. His neck was split wide open. It was probably larger and deeper than his mouth. Would covering that part up make the corpse look neat and clean? Of course not. The large amount of lost blood stained the bed a horrible red and black, and even covering him with a blanket couldn't hide the traces. After all, even the blanket had large red-black stains, and covering him with it made his corpse look even more gruesome. So I stripped the blanket off of my bed and placed it on top of the first one. But there were only two extra blankets, so if we covered one more of the corpses, we wouldn't be able to cover any more. I feel bad about the ones we can't cover, but for some reason, times like these make me feel like muttering, "Don't complain about it being unfair," inside my head. Kyrie, put blankets over all of them. Wouldn't want them to catch cold. Sure. Kirie's hand and I started covering up the other corpses up to their heads with their blankets, just like George Oniki's, so that they wouldn't have to undergo any more shame with their terrible wounds exposed like this. In one bed rested Jessica. Jessica was the same as George Aniki, though she appeared to be resting quietly in the bed. Her neck had been sliced deep, and the wound lay open in a brutal way. Maria was the same, and not only Maria. There was one more victim, lying on the same bed as though they had been sleeping alongside each other, was Aunt Rosa. George Arnike, Jessica, Maria, and Aunt Rosa. In this room were four humans who had been killed, their necks sliced open. They had probably been like that since last night. I had returned without noticing anything, gotten in bed, and fallen asleep. All of them had a horizontal cut across their throats. I had been forced to see all the way into the depths of those gashes in everyone's throats. At worst, the wounds might have been deep enough to stretch halfway through their necks. If you tried to open it up, you would probably be able to see that the gash reached all the way to the bone. The only wounds were the single gashes on each neck. So if you just covered their necks with your hand, you might be able to persuade yourself that they were merely sleeping. But even so, this frighteningly deep wound was incredibly gruesome. There's no such thing as clean or dirty ways of killing. All methods of killing are equally brutal. But even so, the brutality here was just horrible. And there was one more thing that adorned these brutal murders, making them even more unsettling. Drawn very large on the wall was something like an eerie magical circle. It was drawn in a bright red paint that looked like blood, and made it look as though some creepy ceremony had taken place in the room, where the four of them offered as human sacrifices. However, that wasn't what we were concerned about. No one has a heart so cold that they could witness the deaths of those close to them, and still worry about some scribbles on the wall. Good morning, everyone. What a wonderful magic circle! The girl who bragged that she drew more pleasure from the process of exposing the truth than the truth itself, and who went so far as to call herself an intellectual rapist, appeared in the hall. When she saw the extraordinarily creepy magic circle in this gruesome room, I heard what was unmistakably a sigh of admiration escape her lips. You, don't come in here. I just heard about it in the corridor. It's for people who've passed away, correct? Allow me to express my sincere regrets. On Erica's face, no, that's not it. It was in her eyes. In Erica's eyes, I could see an indiscreet smile that's hard to describe. She found this interesting. She found the outbreak of a crime interesting. It was like the smile of a kid off to the side of the stage just before her turn to appear in a school play. Sorry, Erica Chan, we're busy at the moment. Could you wait in your room? Well, we can't have that. It's the detective's right to investigate the scene. We're saying that we have no business with you. Now's the time for outsiders like you to stand back. In my personal opinion, only third-rate mysteries have a suspect who tries to interfere with the investigation and then turns out to be the culprit. Who gives a damn about what you want? Get out. You aren't wanted here. Erica Chan, I'm really sorry, but could you go back to your room? We're busy right now. George! Stand back. I can't investigate the scene like this. If it's necessary, we'll do it ourselves. The police will do it. Like hell, you have the right to bring more shame to everyone's remains than they've already endured. Detective's authority. The detective has the right to inspect all crime scenes. Stand back, Ushiromiya Battler. This is an official privilege of this game which the human side has accepted. Those words, which seemed to be utterly ridiculous at first, were words of power that had come from a world on a much higher plane than the one they were in. Battler was thrown back by an unseen power and landed on his butt. Struck silent by this quiet intensity, nobody was able to prevent Erica from entering the room, suffocated by this bizarre atmosphere. Don't worry, my goal was not to profane the dignity of the deceased. It's not like I want to peek into something as disgusting as a slit through someone's neck. I want to know something completely different. In other words, who committed these murders? I asked Dr. Nanjo and everyone else too. In particular, the first one to discover them, Battler-san. There are many things I want to question you about, so I request your cooperation. Like I said, by what authority are you doing this? Because I am the detective. Battler couldn't argue against this incomprehensible nonsense. No, he wasn't permitted to argue. It was a restriction placed on pieces. Erica summoned Dr. Nanjo and heard the details of his preliminary examination of the corpses. Normally, he wouldn't have spoken of that to an outsider so casually. However, for some reason, the atmosphere about the place had become one in which hiding things from Erica was forbidden. Okay, let's enjoy this first twilight of Lanthos. 4 corpses. That's 2 corpses short. Well, she doesn't necessarily need to have 6 people killed, but that's how we've been playing. That girl isn't completely clueless, so she must have killed 2 more people somewhere. On the wall was a magic circle representing the first twilight, similar to the ones in Beato's games. That girl talks tough, but I wonder just how closely she'll be able to imitate Beato. That Hebrew sure is crappy. It isn't written right. What the heck? What's going on? Why is there a magic circle? I'll bet they wanted to copy Beatrice, sighed Trisama. What a crappy magic circle. This isn't just a copycat. Some human went out of their way to draw that so they could make it look like Beatrice Sama did this. Anyway, let's report to Beatrice Sama about this. Even though we're already up to our eyeballs just protecting Goldsmith's secret. What a pain. But these murders have no beauty to them at all. It really isn't a closed room, and there's nothing impossible about it. Such pitiful murders aren't worthy of Beatrice Sama at all. Furudo Erica, an unexpected crime and an unexpected woman, and the unexpected man from 19 years ago. And if you add in the fact that battlers already solved the epitaph, this game is completely different from normal. What the heck's going on? Let's go. Yes, One Sama. In the kitchen, Goda was preparing a wonderful breakfast at a brisk pace. The main dish would be an herb omelets. Even simple foods could become an invigorating feast under Goda's skillful hands. He would pre-cook everything beforehand and prepare the food in the dining hall right before everyone's eyes. Goda hummed as he continued his work in high spirits. When Shannon, who was helping out, saw Goda like this, her mood also brightened. She arranged the salad in a neat little pattern and showed it to Goda. How is this? I think it makes the tomato look a bit cute. Very nice. You really know what you're doing, Shannon Sam. The 2 happy people gave each other a high five. Shannon didn't like Goda when he was sneaky, but she had no problems at all with him when he was cooking happily. She sometimes even thought it would be nice if this contract hadn't included any jobs besides cooking. If that had been the case, he wouldn't have had to get in a bad mood doing unnecessary jobs. The dining hall is ready. You can carry it in whenever you want. We're almost good to go, so please get the serving cart ready. Without thinking, even Kumasawa caught Koda's high spirits. The kitchen had a very nice smell and atmosphere about it, truly refreshing for so early in the morning. Then Cannon came back, grumpy even this early in the morning, just like he always was. Cannon and Genji were in charge of getting many things ready for the morning, such as opening the curtains. However, Cannon was alone today, so it had taken much longer than usual. I'm done. Where's Genji-san? He still isn't here. That's odd. I can't imagine he would sleep in. I guess even Genji-san sleeps in sometimes. That's rather careless of him, considering that this is the middle of the family conference. Cannon-san, could you wake him for us? Yes. I wonder what Genji-san's face looks like when he's half asleep. Let me go with you. Even though Goda had asked her to get the serving cart ready, Kumasawa plodded off after Cannon, slyly skipping work. As Cannon muttered about how Goda was the one who slept in all the time, he headed for the servant waiting room. So you didn't wake him up this morning, Cannon-san? Last night I fell asleep while still in the servant room, so I didn't return to the waiting room. Last night, Cannon had dozed off while in the middle of his late night shift, falling asleep in the servant room. Shannon had been kind enough to put a blanket on him, but that had just made it so warm that he fell into an even deeper sleep. So he hadn't returned to his bed in the servant waiting room the previous night. Because of that, he hadn't met Genji even once this morning. There was a knock on the door. Genji-sama, it's Cannon. Good morning. Oh my, I wonder if he's still asleep. Pardon me. When he tried to open the door, Cannon noticed something strange on the upper part of it. What's that? Packing tape. A small strip of packing tape was stuck along the frame of the door, almost as though it was sealing the door shut. Furthermore, there were notches made with scissors along the center of the packing tape, so that if you opened the door only a slight amount, it would be torn apart. Also written sloppily across the packing tape with a thin pen was what appeared to be someone's signature. It was written in a very intricate and decorative manner, so even if it was a signature, there was no way of telling whose it was. It's probably some sort of prank. I don't get it, but it's no use worrying about it now. Genji-sama, pardon me. The packing tape tore apart and we opened the door. It wasn't as though anything happened when it split, so the two quickly forgot about that strange tape. The room was dimly lit. The lower bed of the two-level bunk bed still had a lump under the blanket. Apparently, Genji was still sleeping. Good morning, Genji-sama. This isn't like you. It's morning. Genji-sama. Oh, what is this? What is this? There was a large red-black stain on the blanket. Even the servants' blankets were always kept clean. A stain like that definitely shouldn't have been there. Cannon hesitantly peeled back Genji's blanket, saw what was left of him, and was shocked into silence. What the heck? His neck's been cut open. It's thin. You wouldn't be able to leave a cut this deep without a fairly long blade. Oh, what's going on? Battler solved the riddle of the epithet, right? Why are there murders happening? I don't know. In any event, this isn't good. We should report this to Beatrice-sama and Natsuki-sama. Belpha, hurry and report to Lucine. Understood. After dashing out, Kumasawa called Hoda and Shannon over. Then This new pair let out screams identical to the first two. No! Don't stop making breakfast, Doda. Is now really the time to be saying that? There's no chance they'll have a quiet and peaceful breakfast on the second day. I have a bad feeling about this. Genji might not be the only one. Let's check the entire mansion. Something else might have happened. Yes, One-sama. Natsuhi sprang awake at the sudden sound of the phone. Even Natsuhi was surprised she had woken up. She had thought she had spent the whole night unable to sleep out of fear that the mystery man might come in at any moment. But she had dozed off before she knew it. Of course, Natsuhi didn't feel rested at all, though she groaned from the dull pain in her head, which hadn't gone away once since last night. She managed to get out of bed. Morning, Natsuhi-sama. Morning. And what a horrible morning it is. Don't worry. No one tried to enter this room. I see. Thanks for keeping watch all night. Even so, that didn't mean she had been able to sleep peacefully. The continued ringing of the phone made her headache throb even more strongly. I think you should probably answer the phone. And then I've got some bad news to report from my sisters. Let's leave the bad news for later. I'll answer the phone first. Natsuhi shook her head to wake herself and picked up the receiver. Then she regretted not listening to Lucifer's bad news first, because she wanted the first thing she heard on this horrible morning to be something better than this. Morning, Mother, did you sleep well? That voice told her that this horrible morning, this nightmare, would not stop. I kept my promise. I've been holed up in this room the whole time. Of course, I haven't been on the phone either. But you did pick up the phone just now, did you not? Oh well. Just kidding. This is just a morning call I'm giving to my beloved mother. Morning, Mother. How far do you intend to mock me? Natsuhi gripped the receiver so hard it creaked. I wanted you to leave your seat so that I could set up for the party. Thanks to that, everything is ready now. Of course, you are the main guest, Mother. Well, what are you planning to do? That is for you to look forward to. Do not worry, I will not keep you waiting. It has already begun. Right, wait a sec. There is someone I want you to hear. There was the sound of the receiver being jolted around. The phone was apparently being passed to someone else, but there was a clunking, clattering noise, as though it was taking a lot of effort to hand the receiver over. Who in the world could he be giving the phone to? No matter who this man gives the phone to, that can't be good news for me. Untie me, coward. The deer? Is that you? Ah, untie it, untie it. It was, without a doubt, the voice of her husband. However, he didn't respond to Natsuhi's voice. Perhaps he was bound somewhere in the darkness. Kraus, not realizing that Natsuhi was on the other end of the phone, repeatedly demanded that he be untied. Your husband is here. His eyes and ears are covered, so you won't be able to talk, but I think you can tell that he is in perfect health. What are you after? Let my husband go. I will let him go tomorrow if you keep two promises, that is. What are they? One is that you keep it a secret that I have your husband in my care. There will probably be a fuss when they are unable to find Kraus anywhere in the mansion. But you know nothing, so you will say nothing. Understand? I understand. What's your other condition? Just a little game. At 1 today, you'll go into the foremost guest room on the first floor of the mansion and hide in the closet. A guest room? Why should I go into a closet? Just a little hide and seek. If you can hide there for an hour without anyone finding you, you win. If someone does find you, you lose. And if I lose, what happens? Nothing in particular. Is that not what playing is all about? If you play along with this hide and seek, I will release your husband tomorrow. Will you really keep that promise? I wonder. Of course. Make sure you do too, Mother. If you break our promise, I will know right away. At that time, there was suddenly a loud knock on the door to Natsuhi's room. Her heart leapt automatically. Madame, are you there? Good morning. It's Goda and Cannon. Madame, please wake up. The voices coming from across the door were Cannon's and Goda's. The knock had been wild, and the voices a little shrill. It seemed that something strange had happened, and that they were agitated. What is it? Did something happen? It's nothing. It looks like the servants have arrived. I'm hanging up. Sure, I have said everything I wanted to. So, do not break our promise. I understand. And you don't break our promise either. You have it wrong. That is for you to decide, Mother. Do not make me break my promise, Mother. I will be watching you all day today, Mother. Lambda Delta slammed the receiver down on the antique phone. Then the phone exploded into bits and became a golden splash, then a cloud of gold butterflies, and then disappeared. Dance for me, Nasuhi. Dance in fear of your sin 19 years ago. My turn's going pretty well. Okay, your turn now, Burn. I'm sure this is a waste of time, but let me confirm whether correspondence with the outside world, including reporting this to the police, is possible or not. It's impossible to make use of the external line. Looks like you can use the internal line. It's impossible to use a boat inside the typhoon. I guess the closed circle is complete now. Congrats, you're a full detective now. Burn. When the police intervene, they sometimes steal some of the detective's authority. However, with the construction of the closed circle, the existence of police has been denied for all eternity. From now on, the authority of the detective piece will be totally guaranteed. Yeah, thanks a bunch. Then I guess it's time to get this game started. Erica, you're the main character. Now, begin. Even Genji-san, the 5 people have been killed. Yes, and it was so horrible. It was the same as before in the guest house. The neck was sliced open with a terribly sharp blade. To think that even though I had midnight shift, I didn't notice anyone suspicious. Don't blame yourself. If you had bumped into the culprit, you might be the one dead right now. On top of that, the phones aren't even connected. I doubt any boats will come in this weather. This is serious. and that makes it very likely the culprit's still nearby. Then what? Does that mean we'll be trapped here with a murderer until the typhoon passes and the boat comes? It'll be okay if we all stay together like this. Even the culprit won't be able to lay a finger on us. Even Jessica. I can't believe it. We won't let ourselves be killed. I'll avenge George. I won't let them get away. No matter who the culprit is or what their reason was, I won't let the one who killed George get away. I'll kill them. I'll kill them. Okay, everyone, are you done crying yet? Silence, please. Has anyone seen Kraus San yet? We've been calling him for a while, but he hasn't answered. Could the receiver be off the hook? No, we could hear it ringing. There's no way he didn't hear it. Well, what does it mean? You don't think Uncle Kraus too? Figures. I hate to say it at a time like this, but there were 4 in the guest house, plus Genji to make 5. I figured there would be one more. Why? How could you know that? Are you the culprit? Did you kill George? So stop it, Eva-san. Now is not the time. Eva got agitated and grabbed at Kirie-san. Nanjo stopped in between them, and it grew into a bit of a scuffle. Watching this, Erica smiled condescendingly and shrugged. Of course, it's natural you would guess there were 6 victims after seeing the crime scene in the guest house. There were only 4 corpses, though it would make you wonder who the other 2 were. How could you know such a thing? You killed them. You killed George. Quit it, Eva. Erica-chan, Kirie-san, how can you know that? Can't you think before you talk? It's a simple connection to make. The scribble drawn at the scene of the crime in the guest house was a magic circle. I just tried to think of things connected to both magic and murders. So it's the epitaph. I see. It's the first twilight. What's going on? Well, I don't have a clue either. Is that how it is? That damn witch. So, is this really Beatrice Sama's doing? Why do you all keep talking as if you know something? I still don't have a clue. Someone, explain. I told you, Eva. Calm down a bit. That's how it is. Ever since I saw the magic circle at that crime scene, I imagined this might be a plotline murder following the episode First Twilight, which would mean there are 6 victims, simply by the existence of the magic circle in that place. This level of reasoning is possible for Fumito Erica. What do you think, everyone? So, Uncle Kraus was also killed. We can't be sure of that. Kraus-san isn't the only person who hasn't come here, right? There's no one more. For just an instant, Nasuhi's brow furrowed. So, she hadn't been able to avoid the topic of the study after all. You don't mean Dad? Someone must have contacted the study, right? Of course we called, and even knocked on the door. But there was no answer. The father is immersing himself in his research, and he sometimes leaves the receiver off the hook because he doesn't want to be called, and even ignores any knocking. But the phone was ringing. Anyway, let's first check to see that my husband's safe. Let's go to his room. Natsuhi stood up in a flurry and dashed out into the corridor. Rudolph and the others immediately chased after her, telling her to wait. Come on, let's all go together. In both third-rate mysteries and third-rate horrors, people who act alone tend to die first. Yeah, this game is just the same. Beato really is third-rate. In third-rate disaster movies and third-rate action movies, people who act alone do survive, right? Weird. Even though the epitaph has already been solved. Who's behind this farce? It might be the work of this man from 19 years ago, who is thought to be Lady Landed Delta's piece. Yes, that can't be true. In the games up until now, Beato has already stated that Kinzo has vanished, meaning that no more than 17 people exist, and no 18th person exists. Now that Erica has been added, it's been stated that no 19th person exists. There's no room for this man from 19 years ago to appear on the island. So, the man from 19 years ago is disguised as one of the existing humans. Or else, even if a 19th person isn't permitted by the red, slipping in a 19th person is no trouble for me, no trouble for witches. Now it's getting interesting. Why don't we watch this a little longer? Still, those two witches have finally started to do whatever they please with my game board, haven't they? Didn't you know that would happen when you invited them? As a witch, I have the same dislike for boredom as they do. Even the unexpected brings the kind of joy a witch expects. Very well, bring it on. It's great that you're so eager, but things have taken a nasty turn. Get it? Indeed, perhaps this isn't the best time to wait and see what happens next. I know that, at this rate, Kinzo's existence will become an issue once again, and the barrier around the study won't last long. That isn't all. Things are going to get even worse. See? Move 1, move 2, move 3, and then you're cornered. Natsuhi. Gap whispered something into Beato's ear. Beato's mouth slowly widened into a grin. Erica bringing everyone together is actually convenient for us. All darkness outside the range of observers belongs to us demons. This may be the only time to make that move. Natsuhi is the king. She can't move far, but we cannot allow her to be taken. Let's take the initiative. If we slip up here, Natsuhi will be cornered. Gap, can I count on you? Of course. I'll blow a hole through closed room tricks, alibis, and mysteries alike. Leave it to me. I'll handle it. Gap was swallowed up, along with the chair she sat in, into a pitch-black hole that opened on the floor and then disappeared. After that, a hole opened on the ceiling and spat just the chair back out, returning the place to the way it had been. This is becoming troublesome. I see. Against Lady Lambda Delta, even I am nothing more than a mere piece. So, in the early game, I must worry more about expansion than losing or taking pieces. I'm just no match for that person. I won't let her do that. Nasuhi is the final master. I will serve. Know that this is a piece you'll never be allowed to take so long as she has a contract with me, Beatrice. Krause's room was empty. The bed was too, but massive bloodstains similar to the other crime scenes remained. But there was no corpse. Nope. Then he isn't dead. Maybe not. What's going on? Where's Nissan? Judging by this blood-stained bed, I don't like to think about it,
Stream
though we should
elements,
probably assume
said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
that he was killed and had his neck cut open, just like the people in the guest house. Probably. Judging by the amount of blood lost, it's hard to imagine that he's okay. But where did Kraus Sama go? Large amounts of blood stained the top of the bed, but there were no similar marks on the floor of the room. Whether Kraus had been seriously wounded and wandered off somewhere, or killed and carried somewhere, they had no clue where this somewhere might be. Natsuhi knew, though Kraus had been sounding far from his best over the phone, at least he hadn't sounded like he was on the brink of death. In other words, these bloodstains had to be a setup, that might not even be blood. However, just what was that man thinking? What's this supposed to be? What the heck? So, on the first twilight, there were 6 sacrifices. Was Kraus Nissan in the habit of locking his door? We just came in without unlocking it. Yes, Kraus Sama also has a habit of locking up. At this house, Madame has ordered that all non-public areas be locked. How many keys can unlock Uncle Kraus's room? In addition to the one key Kraus Sama held, there's the master keys. All that stuff about keys is a pointless argument. Did you forget that Genji-san is already a victim? His master key is missing. That means all the locks in this mansion are meaningless. How boring. In other words, no closed room murders have existed or will exist in this mansion. This is getting to be a pretty boring mystery. Erica laughed off this murder in disappointment as though it was something she was watching on TV. I can't understand it. Why is her world so different from ours? It's almost like she's in a separate dimension from us. Or was Jessica also like this in a bed? Yes, that's right. Just like George, her neck was cut. Jessica, let me be with Jessica. I haven't even seen Jessica's face yet. Jessica, Jessica! Well, wait up, Nasuhi-san. The culprit might still be hiding nearby. It would be dangerous to let her be alone. Nasuhi flew out of the room and dashed towards the guest house this time. It was only natural. Nasuhi still hadn't even seen Jessica's dying face. Everyone probably thought that. Of course, even Nasuhi was half thinking that. The other half was her desire to shift everyone else's attention away from the study. Strange crimes had occurred, the gold had been discovered, and some relatives had even recommended Battler to be the successor. Even in these twisted circumstances, she had to protect Kinzo's secret. If my head is going to be racked by this suffering anyway, please just let my head explode right now. That way I won't have to suffer any longer. So everyone, for Natsuhi-san's sake, let's return to the guest house for the time being. Though it's not as though seeing their dead faces is going to lead to any new developments. Do you even have a heart? A heart? What's that? Just seeing her daughter's dead face wouldn't bring Deshka back to life, nor would it heal Natsuhi's anguish. On the contrary, she would probably wail, wasting a considerable amount of time before being able to think properly again. This probably sums up Erica's screwed up argument. Just seeing their dying faces won't lead to any new developments. Like hell it won't. Beato's pieces have brought about a really interesting change. What in the... Natsuhi flew into the cousin room on the second floor of the guest house, and was struck dumb by the blood-stained beds and the eerie magic circle, which looked like it might have been drawn with the victim's blood. Where is Jessica? Where is she? Jessica? In that bed. A bed where? George. Where is he? Wait a sec. What the hell is going on here? We made sure to lock this room when we left, right? We can now be certain the culprit has a master key. Once again, my reasoning was correct. Who cares about that? Where did they go? Well, where did everyone's corpses go? Nice trick. Hey, look, it's magic, right? That gathers with Beato hid the corpses somewhere with magic. All of us moved together, so you're trying to say that everyone had alibis. Your reasoning goes like this, right? The four of them weren't actually dead, they were just playing dead. Then when no one else was around, they hid somewhere. Am I right? You don't intend to proclaim any of the deaths in red now, do you? Of course I won't. Unlike the dolt Beato, I won't give out red for free. In that case, I'll be glad to use the blue truth. I can think of many ways to work around something of this level. Sure, go ahead. Blue truth time. Here's the first one I can think of. The victims aren't actually dead. They pretended to be dead, then secretly hid themselves somewhere. After all, you haven't proclaimed anyone's deaths with the red truth. Even though you've been shown their gaping wounds, we're still trying that one on principle, as long as there's no red, right? But don't get your hopes up. I'm not giving you a freebie red truth. After all, I just have to deny it all at once on the end of the game, at 2400 on October 5th. The witch's side has such a big advantage. It'll all be over now if that stupid battler was my opponent, but you aren't like that, right, Vern? Of course. Anyone could have thought of that silly move. I have more. Second one. Kraus carried the corpses off and hid them. You've acted it out so that it looks like you've kidnapped Kraus and locked him up somewhere, but he might actually be free. Kraus has no alibi. Kraus hid their corpses. Yes, that's right. It's not like I proclaimed that Kraus was being confined with the red truth. You know how they say you've got to confuse your friends before you can confuse your enemies. So he lied to Natsuhi, making it seem like he had been captured. Any others? Third one. The corpses were different people in the first place. They were substitute corpses that closely resembled the victims. George and the others were hiding from the beginning and later cleared up those substitute corpses. These corpses were dead from the very beginning, so they don't count towards the number of people on the island. That's messed up. So even though all these people gathered around and saw their dead faces, none of them realized they were substitute corpses. Since you haven't used the red truth, there's a possibility that everyone misidentified all of the corpses. Though if you feel like repeating, no one would misidentify a person, I'll withdraw that claim immediately, okay? No way, I'm not falling for that. The red truth's only useful if you use it with flash, right? I'll take a single truth out of a large pile of blue and smash it with the red. Then the rest of the blue truths will be swallowed up by darkness before you can find out whether they were right or wrong. That darkness is the world of witches. You won't be given any truth at all. This girl acts like she's stupid, but she's not bad at all. She'll never rise to provocation. Looks like she understands the darkness of magic even better than the true game master, Beato. And apparently, Gap also understood that well. That move of hiding the corpses, it was pretty effective for both Lambda and Beato. In any event, I thought up a full 3 theories about the disappearing corpses. 3 blue wedges for a single riddle. That doesn't mean she can just deny one of those 3. Unless she eliminates all 3 wedges, this riddle has been defeated. That's the ironclad rule of witch hunting. A single wedge isn't nearly enough. Only vampires die from a single stake. Compared to witches, vampires are weak. True witches won't die unless you stab them all over with stakes, right? It's the same with assassins, isn't it? It's only in Japanese manga that you see assassins kill their targets with a single perfect shot. Real assassins will empty out an entire magazine's worth of bullets. That's how you do things, right? Of course, it's the same for me. But it's this girl we're talking about, so she might slice it all in 2 with a single swipe of the red. by simply letting off a few quick lines confirming their deaths and Krause's innocence with the red. She can remove all three of my wedges. Well, that's okay. When the red truth does come out, I just need to follow along with it and stab her full of blue wedges again. This is how a game of witches plays out. It's so fun. Battler's sluggish battles always pissed me off, so I'm loving this. Yes, I understand, Lambda. The first twilight is just the beginning of the beginning. It's just a skirmish, right? Wouldn't have it any other way. I'll make you lose pathetically and cry out in regret as you crawl and scratch at the floor. I've almost forgotten the pleasure of grabbing that cute hair of yours and wiping the floor with it as I roll around laughing. The servant waiting room in the mansion had once again gone silent. There lay Genji's corpse, which had been covered completely with a blanket. In the ceiling of this cramped room, a pitch-black hole appeared. Captivating legs sprouted out, and Gap floated down. Sorry, Genji. You probably want to enjoy your eternal sleep right there, but that's not going to be possible. Please disappear from this place so that you may serve Natsuhi, the final head of the Ushiromiya family, even after death. Cap stripped off the blanket as she said this to Genji, who was sleeping peacefully. Then she stared at the deep wound in his neck. That's a nice cut. It must have been made with a single slice. Has anyone who's capable of this manifested yet? Not good. I can't think of anyone decent who might be capable of this. It goes without saying, but witches are capable of summoning beings with a strength proportional to their own ability. The great Lady Lambda Delta called that being here as a trump card 19th person. Even optimistically speaking, this is on par with Ronov and me. A pitch-black hole opened on the bed, and Genji disappeared as though the bed had swallowed him up. Just like the four in the guest house, Genji's corpse was also hidden in some unknown place. It was a place that no one could find, located neither within this world nor the next. No longer would anyone be able to find their corpses. No longer would anyone be able to confirm their deaths. She carried Genji's corpse to this place of endless silence, where it would never be disturbed. When there's no corpse, a person goes missing. When a person's missing, people both suspect they might be the culprit and suspect they might be victims, truly like the inside of a cat box. The darkness inside of cat boxes that'll never be open is where we demons and witches reside. You were a bit too slow, Miss Great Detective. Gap licked her lips and gulped. I wonder why Gap Santa is going around hiding corpses. I don't know, but Gap Sama is pretty cool. She's just so awesome. Don't be stupid. What happened to standing guard? The humans are returning from the guest house. Gap Sama. Yes, let's disperse. This should be enough to give Natsuhi a way out. Gap jumped into a pitch-black hole that had opened near her feet. Mammon said, "I'm going in too," and jumped in, followed by Asmo, who said, me too," and hopped in, giggling. As Satan hesitated over what to do, the hole closed. "And you call yourselves members of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory? How childish. So stupid." Satan went bright red and got angry all by herself, then turned into gold butterflies and disappeared. It seems Gappa succeeded in moving the 5 corpses. Well done. However, the next part is tricky. They will probably be somewhat surprised at the disappearance of Genji's corpse, but their interest will most likely swing back to Kinzo's study after that. There are 2 keys to the study. It's fortunate that Natsuhi is in possession of both. If she had left one with Genji, it would probably have fallen into Lady Lambda Delta's hands by now. It seems that Lady Lambda Delta has no intention of hiding Kinzo's death. Apparently, she plans to fight while ignoring the moat, towers, and ramparts that you have created. This has become a strange, triangular confrontation. We are all each other's enemies, but we will sometimes join forces without notice. In a 3-way fight, just when you think it's 2 against 1, it suddenly becomes 1 against 2. That's what it's like. That Chinese battle royale. Don't you think it's like that Records of the Three Kingdoms thing? The Lonsdale plan. That's quite a sophisticated analogy to hear coming from you. There were 3 empires in the records of the Three Kingdoms, weren't there? Wei, Wu, and Shu, right? That sounds just like us. So, which empire won out in the end? The power that gained control in the end was the Jin dynasty. The 3 empires you mentioned were all destroyed. I didn't know that. I thought one of the 3 empires won. Didn't the Wei have an overwhelming advantage? They had the position of emperor stolen from them, and the empire was subjugated and destroyed. The Sima clan, a noble family that Cao Cao invited in as advisors, eventually gained central control in a power struggle and took over the country. So, they were invited in as advisors and they seized control. Very interesting. That Lady Lambda Delta. Pardon me. The humans have confirmed the disappearance of Genji's corpse in the servant waiting room. They have started moving towards Lord Goldsmith's study. Riiche, they're coming. Let them come. The humans and the witches of certainty and miracles. If this is a 3-way fight, then we've got humans, witches, and what should we be called? If the thing we're protecting for the time being is Kinzo's phantom. So, are we phantoms then? Father, it's Nasuhi. Good morning. There's no way he'll wake up if you do it like that. Father, it's Eva. Please wake up. It's an emergency. Eva pushed Nasuhi aside and knocked repeatedly with all her strength. Quiet down. You're being too boisterous. Is now really the time to be saying something like that? So he isn't picking up the phone, and he isn't responding to knocking either. That's troublesome. He might be in a bad mood again. Kinzo-san sometimes considers even the slightest change to be an omen, and gets into a bad mood for reasons only he can understand. Yes, that's true. This isn't something that started today. Is that how badly grandfather wants to shut himself away in the study? Yes, it's not uncommon for him to stay in his study for more than a month at a time. Don't tell anyone, but even though I work here, I sometimes forget that the master even lives here. Goda, that's not the sort of thing a servant should be saying. My apologies, madame. I am truly sorry. Anyway, isn't it bad that we can't get in contact with him? In the worst case, father might not even know there's been a crime, right? Well, I wonder. Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Cannon mumbled those words. Who was the last person to meet father? And when? It was me, last night, up until the time of the uproar from when Battler found the gold. I was in father's study, giving the daily report. So at around 2300 last night, no way around it. Let's open it up. Well, what did you say? This is the family head's precious study and research room. No one is permitted to trespass without permission. Okay? Who here holds the highest rank? Me, right? I am the third in rank of the Ushiromiya family. If we open it up and get scolded by father, that's also the responsibility of the highest ranked. Because of the urgent circumstances, we'll open this door. You have a key, right? Open it. I believe you know this, but the study door cannot be opened with the master key. The master has recently taken away Genji-sama's key as well. So he has both keys on his person. Therefore, both of the keys that can open this door are inside the study. A closed room. Good. It's finally starting to get a little interesting. It would be pretty neat if Kinzo-san was lying on the bed in there with his throat cut. You're being far too indiscreet, Erica-san. Anyway, as you know, this door can only be opened by the keys that father has. That means anyone, even a murderer, would find it impossible to even touch father from outside the room. So father must be okay. Still, that doesn't mean we shouldn't worry about confirming his safety. Are you really so unconcerned for the safety of the father you respect so much? That isn't. The atmosphere, which had been so agitated a second ago, suddenly went cold, and an eerie feeling filled the room as everyone stared at Natsuhi. They couldn't understand why Natsuhi would protect the study under normal circumstances. People knew that she probably didn't want to disturb the research of Kinzo, a man she certainly respected, and she was therefore trying to keep the unpleasant relatives away. However, this was an extraordinary situation. A murder had occurred. Natsuhi's persistence in keeping things quiet for Kinzo, even in a situation like this, was hard to understand using common sense. There is a good chance that the crime occurring on this island will turn out to be a plotline murders mimicking the epitaph. It's probably a good idea to assume that the crimes will continue. If we view these as plotline murders, then it will keep going until a total of 13 lives are taken. Do you have any concept of how many victims that would be? Wait a sec. How many people do you think there are on this island? Wouldn't that be almost everyone? No, no, you've got it all wrong. As far as I know, the mystery novel with the most dead people in a serial murder was And Then There Were None by Agatha Christie, which had 10 deaths. In the realm of Japanese mysteries, it's probably the Tokyo Zodiac Murders by Shimada Soji, though there were less than 10 deaths in that one. Did you know? If 13 people die, as it seems they will, it'll lead to the most infamous and famous development in the history of the mystery genre. The completion of a 13-person serial murder case, right? And if everyone on this island is killed, that would make it a historical achievement in the world of serial murder mysteries. With even more deaths than the longest murder mystery in the world and the longest one in Japan put together. Don't you see? Didn't you know? Everyone, the culprit in this crime is giving us an incredible challenge, one that might even surpass all the mysteries throughout the world and throughout history. Of course, everyone realized that long ago, right? If you like mystery, Christie's a must-read. If you're Japanese, then it's only natural that you've read Shimada Soji's works all the way through. Are you sure you've been reading enough, everyone? It's useless. Looks like you haven't read enough yourself. Did I say something wrong? Erica, who had been chatting away happily all by herself up until a second ago, changed her expression into a displeased glare in an instant. What you were saying about the Japanese mystery genre, Sakaguchi and Go's non-serial murders beats the Zodiac murders. The the number of people was the same in both, right? They tie for the record, but Non-Serial Murders was first published in 1947. The Zodiac Murders was 1981. If you know so much about it, shouldn't you have mentioned Non-Serial Murders first? Erica glared at Battler with an expression that couldn't be fully described with the word shock, and her arms shook as she stood there, lost for words. That's so totally lame. Well, that's understandable. The crimes in Zodiac took place in 1936, right? That must have gotten her confused, right? Lambda Delta kept on hitting the table, overcome with laughter. Even Berncastel, who had been struck with humiliation, snorted, and started pounding the table and laughing in the same way. This is just too good. Not bad, Peace Battler. I'm impressed. You must read a lot, don't you? Battler said. Books? I hardly read those at all. You liar. You know quite a lot, don't you? I would never say something as arrogant as I'm a book reader. I'm a book reader isn't something a person who doesn't even read 100 per year should say so lightly, don't you think? You mere peace. Anyway, we can't let such a massive crime take place. That's right. At any rate, checking Dad's safety is our first priority now. But what should we do? He's ignoring the phone and our knocks. The keys are inside. There's nothing we can do. Are we supposed to knock this thick door down? That won't be easy. Father might have been attacked by someone and severely injured, and maybe he's waiting for someone to help him. This is an extraordinary circumstance. Even Father will understand, and if he has any rebukes, I'll be happy to take responsibility myself. But breaking down a door would be quite rude. What about the window? That's right, the window. Is there a ladder somewhere that can reach as high as the third floor? We should be able to get inside by smashing the window. Erica finally came back to her senses, and her tone regained its decisive edge. The third-story window, that would be dangerous. We won't know unless we try. Is there a ladder around here that can reach up 3 floors? I don't think the ladder in the gardening shed is long enough. Then what about the ladder in the boiler room? I remember using it earlier when a bird made a nest on top of the rain gutter. Yes, that would be able to reach without a doubt. He must have been extremely happy, thinking of something Cannon hadn't. Looking pleased with himself, as though he had won something, he glanced around at everyone. He was probably hoping that Natsuki would praise him, but she quickly avoided his gaze. Of course, Cannon had known about that ladder too. However, in order to protect Kinzo's secret, he had intentionally pretended to have forgotten. But with this weather and the strong winds, isn't this just too dangerous? I agree. If someone gets seriously injured, you can't go to a hospital until tomorrow, right? The wind might not be as strong in the courtyard. I think it's at least worth it to take a look. But truly, going up to the third floor will be quite a challenge. Back when we had to clean up the bird's nest, most of the servants shrank away from the danger. And that's when I, your humble servant, took on a major role in spectacularly handling the situation. Right, then there's no problem. Let's just get a ladder that'll reach. And it looks like someone here already has experience with this sort of thing. The courtyard was surrounded on all four sides, so while the rain was still fierce, the winds had almost no effect. Fortunately, the ceiling jutted out a bit, so even the rain wasn't bad. Okay, let's try standing the ladder up. Be careful, don't hurt yourself. Sure. Rudolph and Battler carried the special ladder, which was designed for work on high places. Two umbrellas followed the pair. Shannon and Cannon were holding umbrellas and sheltering them from the rain. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chair, chair, do not try to tip me over. Bad chair, bad chair, bad chair, bad chair. It doesn't matter if we get wet. Go back under the eaves. Go to sand. Even if there's something wrong with your knees, you can at least hold a ladder down, right? Yeah, yes, 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 yes. If only I had enough. Hi, uh, Aluronan. Hiya, Hyaluronan. Going up a ladder would be no problem at all. I am truly sorry. Rhoda clambered forward to replace Shannon and Cannon. As she watched this, Kyrie giggled. Dad, hammer. Cool. Battler, you love athletics, don't you? Not as much as I love my cool handyman dad. You little brat. Sheesh, I guess I've got to show the son of mine my good side every once in a while. Battler, go to sand. Hold that ladder down tight and make sure you're looking up, okay? My hand might slip and you'll have this hammer tumbling down on you. Don't worry, I'll catch it and smash your head in. After putting the hammer they had gotten to smash the window in his pocket and cracking his knuckles, Rudolph started climbing. Will Rudolph's hammer be okay? He'll be fine. That guy could totally be in an action movie. Plus, sports are one of his strong points. I wish you would tell me how my skating prowess is supposed to help me climb ladders. I am Anna Bauer, always in a big pinch, or whatever. He'll manage to avoid dying, so there's nothing to worry about. More importantly, we're really lucky the shutters aren't down. Isn't it common practice to lower the shutters to Father's study for the night? Yes, when we're permitted to enter and exit, we open and close them in the morning and at night. However, I think it was decided that such a thing was unnecessary for the time being, so it was left open. I see. Father will be pretty mad, won't he, if his son smashes his window and comes in while he's sleeping? That's probably. It would be wonderful if we didn't have to smash the window, don't you think? Both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. Natsuhi had ordered them to interfere as much as possible, but now that it had come to this, there was nothing the two of them could do. They had tried to interfere by pretending they didn't know about a ladder that could reach up to the third floor window. But because of Goda's showing off, that ladder had been found. Rudolph carefully climbed the ladder. He would reach the third floor window very soon. As he did this, Shannon and Cannon stared at him, looking uneasy. After this, What will happen next? To the two of them, to Madame, to the master. Very soon Rudolph will reach the ladder, the window. So, it's already the end for this room's barrier. The soldiers are scaling the ramparts, trying to reach the other side. The moment of surrender is truly right before our eyes. I am prepared to be erased at any moment. We can't let that happen. You have to remain alive, even if it means crawling through the dirt. I'll think about what to do next. For now, escape from this place. You may say that, but what can I do? Eva and the rest are still camped out in the hallway, and Rudolph is approaching the window. There's no way of retreat through the door or the window. In that case, perhaps you could hide under the bed. So I am not even permitted the chance to wait for the enemy's arrival in my throne. You might have done that while you were still alive, but now you're a ghost that Natsuki and I brought to life. Ghosts should do what ghosts do best and hide under the bed or in a closet. Will something like that really deceive their eyes? My, don't worry, I'll be with you. I'll let you escape at the last moment. It'll be dangerous for you. Even though you're a demon, you won't get away unscathed if you're burned by the magic resisting toxin. Don't worry about that. Anyway, I need things to get at least that bad before my heart starts pumping. How comforting. I understand. I'll hide under the bed. My lady, Rudolph will reach the window very soon. Gap, I've changed my mind. I'll guard this place. Hide yourself along with Ronov. What did you say? You've got it backwards. Didn't we plan to leave this place to Gap and have you retreat, my lady? Though Ronov should have been used to her fickleness, this surprised him for the first time in a long while. Beato may have been a powerful queen, but she was also an important piece that mustn't be exposed to danger. Though she was strong, running to the front lines without any plan would not be a praiseworthy move. What kind of a whim is this? It's just a whim. I'm not so fond of boredom that I could simply sip tea while leaving everything to you. I've just gotten the urge to jump into the struggle right away. I understand. It is your game after all. You can do as you wish. I'll carefully watch over the corpses of the first twilight that I erased, making sure nothing happens to them. Sorry for stealing your time to shine. Is this really acceptable, my lady? You should know I like showing off even more than my 3 meals a day. I've done nothing but gobble up Gap's turn. Don't worry about it. Ronov and Gap both fell silent. The two of them had already noticed. Lady Berncastel, who used Furudo Erica as a piece, was a terrifying opponent. This fight would probably be terrifying as well. Beato couldn't expose Gap, her friend, to this danger. Beato bluffed and said that wasn't the case. But Ronov and Gap had already figured it out. Therefore, after confirming Beato's resolve one last time and seeing that she was completely firm in her decision, they nodded in silence and accepted it. I understand. I'll leave this place to you. I'm rooting for you. Take care. Yes, please watch over my efforts to your heart's content. Lady Berncastel will probably start trying to expose Kinzo's absence with a closed room argument. Fights in a closed room are normally Gap's area of expertise. Queens are commanders because they're best at fighting in wide open areas. This won't be an easy fight. I'm fully aware of that. I currently serve Nasuhi. Watching Nasuhi's danger from above and letting Gap take care of it doesn't make sense to me. Understood. I wish you luck in battle. Be careful. If it becomes a complete closed room, we won't be able to come in and help you. I'll laugh at them a bit, and if things get bad, I'll just grab Kinzo and run for it. It's easy. With the door and the window, the past and the future to choose from, there are plenty of places to run to. Of course, I won't let this become a closed room. Though you won't see us, we'll be cheering you on from very close by. Good luck. Sure. Gap and Rono became a swarm of gold butterflies and disappeared. And Kinzo melted into the darkness beneath the bed. Then Beato also became a swarm of gold butterflies and melted away inside the study. After that, all figures and signs of life had disappeared from the study, and it once more regained a silence as though no one had been there from the beginning. Then Rudolph's outline slipped into view from beyond the window's curtain. Dad, if you're there, answer. Dad! As he yelled, he hit the window. His foothold was so uncertain that just hitting the window felt life-threatening. But of course, this was Rudolph, the show-off. Deciding that he couldn't do anything stupid with so many people watching from below, he suppressed the fear from being so high up, and boldly knocked on the window. Come on, grandfather, can't he hear? I wonder. I hope he doesn't drop the hammer. How many seconds have passed? It's been 30 seconds since he knocked on the window. So, he'll really smash it. The master will be very mad. Well, someone was kind enough to brag about how accepting that anger is her duty. So there's no need to worry. Rudolph-san, that's enough. Do it. Sure. Damn it, Dad. You had better not complain after I smash it. He hit it several times, and eventually a fist-sized hole opened up in the glass. Because of his unstable footing, this took a lot of effort. Using the end of the hammer skillfully, he brushed aside the now fragile bits of glass and opened the hole further, stuck his hand through it, and unlocked the window. What the hell? Come on. Chair, chair, chair. I fucking hate my chair. Why are you suddenly being so weird? Stop trying to tilt me forward. I do not want to fall forward. Chair. Stop. Okay? Okay. Maybe that'll help. Yeesh. Okay. Maybe. 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 Then, after a hard struggle, Rudolph somehow managed to open the window, and his body slipped through into the study. After that, he flopped onto the floor, using his entire body to enjoy the relief of having the ground under him. Dad, it's Rudolph. Answer me. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he had created inside the mansion. A study, a library, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and a washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms. That's right, with all this at your fingertips, it wouldn't be hard to spend your days in the study without leaving at all. The bed was empty. There were marks on it that made it seem as though someone had slipped out, but there was no one in sight. This happens a lot in ninja movies. Someone finds that the bed is still warm, so the occupant couldn't have gone far. Rudolph tried placing his hand on the bed, but he couldn't feel any heat at all. Not only was there no heat, it felt completely ice cold. And the bed wasn't the only thing that was ice cold. The air inside the room, and even the presence about it, if that's the right word for it, even that felt ice cold. To Rudolph, it felt as though Kinzo had slipped out of this room a long time ago. However, it's been well cleaned. It has signs of having been lived in. Wrinkles in the bed, the slight angle of the chair. Here and there were many marks that would doubtlessly have been cleaned or fixed up as someone had come in to make the beds. As far as I can tell, off the top of my head, Dad must have slipped out of bed several hours ago at the latest. That would be the same general time period as the brutal murder case. Guess we can't be sure Kinzo's absence and the crime are completely unrelated. For the time being, he leaned out the window and told Kirie and the others in the courtyard to come back up, since he was going to unlock the door. Then he pushed the button on the study desk and released the door's autolock. There was a heavy clunking sound, and Natsuki and the rest dashed in immediately. The father, good morning. Sorry, but it isn't Dad. I'm the one who opened it. Was Kinzo-san there? No. It looks like someone slipped out of the bed but you can't tell when that happened. And Natsuhime-san was the last person to meet him, right? At around 11 last night. I wonder if that means he slipped out of the study sometime after that and went somewhere else. That's, well, we must consider father's fickle nature. It wasn't at all uncommon for him to suddenly wake in the middle of the night, claiming to have had a revelation in a dream, and walk around the mansion. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? To true, this has happened before. Anyway, he is a fickle person.
Stream elements,
Right,
said.
Kumasawa-san?
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
That's true. Perhaps he had a strange dream and slipped out of bed. That isn't uncommon at all. Yes. Then where did he slip off to? Does this mean there's a good chance father's been caught up in this crime? See? We should have checked to make sure father was safe from the beginning, right? We can't be sure he isn't in this room. Maybe the culprit tied him up and locked him in the closet or something like that. Good point. Let's search. This is the head's precious study. You mustn't touch things without reason. Yes, that's right. There's something I need to tell you, culprit-san. When Natsuhi heard this said right in front of her, her heart froze. But Erica had only just happened to be standing right in front of Natsuhi when she said it. She had directed her words to the room at large. She hadn't been speaking to Natsuhi in particular. Natsuhi turned her back on Erica, trying to prevent her faltering expression from being noticed. I have a photographic memory. If you try to alter the crime scene by hiding some evidence, I'll know right away. Please don't slip up here and disappoint me. Any mystery where the whodunit is solved by a culprit slip-up or a misspeak is only third rate, don't you think? I don't understand what you're saying, but try to refrain from incautious remarks. Father, are you there? Please answer me. Natsuhi started walking around and calling out in a loud voice, refusing to let Erica say any more. There was a knock. Kirie and the others who had gone down to the courtyard had returned. So father isn't here after all. He might be tied up and shut away somewhere around here. We were just searching for him. I'm surprised he managed to shut himself away in a place like this for all that time. Give it up, Nasan. We can't change anything now. I wonder what Madame plans to do. Get paid back for all the lies she's told up until now. Let's leave fate in God's hands. Yes. Many people clambered around Kitsu's vast study, looking here and there, inside the closet and in the bathtub, even in the refrigerator and under the study desk. They looked everywhere, almost as though they were it in a game of hide and seek. However, not only were they unable to spot Kinzo, they couldn't even find a single suspicious spark. It seems clear that father isn't here. That's enough. Please don't disturb father's precious study any further. That's right, that's right. There's nothing the master hates more than having things moved around without his permission. Father's nowhere to be found. Maybe he really was caught up in the crime, though we can't be sure of that. Natsuhi averted her gaze once more. It's okay, Natsuhi. We truly do have our backs against the wall. On the off chance that someone entered the study, I had planned to trick them by saying he had probably gone for a walk somewhere. However, no one would believe that I would get dressed up for a casual midnight stroll in a mansion where a murder has occurred and many people have been killed, though I wouldn't put it past myself to do such a thing. Come now, Kenzo, be a good boy and hide under the bed. It's okay, Nasuhi. You may remain calm. It's possible to prove that someone exists, but you can't prove that someone doesn't exist. In other words, the human world is one in which, regardless of whether something exists or not, you can make it so they exist. And the shadows that can make such things exist are themselves the world of us witches, the world of demons. You mean a devil's proof? Yes. So don't worry. The power of demons will most certainly protect you. If it could protect the honor of father and my husband, I wouldn't mind sacrificing this body of mine to demons. Your resolve is good. Don't be anxious. I most certainly will not let Kinzo be killed. At that time, a dry sound suddenly rang out twice. Erica had clapped her hands, seeking everyone's attention, though such an action should have been above a guest's place. For some reason, it already felt like a natural right of hers. After all, she was the detective. I think that's enough. Ushiromiya Kinzo-san is nowhere to be found in the study. Yes, we've searched everywhere he could have been hiding. Dad's nowhere to be seen. Furthermore, we found nothing that looked suspicious. Yes, we didn't find anything at all. Erica said it again. They hadn't been able to discover anything. In that case, we mustn't loiter around this room. Do you understand how angry Father would be if he learned that so many people were looking through his study? Eva-san, you said you were prepared to take responsibility, didn't you? Are you prepared for him to break off relations with you for the rest of your life? That's for Father to decide, not you. Silence, please. I would like to lay out the situation. At 2300 last night, the last person to meet Kinzo-san in this room was Natsuhi-san, right? Can anyone confirm that? Confirm? Yes, that's right. After all, the only one who claims that Natsuhi-san really did stop by here at 2300 last night is Natsuhi-san herself. There wouldn't be a problem if Kinzo-san confirmed that Natsuhi-san really did come here last night. But that vital witness isn't here. So you're saying alibis are the foundation of a mystery? Yes, that's right. Alibis are important. Of course, they're almost useless when it comes to the actual theory making, but it's common courtesy to poke around these boxes. Even though you didn't ask for alibis regarding last night's murder, you are doing it for grandfather's disappearance. You really are a fickle person. Oh, don't worry. Have no fear that I will fully examine everyone's alibis regarding the murders of the first twilight later. So, can anyone confirm that Natsuhi-san visited here at 2300? If no one can, we'll be forced to doubt whether Natsuhi-san really was the last person to spot him. Are you saying that I can't be trusted? No, no, it's actually the opposite. I hope that you aren't the culprit. After all, that would make this really boring. Only the worst third-rate mysteries have the most suspicious person as the culprit. Natsuhi-san is suspicious. Well, wait a second. How can you say that? He's right. Calling Madame suspicious is the height of discourtesy. Be quiet. Dr. Nanjo, Goda, thank you. Erica-san, do you have some sort of proof to justify such a rude outburst? Yes, though it's so simple that it annoys me. Sorry to bother you with this TV drama quality evidence, but if you don't mind, why don't you just let us hear it? When Battler glared at her, a cold expression rose to Erica's face for an instant. But it was only for an instant. After smiling peacefully and gazing around at everyone, she started to talk. She looked like the main character in a play who had come out onto the stage bathed in a spotlight. It's about this morning. Please remember the time after the murders occurred during the big uproar that followed. We wanted to tell Kinso-san about the crime, but he wouldn't come out no matter how many times we called him on the telephone. Remember that time? Anyway, isn't it bad that we can't get in contact with him? In the worst case, Father might not even know there's been a crime, right? Well, I wonder. Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Cannon mumbled those words. Who was the last person to meet Father? And when? It was me, last night, up until the time of the uproar from when Battler found the gold. I was in Father's study, giving the daily report. So at around 2300 last night, Erica chuckled significantly. And what's your point? Ridiculous. I think Kirei-san probably did that intentionally. Am I right? Well, what do you mean by that? I hope someone might fall for it. I see. Thanks, Kirei-san. Actually, I was planning to say the same thing if you didn't. Is who saw the master last really that important? Yes, if we take the circumstances into account, then in response to the question, who met him last, it was very odd that Natsuhi-san to instantly answer me. Well, why? Madame told the truth without hiding anything. Be quiet. Why do you think it was odd? Why are you so sure that no one else met Kinzo-san after 2300? Well, that's because I watched as he went to bed. It's only natural to assume that he would then sleep until morning and not meet with anyone. Considering the circumstances, it was easy to suspect the last person to spot him of having some kind of involvement with this case. A normal person in Natsuhi-san's position wouldn't say, I was the last person to meet him. I met him at 2300. Right, Kirie-san? Yes, that's correct. A normal person would say, I met him at 2300. However, I'm not sure I was the last person to meet him. Something like that. Good. Claiming to be the last witness is usually quite difficult. That is, unless you know something and makes you sure there were no other witnesses after you. In third-rate mysteries, the last one to spot the victim is often the culprit. They killed the victim themselves, so they knew that no one else could have met the culprit later on, is how the argument goes. Couldn't that be nothing more than a minor misspeak? It's not important enough to be picked up out of the blue and focused on. Yes, that's nothing more than nitpicking. Isn't it a little too early to suspect Natsuhi-san because of a little slip of the tongue like that? Furthermore, you said she would need a reason to be sure no one else spotted the master. But of course, she had such a reason. She left the room after seeing the master go to bed. Following common sense, it's perfectly natural to assume that he probably wouldn't meet anyone else until the next morning. No, that isn't natural at all. After all, Natsuhi-san, Dr. Nanjo, and Kumasawa-san all made this claim a short while ago. Please try to remember. And Natsuhi-san was the last person to meet him, right? At around 11 last night. I wonder if that means he slipped out of the study sometime after that and went somewhere else. That's... well, we must consider Father's fickle nature. It wasn't at all uncommon for him to suddenly wake in the middle of the night, claiming to have had a revolution and a dream, and walk around the mansion. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? To true, this has happened before. Anyway, he is a fickle person. We're right, Kumasawa-san? That's true. Perhaps he had a strange dream and slipped out of bed. That isn't uncommon at all. Yes, we definitely do have testimony that it wasn't at all uncommon for grandfather to suddenly slip out of bed late at night. Good. Your memory's not bad, Battler-san. In other words, it's common knowledge to those in the Ushiromiya head house, Natsuhi-san included. That Kenzo-san might wake up in the middle of any given night on a whim and wander around. On top of that, they are aware that this happens quite often. Isn't that odd? If you knew Father often wanders around at night, there's no way you could be certain that he would stay in his bed until morning. Right? It really is like a third-rate mystery. You know, that thing they do in the last 5 minutes, where the culprit asks, "When did you first realize it was me?" And the detective answers, "Seriously, that's why I feel let down. If it turns out Natsuhi-san really is the culprit, this will be worse than a TV mystery. That's why I want to clear away the suspicion surrounding Natsuhi-san as soon as I can. I want to make sure this mystery isn't third-rate before I do anything else." There's no need to get anxious, Natsuhi. This is a classic word game used by detective wannabes. What is her point? How could she possibly corner you with this accusation alone? In the court of hell, all of the demon jurors will declare you innocent. So calm down and don't get flustered. It may be true that Aunt Natsuhi looks suspicious when you say it like that. Still, it sounds like you're just nitpicking to me. But it is suspicious. Isn't this more than enough reason to suspect that Natsuhi-san's hiding something? Of all the unfair accusations, and how cowardly of you, Eva-san. You're the sole person who can confirm that I really was here at 2300, aren't you? Is this true, Eva-san? Oh, did that happen? I'm sorry. At the time, I was losing my head because of the recently discovered gold. So I forgot all about bumping into Natsuhine-san until just a second ago. So, Eva-san, you can confirm that Natsuhi-san was a witness at 2300. Yes, unfortunately, I'm able to acknowledge that one part of Natsuhine-san's story, but only that she came out of this room. What are you implying? Oh, I'll tell you. In fact, I've wanted to say this for a long time now. I do realize it's improper to bring this up in the middle of such a tragic murder case, but the timing now is just too perfect. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Nasuhine-san? The servants gulped and held their breaths. It seemed that they hadn't been able to hide it, after all. In the middle of this heavy silence, Eva fingered her trump card, and Nasuhi tried to act calm. Though space and time grew heavy as lead and swallowed up everything. Just when did Kinzo-san disappear? I wonder. Erica's words, spoken almost casually, tore that atmosphere to pieces like shattering glass. Simply put, we haven't met him once at the family conferences this year or last. That's right, we've suspected it since last year. Seeing as how my son and the others have just been killed, this may not be the time or place to press you on this. But there's a chance that this has something to do with the crime, so pressing you is just what we'll do. It's possible that you have a motive for hiding Father's death. We have reason to suspect that you're embezzling his assets. If Father were to die, an investigation would be conducted for the distribution of the assets, and your embezzlement would be exposed. That's why you hid the fact that Father's already dead. I see. That's more than enough for the why done it. This keeps getting more and more third rate. Boring. I don't know what you're talking about. You say I'm hiding the head's death. I most certainly won't forgive such a reckless accusation. That's right. In addition to Madame, the other servants take care of the master on a daily basis, and they see him all the time. Genji-san, Shannon-san, and Cannon-kun, even Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san meet with him often. But perhaps because he doesn't trust me, I haven't seen him even once since last year. But be quiet, Goda. But my apologies. Aren't all the witnesses, besides Natsuhi-san, servants employed by her? So, you used money to make them follow your story. This is really third-rate, pitiful. I'm disappointed, Natsuhi-san, so I guess I'll have to finish this now. Finish what? Ushiromiya, Kinzo-san. What is it, uninvited guest? You don't exist, do you? You're a ghost whose death was concealed by those humans who didn't want it known because of the inheritance problem. Ghosts are supposed to quickly pass on to the next world. Even though this is the first time we've met, I've yet to give you a proper reading. My apologies. Good day. Pleased to meet you. And goodbye. So close to Erica's face that you could barely have wedged a sheet of paper between them, Beato's pipe came to a sudden stop. And a good day to you, too. I'm the Ushiromiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. I'll be your opponent in this fight from here on out. Glad to meet you. I'm the detective of this game, Burrito Erica. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And now, goodbye. So, You're Lady Burncastel's next piece after Angie. I'm afraid I didn't get to fight with her to my satisfaction in the end. I'm glad I will be able to lock horns with you this time, Lady Burncastell's piece. My master is almighty, omnipotent. A fool like you couldn't even begin to compare with her. I accept your challenge. You really are calm, even though a witch has appeared before you and is about to fight with magic and fantasy. If you were Battler, you would be lying on the ground, screaming that this can't be possible, and that this can't possibly be a mystery anymore. Yes, even in the mystery genre, parallel universes like this have gotten popular lately. We know about your reasoning space and all that. Ayasuji Yukito doesn't make his debut until next year. You sure are picky for a witch. You think you're on the same level as a witch? Don't be so full of yourself, you mere human. When Bantu snapped her fingers, something bounced around the room at terrifying speeds. It was a stake of the witch, a witch's wedge that contained the power of the blue truth within it. Of course, a mere human like Erica couldn't follow that terrible speed with her eyes. Erica understood this, so she didn't attempt to look every which way, stupidly trying to spot it. Eat this, fool. With a terrible sound, Lucifer's blue stake buried itself right into Erica's right collarbone. It pierced all the way through her back. Lucifer spun and rebounded, landed in front of Beato, and vanished with a shrill laugh. Erica wasn't blown back, but she had been run through by the blue wedge. So, this is that so-called blue truth. Well then, let me hear your views. You can't deny the possibility that Natsuki met with Kinzo at 2300. Fearing the 6 hours or more before you pushed your way into the study, Kinzo had many chances to escape from it. Because of this, you can't state decisively that Kinzo doesn't exist. Beato announced that with an expression worthy of her title as witch. Erica was silent. Was she too shocked to speak? There was no anguish in her expression. She was just quietly listening to Beato's blue truth. No, judging by her disdainful expression, it's probably more appropriate to say that Beato's words went in one ear and out the other. Good. Let's start with the classic moves. By the way, this thing really is stuck good. You can't take it out. She tried pulling from the front and the back of the blue wedge that pierced her, but it didn't budge an inch. However, her indifferent, relaxed expression didn't budge an inch either. You can't take it out. The blue truth can only be defeated by the red truth. For one such as yourself, a guest who came to this island at most a day ago, there is no truth that can possibly be known. That means there exists no red that you can use. In other words, this is checkmate. I see. So that's what kind of space this is. In that case, I'll need a piece suitable for fighting a witch. I'm the detective. My role is to take on the human culprit. You are a witch, and there does exist a fitting piece to use against witches and demons. Let me introduce you, Miss Delanor. It looks like it's your turn. The Delanor. I thought so. I was certain you would bring that piece in sooner or later. The 10 wedges with which to hunt witches. The Archbishop of the Witch Hunting. Delanor. There's no more fitting piece in a battle against demons. I have my double, Erica, and the greatest natural enemy of witches, Delanor. I've now taken control of the 7th rank with my 2 rooks. Let me show you, Lambda Delta, and you too, Beatrice. Now you'll see how useless your struggling is. The air shone brightly, and the piece Erica had guided there showed its form. That form resembled a clergy member, perfectly suited for confronting an evil witch. It is a pleasure to meet you. Delanor A. Knox is my name. Even though this space was like a bomb just waiting to go off, she introduced herself in a neat and frank manner. Her out-of-place appearance, completely different from those of the demons and witches, felt blatantly odd and had a kind of severity to it. This is the first time I've met you, but I've heard all the rumors. So, this doesn't truly feel like a first meeting. The same goes for me, Miss Beatrice. The detailed materials Sir John Brow has on you are summarized in 600 pages. I always read such reports, so this doesn't feel like a first meeting to me either. The Secretary of Hell could summarize those 600 pages into 6 letters. Allow me to ask. Danger. A fitting summary. When I return, I will summarize the materials on you using only 2 letters more out of respect. Executed. So I'm cute now. You're too polite, my guest. Then let us continue. Miss Beatrice, I, Delanor, the head inquisitor of Heresy, do humbly accept my role as your opponent. My first move is over. If you can't remove the blue wedge from that Furudo Erica over there, then you might as well totter back up to heaven and get back to your usual boring job of stamping forms. Please do something about this wedge thing. It looks like Beatrice-san thinks she's already achieved checkmate with this alone. After making a show of tapping her finger on the blue wedge that pierced her, Erica shrugged as though taunting Beatrice. But Beatrice, it's okay. I'm just playing with her a bit. After all, if things get bad, I can grab Kinzo and run out of here whenever I want. I can leave this room at any time and go anywhere. That is useless. Now that you've met up with me, this is your demise. Escape will not be permitted. None can escape. True, we can't deny that it would be possible for Father to suddenly wake up and go somewhere. But you know what? I can say for sure that such a thing couldn't have happened. You know why? How could I know? Are you trying to say you stood outside this door all night, watching to make sure the head didn't take a step outside? Yes, someone was watching. This kid right here. Please allow me to speak. Let it be known that entering or exiting through this door is impossible. The palace guards are ordered to blockade the study door. The doors to heaven opened with a strong, unrelenting radiance like the sun's, announcing the arrival of the landlord's underlings. Those words were clad in the red truth and cut off the witch's method of escape. Shyster 410 right here, Shyster 45 right here. Has been some time, great Lady Beatrice. We were dispatched in accordance with Alliance Agreement number 1516 and a request from the Great Court of Heaven. We apologize for the rudeness that is to follow. We formed a precision blockade on the study door. I think it's best if you stay away from it. Allow me to speak. I say again, from last night at 2300 until the present time, the study door was not opened even once. Well, what is that scrap of paper? It's a completely ordinary receipt, but even so, this is mere scrap of paper proves that you lied. Last night, when you came out of the study, Eva saw her chance and wedged a receipt into the crack of the study door, and it fell down just now when Rudolph couldn't open the door for us. Know what that means? In other words, from 2300 last night until now, Father couldn't possibly have opened this door. Oh, what did you say? Rudolph, the window was locked, right? Yeah, that's why I smashed the glass. The other windows are all locked as well. They're built so that you can't lock them from the outside. Allow me to speak. Know that the windows were all locked. Palace guards blockade all of the windows. By the name of Isern, Johnfrau, I give the palace guards permission to make use of forbidden weapons. Understood. Entire force, permission granted for use of forbidden weapon. Red warhead. Begin transmitting activation code. The password doesn't work. 410. Turn caps lock off and try again. Shyster Squad, precision blockade for study door, and all windows complete. We warn the great Lady Beatrice that if anything is caught passing through these physically, conceptually, or by any other method, we will shoot without warning. Data link from Archangel Satellite 4. Homing format, verdict model conceptual guidance. And on top of that, we've got red warheads. Impossible to shoot down, impossible to avoid, impossible to survive when hit. It would smash even Lady Beatrice into little bits. The Shyster Squad had laid down a 10-point blockade over the door and all the windows. Escape would no longer be permitted through any of these. My, I should be doing the welcoming, but it seems I am the one being welcomed. I'm grateful for the courtesy call, and you've even brought the Shyster sisters. Allow me to inform you that your paths of retreat have been cut off. Commander Delanor, let us now remove the sin and purify. You've done well. Miss Beatrice, I've had your paths of retreat terminated. You cannot leave through the door, nor can you leave through the windows. Therefore, escape will now be prohibited. You think you shut me in with this alone? The Inquisitor of Heresy in heaven and her subordinates surrounded the witch. The subordinates used a powerful barrier to cut off Beato's methods of escape. Demons tend to resist capture, and as a result, they sometimes escape. However, angels counter by blocking off passages of escape, allowing them to eradicate their targets without fail. In other words, the study was a perfect closed room from the time Natsuhime-san claimed she said goodnight to the time Rudolph opened the door. In that case, Father would have to be here, but there's not even a trace of him. Come on, what the hell's going on? I keep telling you to calm down. The thought that I, Beatrice, could be shut in just because the doors and the windows are closed is simply laughable. Kinzo, I was just playing around, but it seems our guest has no such intentions. Let's withdraw before we lose our chance. Yes, I would not regret losing this life of mine, but for Natsuhi's sake, I cannot die yet. Beata White waved her pipe, and the air was split vertically. Then a pitch-black gate appeared there and slowly opened. It was a warp portal, the same as the pitch-black holes that Gap used. I believe this was written on my files. An elusive phantom can appear from anywhere and disappear to anywhere. As long as Kinzo has me, it will be impossible to capture him. The pitch-black gate opened. That gate led from everywhere and to nowhere. Both Beato and Kinzo would be sent to a place where no one could catch them, a place where no one could set foot in, much less chase after them. But this is the study of the Ushiromiya family head, and it is also a room that Father helped to design personally. Would it really be so strange if you had some way to get outside without using the door? Yes, that's correct. There would be nothing strange about the Master having a hidden door. A hidden door? And where would that be? It's a hidden door, so I don't know. There are several devices and hidden doors in this mansion that only Father knows of. No one has seen them directly, but everyone in this mansion knows about them vaguely. Correct? Yes. It's true that there have always been rumors about hidden passages only the Master knows of. It's true that Kinzo-san would probably like devices such as that. And they are hidden doors after all. No matter how much people such as ourselves might search, it's only natural that we won't find them. I see. So it's a devil's proof. You're saying we can't deny the possibility that a hidden door exists in this room. That's nonsense, a farce. Even considering that your lie about concealing Father's death is about to be revealed. How dare you? That's right. Just where in the study is there a hidden door? Try and prove that it exists. Proof is unnecessary. It's a devil's proof. It's impossible to find a hidden door, and therefore impossible to disprove that it exists. Therefore, no one can deny the possibility that Kinzo escaped from the study through a hidden door. I will not allow a hidden door to exist in this room. Beato's blue wedge, which had been fired off as a farewell gift, was crushed with a flash of Delanor's longsword, and the pitch-black gate was crushed as well. And it wasn't just crushed visibly and physically. The warp portal conceptualizing hidden doors would remain destroyed from that point on. Well, why can someone like you, who is neither the owner of the study nor the game master, use the red truth? And what was that? What do you mean you will not allow hidden doors to exist? It's because this is the mystery genre. Nox's third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. Hidden doors mustn't exist in the mystery genre. Sorry about that. In this world, there are no other gods except our God, and no hidden doors exist. They must not exist, and we won't let them exist. They are blasphemy against our God. Enough pride in you to shock a witch. It's so painful to watch that it's actually pleasurable. Here it is, the 10 wedges to pierce witches. Just like usual, it's a kind of irrational argument I just love to hear. What a fool! The devil's proof might have been vague enough to let you escape from everything until now. But now that you're up against the landlord, that move won't work anymore, Beatrice. As I thought, you're no different from any witch after all. I'm disappointed. Beato, it seems this isn't an opponent we'll be able to escape from easily after all. Please do entertain me, Beatrice-san. You should at least serve some tea for your guests. It doesn't even matter if it's third rate. Come on, please use the blue truth and tell me how Kinzo-san escaped from the closed room study. Very well. Make sure you don't cry. It's possible that, after slipping out the door, Kinzo noticed the trick with the receipt and correctly returned it to its original place. Denial of that with the red has already been finished. After 2300, the door to the study was not opened even once. Kinzo might have been a marvelous magician and an inventor, right? He might have invented a drug that turns his body to mist and slipped out through the keyhole. No such drug exists. It must not exist. Or maybe he invented a teleport device, right? That possibility is undeniable because of the devil's proof. Such a machine does not exist. I will not allow it to exist. Oh, so you can examine every drug in the world. You can't deny the existence of unknown scientific devices. There's no way you can. It's a devil's proof. You cannot deny that they might exist. I will repeat, by the name of God, I will not let such a drug or machine exist. I will not allow them to exist for all eternity. Not even in the future? So you think you can even deny possibilities in the future of the human race? It's Noxus Fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or hard to understand scientific devices to be used. The progression of humanity, as well as techniques and knowledge that might be obtainable in the future, are decided upon by our God, and the denial of their existence has been proclaimed for eternity. Therefore, I will not allow for such a technique to exist for all eternity. It is not permitted. Beato and Delanor had supposedly just gone through a massive exchange of red and blue. However, not only did Delanor not take any damage, she also showed no signs of fatigue. Beato might have been a fearsome witch, but blood flowed through her veins, and she did breathe. She felt both pain and fatigue. But Delanor was like a doll made of marble. She felt no fatigue, no pain, no hesitation. Even if Beato's sharp wedges had aimed right for Delanor's eyes, she wouldn't have shut them. In fact, it's doubtful that she ever blinks in the first place. But Beatrice, hang in there. Well, I had already heard the rumors, but our compatibility really is awful. To think that dreams, hopes, and even future possibilities would be forbidden. The pride of the gods is overwhelming. I would expect no less from a witch hunt executioner. It seems we'll never be able to enjoy a drink together. Even the strikes that had made Battler surrender over and over had absolutely no effect on the landlord. Well, I more or less knew that was coming, but to think that I would be repelled so easily. Quite a formidable opponent. Oh my, so even the great goldsmith has gotten old and decrepit. Hearing those words come out of your mouth is rarer than seeing two comets in the night sky. I'm not decrepit, I'm already dead. That's true. Sorry, but I'm not letting you die for just a bit longer. Beato experienced something she had only rarely felt during her entire life. It was probably what we would call hardship. Beato quietly brushed aside Natsuhi's hand that tried to comfort her, and she regained her posture again, showing off her witch's pride and her continued readiness to fight. Is that all? There was no need for me to come here. I'm disappointed. I'm not done yet. I was just testing a few moves just now. I merely wish to measure your abilities. How foolish. Know your place, Golden Witch. Lady Beatrice. Beato's expression became tense once more. No longer was there any trace of mischief. The mood changed. The time for playing is over. Here I go. In that case, I shall acknowledge that Kinzo did not enter or leave the study. Why don't I accept your closed room? Let it be known that Beatrice has changed her pattern of attack. Beatrice, who had until then thoroughly resisted the idea that a closed room existed, did an about-face. She proclaimed that she accepted their proposition. Of course, this didn't mean she would surrender. There was a new attack of Beato's. The landlord noticed this and readied herself. What's going on? Why did Lady Beatrice acknowledge the closed room when she's trying to destroy it? So she's probably trying to claim that Kinzo existed outside of this room. Confirmation that the great Lady Beatrice's warp portal has reactivated. Natsuhi claimed to have talked with Kinzo in the study, but she never said that she spoke with him face to face. Therefore, if Kinzo was in a location other than the study, there is no contradiction as long as they held a conversation. After bouncing at an erratic angle, the witch's snake pierced the top of the landlord's foot. You sure are slow. Top of the foot, all mine. Natsuhi used the internal phone line in the study to speak with Kinzo, who was in another place. There would be nothing strange if Kinzo, who hates the relatives, predicted that they would enter his study and left to go elsewhere. He might have gone to the hidden mansion, Kuadovian. Asmodeus' stake, which contained the power of Beato's blue truth and pierced the landlord's foot, changed into a blue wedge. Not bad, that makes sense. Blue truth, valid. A cyclone of gold butterflies swept up with Beato at its center. The magical power of the once smashed black gate was once again refilled. If I can manage to hold the landlord off here, I'll be able to warp Kinzo out of the study this time, all the way to Kuadovian. The landlord moved clumsily, trying to pull the blue wedge out of her foot, but it didn't even budge. Of course, Beato didn't miss this chance. No witch would. I've got more, so get ready. There's a chance the Kinzo Natsuhi mentioned does not refer to the person himself. The Kinzo nest he spoke of might have been another name for this room, right? Kinzo had taken refuge in Kuwadovian and was impossible to contact. Perhaps Natsuki called this room Father, and by contemplating inside it, she felt as though she had received some sort of revelation from Kinzo. We've stopped your movement. You're already lost. Beelzebub's blue wedge pierced the base of the landlord's neck. Of course, even this didn't cause her to flinch, but her movements were restricted even further. Interesting. Is that all? You don't call it a full course dinner if you stop at the soups and hors d'oeuvres. I'll hit you with the main dish and the dessert at once, so watch your tummy explode as you die. Even if, as you say, this is a closed room and impossible to escape from, you can't deny the possibility that he's still hiding in this room. I'm not talking about a hidden door. He might be under the bed or above the ceiling. He might be hiding in a truly unobtrusive blind spot that only demons could know. Uh, right? Or it might be that Natsuki, who was ordered to speak especially on Kinzo's behalf, considered herself both his representative and another Kinzo. In other words, it's possible that Natsuki was also Kinzo. I've got plenty more. At 2300 last night, Kinzo escaped out the window. Natsuki watched him go, then locked the window. This doesn't lead to any problems. In fact, it might be the most beautiful blue truth yet. How's that? The landlord A. knocks. There are many ways to escape from this closed room. Know your foolishness and try to oppose my master. There's no need for you to argue back. Just lose and sleep for all eternity. The seven sisters appeared from Phaeton's golden tornado, one after another, piercing the landlord with blue wedges. 4 blue wedges were buried into her neck, chest, gut, and thigh, one including the one buried into the top of her foot. She was pincushioned by 5 stakes. Beatrice Samo, when's my turn? I'll use you if I think of any more. Be quiet for now. How do you like that? The landlord, the witch hunter. After skewering and burning so many witches in the past, how does it feel to be skewered by a witch this time? They were all ridiculous arguments, but they came fiercely one after another. Though it threw a total of 5 wedges pierced Eleanor, her expression didn't change in the slightest.